everyone, Novels Wonderland here. Thank you all for the love and support you've shown me and the channel.
Lord of the Mysteries, Alarm Clock Growth Path Novel Summary. Good news, I traveled through time. Bad news, I traveled through a mysterious world before the end of the world. Good news, I have a unique path, and I can continue my studies. Bad news, I have a unique path, the Great Alarm Clock Ghroth's path, also called the Conspicuous Bag Path, crossed out. One day in the 5th century, Roger traveled through time to a mysterious world and accidentally obtained the extraordinary characteristics of the Great Alarm Clock Ghroth. I am obviously a cautious scholar, how can I play the role of the conspicuous bag? But he thought about it and realized that he was the only one on this path, so it should be safe. It seems good, let's start. But when Roger swallowed the potion, the god suddenly had a strong sense of danger at the same time, and the sound of sneezing echoed throughout the astral world. Chapter 1 to 100, Alarm Clock Growth. Pathway. It exploded. Everything exploded. Roger, who had just transmigrated, looked at the splattered brains and the bodies lying haphazardly on the ground, his mouth twitching uncontrollably. These bodies were all dressed in luxurious formal gowns or cloaks, and on some of them, the Abraham family crest could be seen. Although Roger liked the mysterious world very much, and was also lucky enough to transmigrate into the Abraham family, a prominent family of mystics. But who would have thought that upon opening his eyes, he would witness a massacre? Before his transmigration, the original host was holding a meeting with his family members, but suddenly these people all let out painful groans, and within a few seconds, they all exploded. Considering the influence of the ancestor Bethel Abraham, it was common for the Abraham family to go mad and die suddenly, nothing strange. After all, Mr. Dorr was known as one of the 3 great rappers of the mysterious world, a legendary psychopath who, by himself, eliminated all the demigods of his family. Especially on the night of the full moon, that was when his mad ravings were most severe. But today isn't the night of the full moon. He vigorously shook a few of his clansmen, but received no response. At this moment, Roger suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. This made him subconsciously shake his head. Who knew that this shake would actually dislodge an illusory worm of time with 12 segments onto the ground, making a thud sound? This looks like a worm of time. Roger quickly made a judgment based on his understanding of the original work, nodding slightly. No, a worm of time? One must know that the time of his transmigration was roughly when Zhou Mingrui had just transmigrated to become Klein and was undergoing investigation by the Nighthawks team. Therefore, there were only 2 Sequence 1 angels of the error pathway at that time. One was Pale Zoroast, the old man bound to Leonard, who was unlikely to appear here. And the other was... Roger's face turned pale with shock. Before he could react further, the corner of his eye caught a figure slowly walking out from the darkness behind him, the leisurely tap, tap, tap of footsteps particularly prominent in the silent night. The person had black hair and black eyes, a broad forehead and a thin face, dressed in a classical black robe and wearing a pointed soft hat, with an exquisite monocle particularly striking over his right eye socket. In an instant, Roger's mind was filled with alpacas galloping past. Why is my transmigration so difficult? Not only did my whole family explode, but I was also targeted by Amon within minutes. Where is the law? Where is justice? And where is Adam? Come manage your brother. No, your son. As the saying goes, Amon is like a cockroach, you think there's only one Amon around, but in reality, there are countless. Coupled with the fact that this guy has no integrity and loves pranks the most, Beyonders who encounter him either drop their sanity and become useless people or are assimilated by him and wear a monocle. Aside from the outer deities in the cosmos, Amon is truly the #1 public nuisance of the mysterious world. Interesting. Amon clapped his hands lightly, his face filled with a surprised smile. To be able to resist my assimilation, you are indeed extraordinary. Can you tell me how you did it? Resist. Assimilation. Roger's heart suddenly calmed down, and memories surged like a tide. Now, he was the great Bell Gehrman Sparrow, or rather, the vessel for Gehrman Sparrow's Beyonder characteristic. This powerful outer deity, known as the Star of Judgment, seemed to have touched some red line of Yog-Sothoth, Shub-Niggurath, and Nyarlathotep, and was dismembered by the three-pillar gods, with his Beyonder characteristic sealed within his body. Perhaps as compensation, or some kind of pollution, Roger could briefly borrow a projection of Yog-Sothoth's power once every 3 days, for 3 minutes each time. Even if it was just a tiny bit, it was enough to provide immense help on his path to becoming a Beyonder. But at present, he possessed exclusivity towards other sequences, and could only concoct potions using specific auxiliary materials and the Beyonder characteristic within his body, embarking on the Gehrman Sparrow pathway. That strange pathway, starting at sequence 9, was called Show Off. This sequence name gave Roger a strong sense of disconnect. As a low-key individual who had always adhered to the principle of lying low, he should have received a script where he would use the Abraham family's resources to advance to a mid-sequence of the apprentice pathway, then seek to switch to other pathways of the lying low trio to avoid Mr. Door's demigod-killing curse. However, considering the Abraham family members exploded all around him, he had to admit that he was indeed very conspicuous. This, resisting assimilation or whatever, I'm not too sure either. May I ask what Mr. Amon wants? Although Roger's heart had settled, he still wore an awkward smile. Amon took a step forward. You actually know me. I don't really have anything to do, it's just that I have some unresolved matters with your family elders. I need an Abraham apprentice to do things for me, but this situation makes it very difficult for me. He gestured with his chin towards the bodies on the ground. Hearing this, Roger suddenly understood. In the future of the original work, Mr. Door and Amon would make a deal. The latter would first have people find 3 demigods from the lying low trio pathways to sacrifice, opening a passage from the astral world to Earth, allowing Mr. Door to return. Afterward, Amon would take one of his sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics and the uniqueness to become a dual pathway true god. In return, he would block the mother goddess of depravity who followed closely behind, and return the remaining 2 sequence 1 Beyonder characteristics to the Abraham family. Every word, every sentence, every detail was in place. It now seemed that Amon had long been plotting this matter. Roger quickly adjusted his mindset, then spoke. Respected Mr. Amon, you should be able to tell that I am not a Beyonder of the apprentice pathway, so I am of no use to you. Amon adjusted his monocle and pointed to a jelly-like object nearby. I see. Your Beyonder characteristic is still a blob on the ground. So, the exclusivity of the Gehrman Sparrow pathway meant this? He wasn't even dead yet, and his Beyonder characteristic had already precipitated? Truly worthy of being jokingly called an interstellar orphan with no mature gods, a lone star with no father's love or mother's affection. Although I don't know what's going on with you, you are an unsafe variable no matter what. Amon smiled without warmth. I have a premonition that you will bring great trouble, so you should just die. Unable to parasitize, unable to understand, then kill, this perfectly matched Amon's lack of human emotion. Roger's expression changed to one of great alarm, but his mind raced with thoughts. Could it be that I have to use Yog-Sothoth's power to save my life? He immediately suppressed that thought. Although Yog-Sothoth's power was undoubtedly far superior in status to Amon, a mere king of angels, it had a 3-day cooldown. But this could only be a last resort. Because it was unstable. As the saying goes, fear Amon's theft, and fear Amon's thinking of fixation even more. This guy was notoriously petty. Even with Klein's sequence 3 scholar of your strength, plus Sapphira Castle as a powerful cheat, Amon still managed to drag him into an escape game in the forsaken land of the gods for several days. Even if he used Yog-Sothoth's power to swat Amon away, the other party would eventually come after him again. Moreover, doing so might also attract the attention of Adam or even higher-level gods, and he might be dealt with as a spy sent by an outer deity. How could Roger, who valued caution, take such a risk? At least, he needed a backup plan. Therefore, the optimal solution now facing Roger became very clear. Before Amon could react, he pounced and devoured the apprentice Beyonder characteristic nearby, while his other hand grabbed Amon's leg, a beaming smile on his face. Respected Mr. Amon, I want to pledge allegiance to you. From now on, you are my big brother. If there's anything you need this apprentice to do, please don't hesitate to command. He then added, I like Mr. Amon the most. On the other hand, he secretly activated Yog-Sothoth's authority over time and space, planning to summon a phantom of the ancient sun god from the historical void at any moment to give Amon a big slap, letting him experience what it felt like to have paternal love like a landslide. Upon hearing this, Amon's raised hand suddenly froze. You, like Amon? He, known as the god of pranks, had encountered countless people who avoided him, but this was the first time he had heard someone say they liked him. He lowered his hand, adjusted his monocle, and then looked at the Abraham family members scattered on the ground. After a while, he revealed a playful smile. You really are a show-off. Hashtag 2 Angel King Certification. Chapter 2 Angel King Certification. Show off. Roger's mouth twitched. Did he get the King of Angels' approval? I just wanted to survive. Amon also felt a bit conflicted, for as he gazed at Roger, a spiritual premonition clearly rippled within him. A sequence 9 little shrimp, causing a King of Angels to feel a premonition? This was very unusual. He pondered for a moment and decided not to kill the young man for now. He then said, However, I do need an Abraham family apprentice alive. Hearing this, Roger breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he used Yog-Sothoth's power of time and space to gradually reset himself back to the Beyonder state of an apprentice. Since he had already digested this Beyonder characteristic once, there was no need for the process of auxiliary material preparation and meditation for assimilation. Amon, as a high-level existence of the sneaking pathway, naturally sensed his change, nodded with satisfaction, and then said, I have a task for you. Big brother, please feel free to command. Roger nodded, his attitude respectful. Go to Tingen City to find a place to stay, and also find the local Aurora Order branch to monitor them. Okay, big brother, no problem, big brother. Roger nodded repeatedly on the surface, but inwardly, he cursed continuously. These guys who worshipped the true creator were arguably crazier than the last. Even when Adam later integrated the Hanged Man Pathway's authority and reshuffled the Aurora Order, those divine envoys still seemed utterly mad. At this critical juncture, the Aurora Order was still a genuine evil organization, a factor of social instability, and had even caused others to become pregnant with the true creator's divine child through the scoundrel Lenivus, almost destroying the entire Tingen. That incident also directly led to the deaths of Nighthawk's members, including Captain Dunn Smith and Klein. Sending himself, a Sequence 9, to deal with these lunatics, whether he could survive was debatable. Although he didn't know if Amon was doing it on purpose, Roger didn't mind going to Tingen. As an old fan of Lord of the Mysteries, he also very much wanted to get in touch with Klein Moretti. At this time, Klein should have just gotten involved in the Antigonus family notebook incident not long ago and had not yet become a Beyonder. Roger was very much looking forward to seeing how the other party would react if he intentionally or unintentionally revealed his identity as a transmigrator. By the way, why don't you leave me a family heirloom worm of time? That way, I can contact you if there's any new situation. He spoke fawningly, and Amon was slightly stunned again, then shook his head. This guy was already like this, and now he was even asking for a worm of time? Did he really think in King of Angels' item was like biscuits, melon seeds, and mineral water, given just because one wanted it? Did he have any shame? There's no need. You can contact me at this address when the time comes. Amon left a Tingen City address, then, seemingly not wanting to talk to him anymore, turned and disappeared. Roger breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't think Amon needed to leave a worm of time for himself, who couldn't be assimilated, he was afraid the other party might have a sudden whim and leave an eye on him. Although he could dispose of the worm 3 days later, that would undoubtedly attract Amon's attention. So, it was better to proactively suggest it. According to Amon's personality, it would instead be contrary to expectations. Just as the 3 minutes were up, Roger's apprentice Beyonder characteristic quickly faded and fell to the ground, simultaneously wiggling towards the other members of the Abraham family. Roger's heart stirred. He took a container and collected the Beyonder characteristics that had separated from himself and the others. Regarding why the Abraham family had become like this, Roger also had his own inferences. Most likely, when Gehrman Sparrow's fragmented Beyonder characteristics arrived on Earth, their inherent noisy characteristics more or less affected the mother goddess of depravity's state in the starry sky, thereby intensifying Mr. Door's mad ravings and causing a large number of his descendants to die. Although he had inherited the original owner's memories, he truly didn't have the same deep feelings for the members of the Abraham family as the original owner did. But as a rare family of loyal martyrs among the great Beyonder families, Roger still held them in great respect. So, he would keep these Beyonder characteristics to see if there was any proper use for them in the future. Of course, if he ran out of money, he wouldn't mind selling some of these Beyonder characteristics. Loyalty and righteousness are precious, but survival is more valuable. As long as the green hills remain, there will be no shortage of firewood. Only by eating one's fill first can one talk about dreams. However, there was still an urgent matter at hand. That was, to concoct the Sequence 9 show-off potion and consume it to become a Beyonder. He quickly walked to the family's potion preparation room, picked up a beaker, then took pure water, daffodil essence, deep-veined walnuts, and other auxiliary materials, adding them one by one, and began to heat it. Finally, Roger grabbed and released his hand in mid-air, and a reddish, translucent object was dropped into the beaker. The originally clear liquid in the beaker immediately began to bubble like glowing red rust, emitting an indescribably lonely aura. Not a single mistake. Roger knew this was a sign that the potion was complete, so he turned off the heat, poured the viscous liquid into an opaque cup, and drank it all. The potion, carrying a rusty scent and a slight burning sensation, quickly slid into his stomach. Roger was immediately enveloped by a sense of dimness, chaos, and dark loneliness. He quickly closed his eyes and began to stabilize his mind through meditation. After about 10 minutes, he felt his mind begin to stabilize, so he opened his eyes. Roger's expression was a mix of surprise and tension. The surprise was because he had previously received the King of Angels' certification as a show-off. The potion had been mostly digested the moment it entered his stomach. This also made Roger realize that what appeared before him earlier should have been one of Amon's avatars, not exceeding mid-sequence, rather than his true body. Otherwise, the show-off potion should have been completely digested immediately, rather than still having a small portion remaining. He also summarized a core acting principle for show-off from this. True conspicuousness comes from the contrast between one's own code of conduct and others' expectations, rather than deliberately trying to attract attention. Roger's tension was because he wasn't sure if it was an illusion, but the moment he consumed the potion, he seemed to feel a large amount of malice coming from the starry sky. Thinking of this, Roger quickly shook his head and dispelled this unrealistic thought. After all, he was just a Sequence 9 little shrimp and wouldn't attract the attention of any astral big shots. Besides, what did their previous issues with Gehrman Sparrow have to do with the current Roger Abraham? He nodded and began to sense his abilities. The show-off ability primarily had 3 points. First, it enhanced spirituality and mental resistance, granting him certain divination and astrology abilities, and the ability to learn ritual magic. The side effect was a very high probability of not receiving a response from the object of ritual prayer. Second was the stirring stick ability. Roger could not only passively attract others' attention but also actively disturb the emotions of no more than 10 ordinary people or 3 Beyonders of the same sequence, making them irritable or temporarily lose their ability for rational thought, and unable to sleep for a period of time. The third point was opposite to the second. Roger gained a natural anti-divination characteristic. As long as a Beyonder no higher than Sequence 8 attempted to divine him, there was a very high probability of receiving confused or invalid information. As expected, a show-off no one loves. Roger sighed softly. Since things had come to this, he could only go all the way. After testing his various abilities and scouring the family residence for anything valuable, Roger set off that very night to catch the train to Tingen. To avoid being specially noticed by thieves and train police, he even bought a first-class ticket, so he could have a private space and get a good night's sleep. The family's residence was not far from Awa County. Roger arrived at Tingen City Station early the next morning. Relying on his memories of the original work, as well as inquiries and asking for directions, he soon stood before his destination. Blackthorn Security Company. Chapter 3, First Encounter with Klein. Roger roughly estimated that this critical juncture should be the stage when Klein was preparing to join the Tingen City Nighthawks team as a civilian. He put down his satchel, sat on a bench across the street, and while flipping through the Tingen City Honest Man's newspaper he had just bought, he eyed the entrance of Blackthorn Security Company across the street. Such ordinary behavior, however, attracted the attention of many people along the way. Is it the show-off's passive ability? Roger muttered to himself. Although his post-transmigration self indeed possessed a slender and handsome physique, he didn't mind if beautiful ladies and girls looked at him a bit more. But this attention-grabbing trait seemed to be universally appealing, not only to ordinary citizens of all ages, but even to those fierce-looking hooligans and gang members who were eager to cause trouble and rob him, unable to suppress their impulses. Roger's mouth twitched slightly. As a Beyonder, he wasn't afraid. Instead, he was quite curious what these people would think if they knew that directly across the street was the 7th Squad of the police department. Just as he was flipping the newspaper to the Tingen Celebrities Anecdotes section, the door of Blackthorn Security Company across the street finally opened, and a young man with black hair, brown eyes, medium height, a slender build, and a clear scholarly air walked out. This young man was the former Zhou Mingrue, now Klein Moretti. He was dressed in cheap clothes, but his steps were light, and his expression was quite joyful. From this, Roger deduced that Klein had just received an advance on his salary, specially approved by Captain Dunn, from Mrs. Oriana, and was preparing to move his family to a new house and improve their lives. Roger folded the newspaper, picked up his satchel, adjusted the brim of his wide-brimmed fedora, and quickly walked up to Klein. This unusual action naturally drew the other party's attention. He instinctively took a step back, looking at Roger warily. "May I help you?" Roger flashed an enthusiastic smile and then drew a holy emblem of darkness on his chest. "Praise the goddess!" He then continued. "Good morning, esteemed sir. I wonder if you would be interested in supporting the work of our Tingen City Stray Cat Protection Association? For just 1 penny, a cat can have a full meal. Tingen City Stray Cat Protection Association? What in the world?" Klein frowned. He couldn't recall there being such an association in Tingen City. It must be a scam. He had just received a generous salary, and now someone was asking for money. It was hard for him not to suspect this was some new form of fraud. "Sorry, I'm not interested." Klein shook his head and turned to leave, but Roger stopped him. "Sir, please don't rush. My family has a motto: if everyone gives a little love, the world will become a better place. If you don't mind, I can briefly introduce you to our association's mission and operating mechanism." Klein was already a bit impatient, but upon hearing Roger's first sentence, he paused slightly, a look of confusion on his face. This sounded like lyrics from a song on Earth. Seeing the other party stop, Roger explained to Klein all the operating methods and missions of the animal rescue centers he had seen in his previous life. In the era of the world of mysteries, these ideas were very advanced and highly feasible. Klein was already a cat lover, and his vision far surpassed that of his contemporaries. He had even directly contributed to the modernization of the entire Lone Kingdom's civil service examination system. At this moment, he naturally listened with shining eyes, nodding repeatedly, clearly very convinced. Finally, he actually pulled out a 1-penny coin and handed it to Roger. "Praise the goddess, your association's ideas are very progressive. I hope you continue to thrive." He then nodded and quickly left amidst Roger's thanks. To trick money out of the poor god, this is definitely an unprecedented achievement. Possessing divination abilities, he could naturally track Klein's location through the coin tainted with his aura. The current Klein had not yet become a beyonder and had not yet mastered anti-divination abilities, which meant Roger could easily find him. After all, he was the future Lord of Mysteries, and his luck was far beyond that of ordinary people. Most people who befriended Klein eventually received good fortune. During this time, he could frequently accidentally meet Klein and deepen their relationship. Perhaps, he could even join the tarot club like Leonard. Watching Klein walk away, Roger nodded slightly and walked in the opposite direction. He found a hotel, rented a room for a week, had breakfast, and then went out again, taking a trackless carriage to the vicinity of the divination club. Roger wanted to become a registered diviner. The primary goal was to deepen his contact with Klein. The latter, according to the plot's development, would definitely come to the divination club for a part-time job, which was a good opportunity. On the other hand, he hoped to contact Haynes Vincent. This well-known diviner in Tingen City had a little-known true identity, a member of the Aurora Order, a follower of the true creator. The Aurora Order was inextricably linked to the two mysticism events of the true creator's son's descent and the Antigonus family's notebook, making it the biggest destabilizing factor in Tingen City. Not a single mistake, not a single omission, not a single detail. Especially the former. Behind it lay the manipulation of an Zangwill and sealed artifact 0-08. Earlier, Amon had asked Roger to contact the Aurora Order, likely because he had discovered his uniqueness and, with a mind to watch the show, wanted to see what kind of different ripples this anomaly could stir up in Tingen City. But neither Amon nor the Aurora Order were existences Roger could afford to provoke at this stage. Since I can't provoke either side, why don't I just join both? Today's goal is to embrace the Aurora Order as a new powerful backer. As a junior to the ancient sun god's son, his seniority was much higher than those divine envoys and saints of the Aurora Order. Although he couldn't beat any of them at the moment. Here we are. Roger glanced at the divination club sign, stepped inside, and went up to the reception desk on the second floor. Hello, sir, are you here for a divination, or to join our club? Membership fee is only £5. A beautiful lady with light brown hair piled high enthusiastically asked. Of course, I won't pay to join the club. Roger thought to himself, shook his head, and then said. Madam, I'm here to earn money. The beautiful lady across from him paused, seemingly not expecting him to be so straightforward. You wish to register as a rotating diviner for the club, she asked in return. After receiving Roger's affirmative answer, the other party didn't hesitate, directly taking out an interview form and asking about his specialties and expected divination fees. Which of your diviners is the most expensive? Roger asked back. That would naturally be Mr. Haynes Vincent, a famous diviner in Tingen, a resident mentor at the club, skilled in various forms of divination, charging 4 sols per session. Good, that's it. Roger nodded with satisfaction and replied. You also want 4 sols? Are you sure your skill level can compare to Mr. Vincent's? The receptionist was quite surprised, doubting if she had misheard. After all, the other party's face looked unfamiliar, seemingly not one of the long-established diviners. No, I want double Mr. Vincent's fee. Roger's smile was exceptionally bright. #4 Do you want to be an apprentice? Chapter 4 Do you want to be an apprentice? Believe me, madam, I'm not joking. Roger looked at the beautiful lady opposite him, who was full of hesitation, and said casually. I am a seer with rich experience in Backland, where I charge half a gold pound per session. If it weren't for some trouble my Abraham family encountered, I wouldn't have come to Tingen City. Hearing him say this, although there was still suspicion in her eyes, she finally nodded. I understand. I forgot to ask earlier, what is your name, sir? Meters Bonwy. And what is your beautiful name, madam? Roger took off his wide-brimmed top hat, bowed slightly, and smiled like a gentleman. Angelica. Angelica Barhart. Angelica replied, then showed a somewhat apologetic smile. Mr. Meters Bonwy, to become a registered seer, you need to pass a simple test. Although you have rich experience as a seer in Backland, we still lack understanding of you, so please don't take offense. No problem, how do I need to be tested? Roger nodded. A relative of mine has recently encountered a rather troublesome matter, and I would like to ask you what this matter is. It would be best if you could provide some solutions. If that's the case, I recommend using astrological divination. Roger was calm and composed, because the Star of Judgment pathway contains the authority of celestial movement rules, so it grants Beyonders strong astrological abilities at sequence 9. Although this astrological ability cannot be compared with the astrologer of the apprentice pathway at sequence 7 or the constellations master of the mystery prior pathway at sequence 5, when he advances to higher sequences, he will demonstrate even greater astrological strength. Coupled with the Abraham family's strong emphasis on cultivating the astrological knowledge of their descendants, Roger can now be considered an astrologer of considerable skill. He asked for Angelica's birth time and place, then took out an astrolabe and drew a series of celestial symbols and lines on it. The matter should be related to your brother. Does he owe money to others? Roger discovered the problem with just one glance. Angelica immediately showed a shocked expression upon hearing this. You can tell that too? To be honest, my brother's business has run into problems recently, and he's hiding from debts everywhere. We're all very worried about him. How did you figure that out? I also studied astrology with Mr. Vincent, but I could never grasp the essentials. Roger smiled and pointed to Angelica's astrolabe. Saturn, which represents loss, is in the house of wealth, and it has an unfavorable planetary aspect relationship with Mars. You should also know that Mars generally corresponds to brothers. As for the solution, his business will naturally improve after a while, so there's no need to worry. Upon hearing Roger say this, Angelica also breathed a sigh of relief and showed a grateful expression. So, did I pass my test? Roger blinked. No problem from my side. Angelica nodded. Your divination has helped me greatly, at least I'm no longer anxious. In return, I can give you some personal discounts. From the previous conversation, she clearly heard that Roger was unwilling to pay the membership fee. What I mean is, even for a rotating seer, that £5 membership fee is required. But I can deduct half from each of your divination returns until you have paid in full. So I personally don't recommend you price it at 8 solidi per session, because you're new to Tingen City and don't have much fame, so there's no guarantee you'll pay off all the fees within a year. Angelica spoke very tactfully, implying that not many people might seek Roger for divination. You can rest assured on that point. If I don't earn £10 within a month, I will withdraw from the club myself. Roger was confident. Seeing his persistence, Angelica had no choice but to complete the registration and then handed Roger a membership cufflink. The cufflink had a root word from Hermes as its inscription, meaning diviner. Although Roger had already performed a divination on the train to Tingen City and received positive feedback, things still went surprisingly smoothly. Is Haynes Vincent here today? After putting on the cufflink, Roger asked tentatively. Angelica raised an eyebrow. She clearly heard the deliberate hint of hostility in his voice. Mr. Vincent is not here today, but he often comes on Saturdays to give divination lessons. If you want to see him, you can try your luck on a Saturday. Haynes Vincent was his main target, and since there was no one else coming for divination in the club at the moment, he decided to leave temporarily. After bidding farewell to Angelica, Roger bought a cup of Southern-style sweet iced tea, drinking it as he strolled along the streets of Tingen City, admiring the streetscape that was both familiar and strange to him, once existing only in his dreams. Excuse me. Suddenly, a beautiful young girl walking a golden retriever passed by him. With a slight bump of their arms, the other party immediately apologized sheepishly, then led her dog away. Roger was about to say it's nothing, but then he suddenly froze. Because this young girl reminded him of another noble lady far away in Backland. The test subject made of the dream-eating dog. No, it was Ms. Justice, who had already met Klein in the Tarot Club. Perhaps I can also raise a pet? A pet like Susie. Once this thought emerged, it could no longer be suppressed. He pretended to accidentally let the silver-inlaid cane in his hand slip, watching it fall in one direction. Roger bent down to pick up the cane, and guided by fate, walked in the direction the cane pointed. He repeated this cane divination several times, and finally, at the corner of the upper street of Iron Cross Street, he saw a stray tabby cat, only about 3 months old, filthy and nearly starving, desperately digging through trash, trying to find some food inside. His heart stirred, and he walked straight over, squatting down to look at the kitten, making cooing sounds. The kitten was clearly not afraid of people. Upon hearing Roger's cooing, it immediately ran over and rubbed its dirty body against Roger's pant leg. Congratulations on becoming the first member of the Tinjin City Stray Cat Protection Association. Roger half-jokingly scratched the kitten's chin, watching it narrow its eyes and show a look of contentment, then said, "Hey, do you want to become an apprentice?" Upon hearing this, the kitten showed a fawning expression and licked Roger's hand. Although it didn't understand what an apprentice was, it could instinctively tell that this pleasant-smelling young man in front of it must be a very reliable long-term meal ticket. As the two sides reached an agreement, Roger, disregarding the kitten's dirt, directly placed it on his shoulder and walked towards the inn with it. Early readership is very important for new books on Qidin, so please don't hoard chapters. Please follow along if you can, thank you. Chapter 5 The cat became an apprentice. The hotel was some distance from Iron Cross Street, and Roger arrived after about 20 minutes of walking. During this time, the tabby kitten remained quietly on his shoulder, neither making noise nor fussing, responding with an air of satisfaction to the strange looks from passers-by. Roger, dressed as a gentleman, paired with a dirty little stray cat, was an extremely eye-catching sight no matter how you looked at it. The show-off potion has been digested a little more. Roger quietly felt the changes within himself, pushed open the hotel door, and then, while the front desk attendant wasn't paying attention, quickly went up to the second floor and returned to his room. Most hotels in Tinjin City prohibited bringing animals, and while he had a need to act like a show-off, that was different from deliberately provoking trouble. Click. Closing the door, Roger let out a long breath. He picked up the kitten, which was looking around, took it to the washroom for a good bath, dried it with a towel, and placed it by the fireplace to dry its fur. Taking this opportunity, Roger went downstairs to the hotel restaurant and ordered half a garlic bread, a vegetable cream soup, a few slices of cured meat, and a bottle of fresh milk, bringing them back to his room on a tray. He poured the milk for the kitten, watched it feast, and finally relaxed, eating his lunch while flipping through the notes he had brought from the Abraham family's residence. Apprentice Potion Formula. After consumption, one can freely pass through solid mediums like walls and locked doors by leveraging their connection to the spirit world. As a large family that had completely mastered a path of the gods, the Abraham family's research into the apprentice was extremely extensive, containing many details Roger had never known, leaving him dazzled for a time. The notes even contained many discussions about the symbolism and essence of the door pathway, as well as explanations of the acting method, a treasure trove of knowledge that Wild Beyonder could not access. If it weren't for Mr. Door causing no demigods to appear among his descendants, the Abraham family would probably have developed into a powerful aristocratic family no less than the Tudor family long ago. Roger felt a little emotional, but thinking that forces that mastered the Go San Jia three scoundrels' pathways were somewhat abnormal, he no longer dwelled on it. Wiping his mouth, Roger took out the apprentice potion auxiliary materials and a beaker he had prepared and brought from the family, and began heating them with the oil lamp provided by the hotel. He added the auxiliary materials to the beaker in sequence according to the measurements, and then took out the sequence 9 apprentice Beyonder characteristic he had previously separated from his body and added it in. The potion quickly stabilized and formed. He removed the beaker from the oil lamp, poured out the potion, and then made enticing sounds to the tabby cat, which had just finished licking its milk and still wanted more. The cat had been hungry for too long, and after finally getting a meal, it still felt unsatisfied. Seeing Roger give it a gelatinous, jelly-like object, it ate it in 2 or 3 gulps without thinking. Burp. Roger distinctly heard the cat, which was lying on the ground, eyes narrowed in satisfaction, let out a satisfied burp. He dared not let his guard down and sat beside it to observe. In the original work, When Susie ate the spectator potion, she was already the weight of a large dog, but the tabby cat at hand was still too small. God knew if it would show any signs of losing control and turn into a monster. Sure enough, the tabby cat, which had been comfortably lying on the ground, suddenly let out a strange cry, flipped over, and stood up. It arched its back as if startled, its fur standing on end, and began to hiss sharply at the corner of the wall. Roger rushed forward to try and soothe it, but to his surprise, the tabby cat charged, directly disappearing into the wall, vanishing without a trace. An apprentice's wall piercing? Roger was dumbfounded. The next moment, he heard a woman's startled cry, stomping, and the sound of heavy objects falling from the adjacent room. Someone was also pressing the call bell for the front desk while cursing loudly. It's over, this time it's gone too far. An beyonder incident involving an animal appearing in a busy urban area would most likely alarm the Nighthawks team to investigate, and he would definitely get into trouble. Although he wanted to have further contact with Klein, it was not in this matter for the other party to understand him again. Thinking of this, Roger quickly opened his door and ran towards the room from which the terrified screams were coming, then knocked on the door. A young lady, disheveled and somewhat flushed, came to open the door. Roger looked over her shoulder and saw a shirtless, portly middle-aged man chasing the scurrying tabby cat with a book. "You are?" the lady asked doubtfully. Roger lied, claiming to be a front desk staff member, bowed slightly, and darted in to catch the tabby cat. Seeing this, the middle-aged man stopped his pursuit. He looked at Roger with considerable anger, clearly resenting the cat for ruining his good time. "I'm going to complain to the Tingen City Hotel Management Association. Have your license revoked." The other party's neck turned red as he roared loudly. Just as he was about to curse a few more times, he suddenly felt a tightness in his neck. The next moment, a huge force dragged him backward. The middle-aged man looked up and saw that it was the young woman who was with him. Although she displayed beautiful curves, she had, in a short time, burst forth with strength that was inconsistent with her physique. Every single detail, every single content, was perfect. At the same time, her flushed eyes seemed to contain an uncontainable impatience and impulse. The man was about to speak, but he also felt his mind go blank and a blind eager surging up. Without thinking, he grabbed the woman's hand, and the two of them rolled on the floor. Roger wrapped the now somewhat calm tabby cat in his clothes, bowed politely, closed the door, and walked towards his own room. Unexpectedly, he ran into the front desk attendant, who still had some grease on her lips and was rushing over in a hurry. She looked at him suspiciously. "Did you press the call bell just now?" "No, it seems like the gentleman and lady next door had a bit of a dispute. I went to check, and it's fine now." Roger pointed his thumb at the room behind him, from which indescribable sounds were now coming, and smiled. The front desk lady's face flushed, and she nodded somewhat awkwardly, no longer asking questions, and left the second floor directly. Roger finally breathed a sigh of relief. He returned to his room and locked the door. "I didn't expect the stirring stick ability could be used this way." Roger, using his Pathways active ability for the first time, gained some new insights. He originally thought he could only make people lose emotional control, but he hadn't realized that impatience and getting carried away were also forms of emotional loss of control. Good thing this kitten didn't mutate. The kitten had now calmed down. Compared to its previous ignorance, its eyes now held more clarity, and it was looking around the room and at Roger. "When I was little, my parents' nickname for me was Bandit, which means bandit in lone slang. You inherited my Beyonder characteristic and caused a bandit-like farce, so let's call you that. From now on, we'll be partners." Roger knew that the cat had, like Susie, initially developed self-awareness. He then gently stroked its back and extended his right hand towards it. Bandit also suddenly stopped moving upon hearing this. It sat down, thought for a moment, and actually extended its right paw, lightly touching Roger's right hand. There will be another update later. #6 being a neighbor of Klein. Chapter 6 being neighbors with Klein. But then again, now that I have a cat, I'll have to go rent a house. Roger looked at Bandit in front of him, already imagining the innkeeper kicking them, one man and one cat, out. Pets were only one aspect. Another was that even though he had taken all the cash he could find at home before leaving, it was still difficult to cover the daily expense of staying in an inn. Compared to that, renting a house was a more economical and cost-effective choice. Speaking of which, Klein just rented a house, didn't he? Roger suddenly had an idea. He took out a crystal pendulum from his bag and wrapped the coin he had obtained from Klein earlier around the other end of the pendulum chain. Although he could directly divine Klein's location by tossing the coin, considering that the coin only had two sides, it was not as efficient as a pendulum in indicating direction. This method was something he learned from the Abraham family's notes, a shortcut that could eliminate divination interference factors. In this connection, the coin at the top symbolized the premise, while the pendulum below had the symbolic meaning of result. Thus, this crystal pendulum established a mystical connection with Klein Moretti. Even though he was not the only one who had held this coin, considering the will of the diviner, Roger himself, the divination result could still point to Klein himself with considerable accuracy. Roger patted his trouser leg, and Bandit immediately understood, climbing up his leg on his own accord. Leaving the inn, the pendulum's pointer swung significantly towards the west, and Roger did not hesitate, heading west all the way. At two intersections in between, he corrected his direction again with the pendulum and finally arrived at a relatively quiet residential street. Daffodil Street. Yes, that's right, this is where the Moretti family later lived. Roger glanced at the street sign and nodded to himself. He walked quickly down Daffodil Street and soon found the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company. Pushing the door open, Roger happened to see Klein and another man and woman standing inside the company, talking to a middle-aged man in a white shirt and black vest. Leaving aside that the middle-aged man was naturally an employee of the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company, the young man next to Klein bore a strong resemblance to him, but appeared older and lacked the faint scholarly air that Klein possessed. The girl was about 16 years old, and her features also bore a strong resemblance to the two gentlemen beside her. From her attire and demeanor, she appeared to be the type who was diligent, thrifty, intelligent, and capable in managing a household. These were Klein's elder brother and younger sister, Benson and Melissa. Hearing the sound of the door opening, all four looked towards the entrance, only to see a young gentleman wearing a wide-brimmed fedora, holding a silver-inlaid cane, dressed in a brown overcoat, but with a sudden, incongruous sight of a tabby cat, appearing to be only about 3 months old, standing on his shoulder. The other three were fine, but Klein was visibly stunned when he saw Roger. "It is truly my honor to meet you again here, handsome and kind sir." Roger also feigned surprise. He quickly walked forward and shook Klein's hand. "Klein, it seems you've made quite a few new friends recently." Benson watched Klein and Roger exchange pleasantries with a smile, his tone quite relieved. At this moment, his younger brother was gently stroking Bandit on Roger's body, and hearing this, he also nodded. "Actually, we've only met once. This is from the Tingen City Stray Cat Protection Association." Klein then realized he didn't know Roger's name, and the latter immediately smiled and added, "Meters Bonwy." Hearing this name, Klein's mouth visibly twitched, but he quickly returned to normal. Mr. Meters, it's a pleasure to formally meet you. I am Klein Moretti. This is my brother Benson and my sister Melissa." When they met last time, Klein was still somewhat suspicious of Roger's identity, but now seeing the kitten on his shoulder, he was much more convinced. After all, the other party's attire and demeanor were very proper, unlike the kind of con artists he was used to seeing in the lower street. Furthermore, the other party even carried a kitten with him when he went out, allowing the cat's claws to scratch at his expensive coat. This, by all accounts, was the behavior of a genuine cat lover. "It's a pleasure to meet you both." Roger greeted Benson and Melissa in turn, then looked at Klein again. "Mr. Moretti, are your family also here to rent a house?" "Yes, and you?" "Yes, the place I'm currently living in is about to expire, and I'm a bit tired of that neighborhood. I want to try a different place," Roger fabricated casually. Seeing that the four had finished their pleasantries, the middle-aged housing agent finally interjected. "Everyone, my name is Scott. What kind of house are you looking for?" "A terraced house." Roger and Benson spoke simultaneously, then exchanged smiles. "Currently, we don't have many terraced houses for whole house rental left. One is at Narcissus Street, number 2, one in the North District, and one in the East District. Weekly rent ranges from 12 to 16 solely. You can look at the specific descriptions." With that, Scott handed 2 brochures to Benson and Roger respectively. Roger quickly flipped through the brochure. He knew that the Klein family would choose the house at Narcissus Street, number 2, and he didn't want to compete with them, so he directly turned to the house in the North District. In Tinjin City, the Nighthawks, Machinery Hivemind, and Punishers each managed their respective areas, with the North District, West District, and Golden Banyan District all being under the responsibility of the Nighthawks. Considering that he had already connected with Klein, if he encountered any difficult problems later, he would have room to maneuver. The house in the North District was very similar to the one at Narcissus Street, number 2. It not only had a dining room, kitchen, living room, and 3 bedrooms, but also an underground storage room and 2 restrooms. This house was too large for Roger, who was living alone with only a cat, and completely unnecessary. He shook his head. "Mr. Scott, I'd like to ask if there are any terraced houses that only rent out 1 floor. Either the 2nd floor or the 1st floor would be fine." Considering that he liked cleanliness and needed a quiet environment to engage in illegal mystical activities, Roger did not want to be squeezed with others in a noisy building like those on Iron Cross Street, where restrooms had to be shared. And co-renting a terraced house would be the best option. Of course, coincidentally, there is one right here on Daffodil Street. 4, Narcissus Street, 1st floor, with the right to use the underground storage room, can be taken for 7 solely a week. Scott's answer was beyond Roger's expectation. He had originally thought he would have to travel far, but he never expected to have the chance to be Klein's neighbor. Could it be the transmigrator convergence law? Roger muttered to himself while gesturing with his fingers, as if calculating. 1, 2, 3, 7 solely. When he counted to 7, his index finger, middle finger, and thumb of his right hand were pressed together, and then he showed a troubled expression. Klein's expression had originally been quite relaxed, but when he inadvertently saw Roger gesturing 7 with his fingers, his pupils immediately constricted, and he was startled. The latter, however, ignored this. He said to Scott, "It's a bit expensive, but in any case, I want to see the house first." "No problem." Scott immediately agreed and then arranged for another employee to take Roger to view the house. Meanwhile, he himself left the company with the Moretti siblings and walked towards Narcissus Street, number 2. Chapter 7, First Meeting with Haynes Vincent. Please read to the end. Scott's male colleague took Roger on a tour of the 1st floor of 4, Narcissus Street. There was a living room, 2 bedrooms, a kitchen, and a washroom. Of course, there was also the previously mentioned underground storage room and the garden outside. Roger was very satisfied with this, although there was an extra guest room. Considering the overall cost-effectiveness and the possibility of potential guests visiting and staying in the future, it was acceptable. Finally, after some bargaining with the employee of the Tinjin City Housing Improvement Company, he successfully rented the floor for 6 sols per week, plus a 10 pence furniture usage fee. Of course, he didn't forget to visit his upstairs neighbor, Mrs. Wilson, a young wife of a sailor with 2 young children, a boy and a girl. According to Mrs. Wilson, her husband seemed to be a sailor serving the Storm Church, often out at sea, returning once a month in the middle of the month. A sailor from the Storm Church, they do have a lot of Wilsons. Roger secretly mused. He didn't have much luggage, only a satchel of documents, valuables, and spiritual materials, so he could essentially move in with just his bag. The only slightly troublesome part was that it took him nearly 2 more hours to clean out the underground storage room. The sound insulation here was excellent, and it was unexpectedly clean, with only some miscellaneous items left by the previous tenant, so cleaning it up wasn't too much trouble. Roger moved out and discarded everything he didn't need, leaving only a wooden table, some candles, and some metal tools like wrenches. This can be used as a studio in the future, and even a small altar can be set up here. He clapped the dust from his hands, feeling very satisfied. Bang, bang, bang. Just then, Roger heard a knock on the house's front door. Guests already? He speculated as he went upstairs and opened the door. Standing outside were Klein and Benson, who said they had come specifically to visit their new neighbor. Please come in, welcome. Roger smiled, stepped aside to invite them in, and then showed them around his new home. The layout is similar to ours, so it seems the townhouses on Daffodil Street must all use the same design plan. Benson looked around, nodding slightly. Considering the overall cost of housing development, this was a common design solution in Tingen. The three chatted for a while about recent current events, including the latest election results of the Lone Kingdom Parliament and the latest news about ironclads, before Klein finally couldn't hold back, looking at Roger with burning eyes. Mr. Bonwy, your accent doesn't sound like someone from Tingen City. May I ask, where are your ancestors from? Earlier, at the Tingen City Housing Improvement Company, Roger had deliberately formed the number 7 by pinching 3 fingers together. In Huaxia, although not all regions use this gesture to represent 7, compared to most places in the Lone Kingdom where a bent index finger is used for this number, it was already conspicuous enough. So Roger had anticipated Klein would ask this question to rule out the possibility of him being from outside the Lone Kingdom. He calmly replied. To be honest with you, my hometown is in the east, in the Backland area, a small town near Pritz Harbor. He deliberately emphasized the word east when he said it. Roger believed Klein would be curious about this emphasis. As expected, the latter immediately showed a thoughtful expression after hearing this, but due to Benson's presence, he found it inconvenient to ask further. It's getting late. We've bothered you enough for today, Mr. Bonwy. Let's meet again another day. Benson glanced at the wall clock and was the first to stand up. Seeing this, Klein could only temporarily suppress his urge to continue talking with Roger and politely bade him farewell. The initial plan has been achieved. Now, we just need to wait for Klein to become an Beyonder of the Seer pathway, then we can have more opportunities to communicate at the Divination Club. Considering that advancement in the 3-go pathways would deepen Klein's use of Sapphira Castle's abilities, he could then find a way to have Klein invite him to join the Tarot Club. Over the next 2 days, Roger would find opportunities to train Bandit in various skills, including using the toilet himself and finding food from the cabinet to eat, and so on. It must be said that cats who have consumed a potion indeed learn very quickly. Every single thing is thoroughly checked. Although it still couldn't speak, the apprentice's wall-penetrating ability allowed it to avoid many problems faced by cat owners, such as knocking over vases or dishes on the table. By the way, today is Saturday. I can consider taking on some divination commissions at the Divination Club and also look for Haynes Vincent. Roger ate breakfast, specifically took a shower, dressed up, and after confirming his appearance was fine, he put Bandit on his shoulder and left the house with him. Good morning, Miss Angelica. Roger greeted the club's front desk lady, taking off his wide-brimmed fedora with a smile. Good morning, Mr. Bonwy. Angelica also greeted him back, then suddenly looked as if she remembered something and said, Oh, by the way, didn't I ask you about my brother last time? His company received a new investment and has already paid off its debts. Her tone was very excited. Not only that, the investor helped his product find a new distributor, and a cooperation agreement is expected to be signed very soon. You are truly an amazing seer. Roger chuckled upon hearing this. That's good. Please say hello to your family for me. By the way, is Mr. Haynes Vincent here today? Ah, yes, he's in the reception room inside, sharing his insights on astrological divination. You can go in and listen. Angelica enthusiastically led Roger, and they arrived at a small hall where many people were seated. On the podium at the head of the room stood a middle-aged man wearing a black classical robe, with stiff, thick brown hair standing up like a hedgehog. He was pointing at an astrological chart on the blackboard, explaining knowledge related to planetary symbols. This was Haynes Vincent. When Roger walked in, everyone, including Haynes, immediately turned to look at him. Knowing that this was the show-off passive ability at work, Roger showed a calm smile, nodded to them, then found an empty seat and sat down to listen to Haynes's sharing. Haynes spoke for a while longer, then suddenly said to Roger, "This gentleman with the cat, I see you also have a seer's cufflink. May I ask if you understand astrological divination?" "To be honest with you, I understand a little." Roger smiled and nodded slightly. "There will be another update later. #8 The first step to join the Aurora Club seeking follow-up reading. Chapter 8 The first step to joining the Aurora Club seeking follow-up reading. Haynes Vincent was somewhat surprised by Roger's confidence, yet he also felt it was reasonable. After all, when he arrived at the Seer Club today, he heard that a formidable astrologer had just registered as a rotating seer, and had even set a divination price twice as high as his own. Since he recognized all the other seers in the club, upon seeing the unfamiliar Roger wearing a seer's cufflink, he naturally knew this was the newcomer, and subconsciously wanted to test his skill. After all, Haynes was quite confident in his own divination abilities. He didn't mind others charging more than him, but that person also had to demonstrate qualifications commensurate with the price. "Sir, you should be aware of the recent Saturn opposition celestial phenomenon. May I ask, considering the current overall societal situation, what revelation can such an astrological alignment provide us?" Saturn opposition refers to the celestial phenomenon where Saturn, Earth, and the Sun are precisely aligned in a straight line in space, with Earth positioned between the other two. Recently, a series of newspapers and media outlets, including the Tianjin Morning Post and the Taeseok newspaper, had reported this phenomenon, which is well known among astrology enthusiasts, in a small section, so Roger naturally knew about it. Saturn represents contraction, loss, and restraint, while the Sun is closely related to everyone's self-esteem. Roger spoke unhurriedly and eloquently. The opposition aspect is a tense confrontational aspect, which means the economy and people's lives are about to enter a more difficult period, lasting at least several months. Upon hearing his interpretation, many listeners present showed signs of panic. This was because relations between the Lone Kingdom and the Faesak Empire had been quite strained recently, with many voices pointing to the risk of a large-scale war breaking out between them. Seeing this, Roger added, "But I don't think this is a bad thing. In difficult times, people have more opportunities to sort themselves out and listen to their inner voices, especially those parts of themselves that are usually suppressed and avoided, which are also what some psychology reports call shadows. This way, we all have more opportunities to understand ourselves and become people who are closer to truth." Roger clearly felt Haynes Vincent's special attention to him, which was also why he had initially set his divination fee at exactly double the other parties. But at this moment, he used his interpretation of astrology to subtly convey statements that were quite in sync with the faith of the true creator. Upon hearing this, Haynes Vincent's originally somewhat disdainful gaze suddenly turned into approval. He applauded involuntarily. "This gentleman is very right. Indeed, life is not always satisfactory, but as long as we listen to God's teachings and constantly reflect on ourselves, we will always find a way out." Then he added, "You are indeed a learned person. May I ask your name?" Roger was secretly delighted, knowing that his actions just now had won the approval of Haynes Vincent. "Meters Bonwi." "It's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Vincent." The two shook hands cordially, which also brought the somewhat subdued atmosphere back on track. Many people kept glancing at the new Mr. Meters from time to time, momentarily ignoring the strange cat on his leg. After all, it was rare to see a seer praised by Mr. Vincent. After the sharing session ended, Haynes Vincent proactively walked towards Roger, who rose to respond. "Mr. Meters, at this point in time, many diviners are either limited in knowledge and engage in deception, or they intentionally offer comfort and obscure the truth after foreseeing an unfortunate future for their clients. But I think these are all inappropriate practices. As you said, things always have bright and dark parts, And sometimes listening to the darkness is also a necessary attempt. He then took out a business card and handed it to Roger. "This is my business card. I heard you recently came to Tingen from Backland. If you encounter any difficulties here and need help, you can contact me anytime." "I'm most grateful," Roger nodded. "You're welcome. By the way, your cat is very cute." Haynes put on his hat, smiled slightly at Bandit on Roger's shoulder, and then gently touched the brim of his hat with the tip of his cane, politely bidding farewell to the man and the cat. The first contact was very successful. Facing Haynes's challenge, Roger skillfully used his words to guide the astrological question towards a hidden matter of faith, which also made the other party drop his hostility towards him and instead show favor. He flipped the exquisite business card in his hand, knowing in his heart that this was a signal that Haynes was willing to have further contact with him, to see if he could be developed into a member of the Aurora Order. "Once I join the Aurora Order, I will have a channel to join mysticism gatherings, and then I can buy and sell potion ingredients." Although Roger had brought as many auxiliary materials for the Star of Judgment Pathways Sequence 8 Brawler as possible before leaving his family's residence, he still lacked 2 relatively rare materials. Considering that he did not have the background of an official Beyonder, he could only purchase them through mysticism gatherings. After all, as an unofficial Beyonder, subsequent advancements would either depend on himself or on connections. Speaking of which, the show-off potion is just a hair's breadth away from being fully digested. Just now, Roger had summarized another acting principle for the show-off. Being a show-off is not entirely negative, on the contrary, a true show-off knows how to attract others' goodwill and admiration at the appropriate time. As he was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a familiar voice from behind him. "We meet again, Mr. Meters." Roger was slightly startled, turned his head, and saw Klein Moretti, who had entered at some unknown time. The other party's cuff also had a cufflink marked with the Hermes root word for diviner. "Oh, has Klein already become an Beyonder?" Roger only just realized this, but on the surface, he calmly shook Klein's hand. "I didn't expect you to also be an excellent seer. Your discourse on astrological divination just now was very exquisite. I was quite engrossed." Klein smiled, but Roger detected a hint of wariness in his words. "Oh, the things I just said could easily be linked to evil god worship. Could this fellow countryman of mine be suspecting me out of professional instinct?" He mused for a moment, then replied. "You flatter me. I just feel that the era we live in now has many ignorant and backward ideas, and the minds of ordinary people still need enlightenment and awakening." Roger again deliberately added a subtle emphasis to the words now and era. Upon hearing this, Klein's expression finally shifted from calm to serious. "Earlier at your house, I had a question I wanted to ask, but I wasn't sure if it was appropriate." After a moment, Klein spoke unhurriedly. Chapter 9, Scumbag Roger. "Mr. Moretti, I might know what you want to ask." Before Klein could continue, Roger took the initiative to respond, "But I don't think now is a good time to discuss this issue. As a seer, you can try to divine your question." Klein paused at his words, seemingly speechless at Roger's enigmatic behavior. But in the end, he still pulled out his pendulum from his pregnant and hung it on his hand. Not long after, the pendulum's bob began to sway slightly. But the swaying was irregular, sometimes clockwise, sometimes parallel, and sometimes counterclockwise. "Unfortunately, my divination seems to point to an unknown fog." Klein shook his head. The show-off's anti-divination characteristic. Roger thought to himself. He took off his hat and showed a gentle smile. "Well, it seems today is not a good day to reveal the mystery. I still have some things to discuss with Ms. Angelica, so I'll take my leave now. See you later on Daffodil Street." Roger bowed slightly, and Klein had no choice but to turn sideways, making way for him. As he turned his back to Klein and walked towards the reception room not far away, Roger pursed his lips tightly, trying his best to appear normal. It wasn't that he didn't want to acknowledge Klein, his fellow countryman, the problem was that he had too many debuffs on him right now. He was a subordinate of Amon, a candidate member of the Aurora Order, and was also involved in mysteries of pillar level. Although Klein didn't know these things, if the Nighthawks noticed his new friend at this stage, his decent job he had just found would be ruined. So Roger deliberately gave Klein an ambiguous feeling, making it hard to discern his true background. This way, both parties could continue friendly contact as good neighbors and good folks, and neither would have to reveal their cards. Klein was a smart person. Based on Roger's understanding of him in the original work, he would most likely temporarily bury the problem in his heart and wait for the right time to bring it up. There were many benefits to this. Besides not causing trouble for Klein, if he happened to get into any incident related to an evil god, Klein would most likely not report him to the church immediately. This made Roger feel like a scumbag, but for the sake of his poor fellow countrymen to have a few more good days, it was necessary. After all, in the near future, the Aurora Order was going to make a big splash in Tingen City. No, they were going to bring a big treasure from the forsaken land of the gods. That incident would completely disrupt Klein's life trajectory, making him leave his hometown and embark on a fool's journey with no return. Ms. Angelica, I can perform divination today. Please arrange a divination room for me. Walking to the front desk, Roger said to Angelica. Okay, no problem. What a coincidence, there just happens to be a gentleman here looking for a good astrologer. You can go to the second divination room on the left side of the corridor first, and I'll bring him over right away. Oh, by the way, that's Mr. Haynes Vincent's private divination room, but he just told me you could use it. Angelica smiled and pointed to her right. Given Haynes Vincent's affirmation of Roger's divination abilities, she was now very much looking forward to the latter's work performance. Oh, by the way, Mr. Meters. The club offers complimentary Zyber black tea, South Wales coffee, and Dixie coffee. Which one would you like? A cup of Zyber black tea, no sugar and no milk, thank you. Roger was a tea enthusiast when he was on Earth, of course, compared to the popular milk tea in Lone at the moment, he still preferred the pure tea method. Okay, it will be delivered to you right away. Roger nodded and walked straight in the direction Angelica had pointed earlier. Although the divination room was not too large, it was exquisitely decorated. On the table was a beautifully bound standard set of tarot cards, a bronze mirror, and a stack of astrolabe sketchbooks. Haynes still can't forget his bronze mirror divination. Roger picked up the inverted mirror and examined it for a while, chuckling inwardly. This follower of the Aurora Order seemed to love magic mirror divination very much. He would promote it to others whenever he had a chance, and even harm his own students. This mirror in front of him most likely had a relationship with the true creator, but Roger was not afraid. Contaminated by Yog-Sothoth, he was not afraid of being contaminated again. Anyway, as long as the opponent's beyonder characteristic did not reach the level of the three-pillar gods, no matter how many came, they would all be like a stone sinking into the sea. Soon, Angelica came in carrying a cup of Zyber black tea and a cup of Dixie coffee. Accompanying her was a serious middle-aged man with a hooked nose, a wide forehead, and gold-rimmed glasses. From the man's elegant formal-wearing cane, he must either be a successful businessman or a titled noble. Mr. Meters, this is Mr. Willis from Constan, Intis County. He has a divination request, you two can talk. Angelica said, then put down the black tea and coffee, and consciously withdrew. Intis County is one of the top 3 steel and coal-producing areas in the Lone Kingdom. In recent years, with the development of the national industry, many coal and steel conglomerate businessmen have made a fortune. The man named Willis sized up Roger, nodded slightly, but when he saw the cat on Roger's shoulder, his lips curled almost imperceptibly. Bandit obviously saw that the other party didn't like it, so it jumped down on its own accord and took a nap at Roger's feet. Mr. Willis, I am Meters Bonwy, you can just call me Meters. I specialize in astrolabe divination, pendulum divination, and tarot divination. You can make any request you have. Roger briefly introduced himself and the types of divination he was good at. Astrolabe divination is fine. I've had contact with that before. I don't really trust anything else. Mr. Willis's voice was somewhat hoarse. A week ago, I brought my youngest son, James, from Constant to Tingen City to discuss an iron ordeal. Everything was going smoothly, but 3 nights ago, James said he wanted to go out and experience Tingen's bar culture, and he never came back. I tried reporting it to the police, and the police also conducted a search for missing persons, but they found nothing. Roger nodded slightly. You want me to divine the whereabouts of young James, right? Mr. Willis nodded, took a deep breath, and said, precisely. This is his date of birth, time, and place. I know astrology needs these. Roger breathed a sigh of relief. The most feared thing in astrology was when the client could not provide an accurate birth time. Since the other party had done his homework, it saved him a lot of trouble. He quickly drew James's natal chart, and then, based on the current ephemeris, he drew the celestial chart for comparison around the outer edge. The purpose of doing this was to deduce James's current environment and thus determine his location. Then Roger carefully examined the astrolabe, but the more he looked, the deeper his frown became. Hiss. The Lord of the Ascendant has fallen into Pisces, forming a restrictive aspect with Mars. Is this an involvement in a mystical event, and is there a life-threatening danger? There will be another update tonight. Hashtag 10 Willis. Chapter 10 Willis the Wealthy. Currently, there are many dangerous secret organizations in Tingen. Whether it's the Aurora Order, the Secret Order, the Witches, or the Almonds who are as ubiquitous as cockroaches, any of them could cause ordinary people to get involved in bizarre and dangerous situations. Roger pondered for a moment based on the current timeline. The most restless witch in Tingen City is Triss, who used the Sequence 8 instigator ability to plunge the Clover, which had just been plundered by Nast, King of the Five Seas, into internal strife and mutual slaughter once again. Considering the current time, the passengers on the Clover have not yet returned, so the possibility of this instigator causing trouble can be temporarily ruled out. So James is more likely to be involved in incidents caused by the related forces of the Secret Order and the Aurora Order. As for why it isn't Amon, the reason is simple. Because the astrolabe did not show any signs of James being killed or his fate being twisted, it only indicated that he was in an urgent environment related to mysticism. Roger carefully chose his words, then said. Mr. Willis, from the trajectory of the stars, your son seems to have fallen into some kind of danger that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Danger that ordinary people cannot comprehend? What does that mean? Upon hearing this, Mr. Willis immediately sat up straight, looking at Roger with anxious eyes. It specifically refers to incidents related to those hidden existences on the spiritual level. Roger pointed to the bronze mirror beside him. In a country like Lone, where religious belief is quite common, the word spirituality is not unfamiliar to most people. Spirituality. You mean my son got involved in a supernatural incident? Willis's voice suddenly rose in the latter half of his sentence, filled with incredulity. He had always been a businessman who prioritized profit, not only often forcing his factory workers to work overtime but also engaging in practices like employing child labor. Although Willis and his family considered themselves Steen Church believers, such people were the most worldly and materialistic. Born into a family of Evernight goddess believers, his later conversion to the Steen Church was also to establish relevant connections and facilitate his business. Therefore, although Willis had heard of supernatural incidents, he had always treated them as mere rumors and never truly believed in them. Now, a seer suddenly told him that his son was involved in a related danger, so his reaction was naturally quite strong. Roger saw Willis's distrust but, considering that he was the first client willing to pay 8 sols for a divination, he still patiently replied. It seems so, but there's good news, James is still alive. Hearing this, Willis froze for a moment, and hope rekindled in his eyes. He murmured a few words, then said. Mr. Bonwy, can you find a way to help me find James? You wish for me to also be a private detective? I am a seer. Roger asked with a smile. Although divination also has the function of finding people, such a commission is somewhat counterintuitive. You can understand it that way. Because I don't really trust the police in Tingen right now, I have to prepare for both possibilities. Willis finished speaking, then grumbled, "If I were in Constant, I could just go directly to the inspector. A private detective, actually, is not impossible." Roger ignored Willis's rambling and thought to himself. Although he knew Willis was desperate to find his son and was acting out of panic, if the other party was willing to pay more commission, he wouldn't mind helping out a little. But this also carries a lot of risk. The Star of Judgment pathway at Sequence 9 is good at interfering with people's minds and doesn't possess much combat ability, similar to a seer. Because it's a supernatural incident, it's almost inevitable that Beyonders are involved. If he unfortunately encountered a Sequence 8 enemy or a Sequence 9 adept at combat, he would likely suffer a major setback. But Roger still decided to take on this commission. "It's possible, but it will cost more." Roger nodded. "Really?" Willis was momentarily stunned to see the seer in front of him being so straightforward. "How much do you need?" "As long as it doesn't exceed 30 gold pounds, I can do it," he asked. 30 gold pounds. Roger's original idea was to charge 10 gold pounds, which would not only clear his debts at the Divination Club but also cover his rent for a long time to come. After all, for his first offline search commission, the price should be fair. But who knew the other party was so wealthy, immediately offering 30 gold pounds. But Roger showed no joy at all. Instead, he frowned slightly. Generally speaking, commissions involving supernatural phenomena are life-threatening, and no one would take them for less than 50 gold pounds. Since the other party mentioned 30 gold pounds, he naturally couldn't simply agree to 30 gold pounds. He had to make the expenditure seem very worthwhile. Then 50 gold pounds, and find James within 3 days. "Can you do that?" Willis replied without thinking. Roger instantly felt that he was still not bold enough. "James is very important to me. He is the only one of my 3 sons who has the aptitude and ability to take over my company's affairs, so 50 gold pounds is very suitable." Willis further added. "This practice of linking one's own flesh and blood to value really fits my stereotype of most capitalists in loan." Roger secretly grumbled. In this day and age, successful businessmen with kind hearts, like the future Sherlock Moriarty, are extremely rare. "All right." Roger let out a long breath and nodded. Seeing this, Willis first paid 15 gold pounds to Roger as a 30% deposit, then stood up and left. "I await your good news." The other party instructed as he left. Closing the door of the divination room, Roger held the 10 gold pound and 5 gold pound banknotes, smelling the faint, special ink scent. The smell of money. "My first pot of gold is quite good. I don't have to sell those jellies from my ancestral property for now." Roger made a joke to himself, feeling quite pleased. Even Bandit seemed to sense his unusual mood, jumping onto the divination table and sniffing hard with his nose. As for how to complete the commission, Roger already had a plan in mind. He put away the money, put on his wide-brimmed fedora, and then signaled Bandit to jump onto his shoulder, walking straight out of the divination room. "Mr. Bonwy, here are your 4 sols." Angelica handed Roger the 4 sol banknotes. This was his share of the divination. "Was your first divination for a customer in Tingen successful?" Angelica paused, then added, "Mr." Willis still looked a bit worried when he left, but he seemed much more relaxed than when he arrived. "Of course, you must believe in my ability." Roger smiled politely, then asked, "Which divination room is Mr. Moretti in?" "I have some private business with him. Thanks to everyone's kindness, this book has successfully signed a contract today, and the author is extremely grateful for it. Roger's story will definitely get better and better. Let's create brilliance together." 3. Chapter 11 Subcontracting Agreement. "You and Mr. Moretti know each other?" Angelica was a little surprised. "Yes, we are neighbors, and Mr. Moretti is also my patron," Roger nodded. "Of course, the kind that only sponsored 1 penny. "I see." Ms. Angelica's eyes changed subtly. She pointed to the end of the corridor. "The innermost room on the right-hand side. I need to remind you that it's best to wait until the current client's divination is finished before going in to find Mr. Moretti." "Of course." Roger nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then quietly sat in the hall, reading a newspaper and waiting. After about 10 minutes, a middle-aged gentleman in his 30s, dressed in a cheap suit, walked out of the divination room where Klein was, still profusely thanking the person inside. "Mr. Morris, how was your divination?" Angelica immediately stood up. Although she had heard that Klein had good face-reading skills, it was his first time formally accepting a divination commission, so she was inevitably a little worried. "Very good, Mr. Moretti is an excellent master diviner." Mr. Morris made no secret of his approval of Klein. "Of course. Klein is a true seer," Roger thought to himself as he walked towards the divination room where Klein was. Klein was putting on his clothes, preparing to leave. He turned his head in confusion and saw Roger standing at the doorway, smiling. "Mr. Bonway, do you also need a divination?" Klein joked. "Yes, I need to divine when I can live the good life promised by the previous cabinet." Both of them laughed at the same time. A few seconds later, Roger stopped laughing and said, "Mr. Moretti, you haven't had afternoon tea yet, have you? A nice new specialty restaurant has opened nearby. Would you be willing to honor me with your presence?" "My treat." The club previously provided free drinks, but only drinking liquids was inevitably a bit difficult to endure. Although Klein currently had some spare money, Roger still couldn't bear to let him pay for some high-end restaurant. "My pleasure." Klein did not refuse, and added, "From now on, you can just call me Klein." "Meters," Roger responded amiably. Klein picked up his silver-inlaid cane, put on his hat, and left the divination club with Roger, heading to Loretta's restaurant across the street. The two casually ordered some tea, snacks and drinks, and began to eat and drink. Klein subtly tapped his brow with the tip of his index finger twice, then looked at Roger and said, "Meters, my intuition tells me you have something you need to discuss with me." "Yes, I have a commission. I wonder if you'd be willing to take it on." Roger did not hide anything and told Klein about the matter commissioned by Willis. Of course, he omitted the overall budget. "If I'm not mistaken, you should be working at the security company where we met earlier. The police don't take this matter very seriously right now, so if your company can resolve this, I'm willing to give you £20 as compensation." After hearing Roger's explanation, Klein's expression also became solemn. He still hadn't participated in any official missions with the Nighthawks team, so he wasn't sure how deep this matter ran. But the £20 fee was quite tempting. Because this matter involved a supernatural event, it was considered the Nighthawks' official duty, not a side job commission. This was also Roger's idea, to let Klein use his official position to benefit himself, and incidentally help him rescue James with the official power of the church. They were both fellow countrymen and good neighbors, so they should make money together. As the order taker, Roger considered a 4-6 split to be quite reasonable. On the other hand, if this matter was related to the Aurora Order, using official power could also prevent the messenger of Awa County from targeting him prematurely. "I can give it a try, but I can't guarantee completion." Klein pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Roger was not at all worried that the Nighthawks couldn't handle such a matter. He took out £5 in banknotes and handed them to Klein, "Then it's settled. This is the deposit. Please make sure to resolve it within 3 days." Klein took the money and nodded. He finished the remaining pastries on the plate and then drained the sweet iced tea in the glass. "Thank you for the treat. I'm going to the company to report on work now." Klein put on his hat and politely took his leave. Today was Captain Dunn Smith's day to guard Cheney's gate, and he needed to return to Blackthorn Security Company to tell him about this matter. As Klein walked, he took out a 1-penny coin from his pocket. "Is Meters's commission dangerous?" After silently reciting the question, he tossed the coin and received a no answer. "It seems my neighbor is indeed a good person. From the spirit vision results just now, he should also be a beyonder." Klein secretly mused, "Perhaps I can bring him into the Tarot Club? The gathering is the day after tomorrow, and coincidentally, there's a new invitation slot available recently. I can use this opportunity to test if he's a transmigrator." A short while later, Klein took a public carriage and arrived at Blackthorn Security Company. After greeting old Neil and Roseanne, he went straight downstairs to the office near Cheney's Gate and found Captain Dunn. "Captain, I have a report here involving a mysterious event." He briefly explained the situation to Dunn, who nodded. "I think this matter is related to the Aurora Order. Recently, many clues point to them engaging in illegal faith activities." Dunn found a document from his drawer and tossed it to Klein. "This is the list of missing persons reported by the Tianjin City Police in the past week. We had already planned an operation to jointly eradicate the Aurora Order's hideout with the Punishers in the next 2 days. Since you've already become involved in this matter, I'm considering adding you to the list of enforcement members for this operation." Klein quickly scanned the list and indeed found the name James Willis on it. "My pleasure." Klein was a little excited. Although the captain had already promised to let him officially join the Nighthawks after resolving the Antigonus family's notebook case, he was also very willing to accumulate some experience first. After all, with 2 major churches jointly enforcing the law, safety was naturally greatly guaranteed. "Go back and wait for news." Dunn nodded, then looked confused and said, "Oh, what was I going to do just now?" Klein's mouth twitched slightly, and he got up and exited Dunn's office. 2 days later, in the evening, in the Tianjin City dock area. Roger, sitting in a small backstreet tavern, drinking sparkling water and eating salted cod with a knife and fork, seemingly inadvertently looked towards a large building without a sign not far away. Some individuals, whose beyonder characteristics were clearly visible within his spirit vision, were slowly approaching it in the manner of an ordinary stroll. There will be another update later. #12 The potion was completely digested. Chapter 12 The potion is completely digested. They're here. Not only Nighthawks, but also Punishers, it seems. From the deep blue, ocean-like astral light in his spirit vision, beyonders of the sailor pathway accounted for about a quarter. Considering that the dock area was under the Punisher's jurisdiction, Roger immediately concluded that this was a joint enforcement operation. Not long after, a gentleman of about 30 with deep gray eyes casually looked at the pocket watch in his hand and walked slowly from across the street. Behind him were Klein Moretti and a handsome young man with black hair and green eyes, exuding a poetic romantic aura, as well as another striking young woman who resembled an author. Captain Dunn. And Leonard. The other lady should be Si Jia Taeyong, who is also an author. Roger carefully observed the members of the Nighthawks team for a while. They all met with the Punishers at the crossroads, and then coincidentally walked towards the large building without a house number. Seeing that they were about to move out of his sight, Roger quickly finished the last piece of cod, picked up the remaining half bottle of sparkling water, and slipped the banknotes into the leather wallet the waiter had given him earlier, then followed them. The place where Klein and the others were currently located was the entrance to a dock warehouse. The streets here were quite secluded and deserted, even a slightly louder conversation would sound unusually noisy. "Captain, there are guards at the entrance." Klein put away his clockwise swinging pendulum and whispered to Dunn. The Aurora Order gathered over 100 missing people here, but they didn't kill or sacrifice them. This itself is suspicious." Dunn nodded lightly. "Those lunatics must be preparing some evil ritual." A tall, dark-skinned middle-aged male Punisher next to him said through gritted teeth. "That possibility isn't ruled out. Also, your voice is too loud." Dunn remained noncommittal. Seeing the second hand of his pocket watch turn to the predetermined time, Dunn Smith closed his eyes. A few seconds later, the sound of someone falling to the ground came from inside the warehouse door. This was the ability of the Sleepless Pathways Sequence 7, Nightmare, Forced Dream Entry. Seeing Dunn act, the ready Si Jia Taeyong and Leonard Mitchell simultaneously rushed into the warehouse's front hall, and a melodious and tranquil tune immediately began to play. Ah, the thread of fear, the crimson hope. At least one thing is true, this life flies by. With the 2 midnight poets controlling the scene, the Punishers, who could no longer contain their anger, swarmed in. For a moment, shouts and gunshots echoed throughout the entire warehouse. The battle came and went quickly. Soon, the entire street became quiet again. Looks like it's resolved. Roger, leaning against a nearby street corner disguised as an ordinary drunkard, nodded to himself. But he was still a little uneasy and pulled out his pendulum. Is James Willis safe? The pendulum swung clockwise, with a large amplitude. Seeing this, Roger put away his pendulum and took out the penny coin Klein had given him. Has Klein Moretti completed the task I gave him? The coin flew up and then fell, landing with the king's head facing up. Roger, having received double confirmation, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He finished the last sip of sparkling water, stood up, and left. It's raining, Bandit, we need to walk faster. Half an hour later. In the banquet hall of a high-end hotel, Mr. Willis, dressed in a suit, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and faint dark circles under his eyes, was clinking glasses and chatting with other successful people while listening to the melodious music played by the band. Mr. Willis, I heard about James. You don't need to worry too much, the goddess will surely bless him. Facing the polite condolences of others, Willis merely nodded distractedly, occasionally looking out at the rain through the window, his heart filled with anxiety. By tomorrow afternoon, the 3-day deadline would be up. Although he had entrusted the so-called seer Meters Bonwy as a last resort, he couldn't help but harbor some expectation. Could I have been deceived? Is James already dead? Just as Willis was unable to control his wild thoughts, an anxious female voice suddenly came from the entrance of the banquet hall. No, sir, pets are not allowed in the banquet hall. Pet? Willis's heart jolted, and he immediately thought of something. When he had previously entrusted Roger to investigate James's whereabouts, he had left the address of his hotel with the young seer who had a cat. Willis, for a moment, didn't even bother to apologize, directly ignoring a beautiful lady who wanted to toast him, and almost ran towards the hall entrance, pushing open the door. There, a hostess was anxiously trying to pull Roger, whose coat was a bit wet and who had a silver tabby cat perched on his shoulder. Wait. Willis panted, he is my guest. Mr. Meters, let's talk for a moment. He quickly led Roger to the side and asked in a trembling voice. Mr. Meters, little James. Found him. I entrusted a friend of mine who works at a security company to rescue James. He was held with many other missing citizens, Roger replied, wiping raindrops from his head. The reason he braved the rain to see Willis was to complete the task delivery before James returned to his father. This way, the credit for completing the task would firmly fall to him. Really? Willis grabbed Roger's arm, but then realized he was a bit out of line and released his hand. It's true. Little James should be back soon. We can wait and see. Roger replied simply. Willis nodded, asked a nearby waiter to bring Roger a cocktail, and the two stood by the French window, silently waiting. About an hour later. Willis, who was almost falling back into uncertainty, was about to ask Roger, when he suddenly saw a carriage bearing the Tianjin City Police emblem approaching from a distant street corner. Soon, the carriage stopped at the hotel entrance, and a young man in a dirty white shirt with several bruises on his face alighted with a middle-aged police officer. Under Roger's gaze, Willis rushed into the rain without thinking, embracing his son with red-rimmed eyes, and then thanked the police officer. His demeanor was not like a mercenary businessman, but rather like an ordinary old father. Soon, a radiant Willis returned with James and solemnly shook Roger's hand. Mr. Meters, you are truly a great seer. Please allow me to introduce you to the luminaries of Tianjin. Seeing that Roger did not object, Willis straightened his clothes and, ignoring the hostess's obstruction, directly pushed open the door and led Roger and James inside. Everyone. Willis was quite emotional, he shouted out, quickly attracting the attention of everyone at the banquet. Even the band playing music temporarily stopped. Everyone looked at him suspiciously, as well as the two strange young men behind him, each in a different state. Many guests here should have heard that my son, James, went missing a few days ago. But today, he miraculously returned to my side. Immediately, many informed people in the audience began to whisper, and many more offered congratulations to Willis. He pressed his hands down, signaling that he still had something to say. Then, under everyone's gaze, Willis pulled Roger, who had Bandit perched on his shoulder, to his side. "Here, allow me to introduce a friend of mine, a seer from the Tinjin City Divination Club, Mr. Meters Bonwi. It was through his miraculous divination that he helped me find my son. To be honest, in the past, I was always skeptical about divination, and even lacked trust in deities. But after this incident, Mr. Meters has greatly changed my view. He made me believe that miracles truly exist in this world." After Willis finished speaking, he raised his glass, his tone more sincere and devout than ever before, steam above. The guests present had various expressions on their faces, and some even began to discuss amongst themselves. But out of politeness, they still raised their glasses in congratulation, uttering different prayers. Feeling the curious, reverent, or skeptical gazes cast upon him, Roger also smiled. Because at this moment, he felt something inside him give a crisp crack. The show-off potion was completely digested. Chapter 13, The Summoning of Sapphira Castle edited. The show-off's acting method rules. First, true conspicuousness stems from the contrast between one's own code of conduct and others' expectations, not from deliberately seeking attention. Second, being conspicuous is not entirely negative. On the contrary, a true show-off knows how to attract others' goodwill and admiration at the appropriate time. Third, a prominent show-off can serve as a mirror for onlookers, prompting them to reveal their true selves or helping them to reflect on their own actions. Roger put down his fountain pen and nodded slightly, looking at the 3 rules for his potion's acting method that he had summarized. After that evening's dinner, Mr. Willis had another lunch with young James and Roger. But unlike before, he rarely mentioned his business, instead beginning to talk more about his children and his views on the church. According to Mr. Willis's own account, he was almost sleepless for the 2 days he waited for Roger to deliver the task. He recalled many instances of neglecting James during his upbringing and imagined various possibilities if his son had died, feeling immense regret and self-reproach. Therefore, upon James's return, he saw it as an opportunity to correct himself and decided to spend more time accompanying his family in the future. On the other hand, having tasted the benefits of divination, Mr. Willis even wanted to spend a large sum to hire Roger as a consultant for his company, but Roger, with his grand ambitions, did not want to be bound by employment terms and did not accept the invitation. After all, becoming a god was a very important part of his long-term plan. By then, he couldn't very well be divining for Willis in his own divine kingdom, could he? However, the coal merchant, having been rejected, did not give up, repeatedly probing Roger during their conversations to see if he had any other needs. When the topic shifted to Bandit's background, Mr. Willis had a sudden idea, clapped his thigh, and proposed funding an animal protection foundation, with Roger serving as its executive director, specifically to protect and shelter stray cats and dogs like Bandit within Tinjin City. This way, the two would become partners, and he would have a reason to frequently bother Roger in the future. Faced with this positive and beneficial idea, Roger finally found no reason to decline. Subsequently, both parties signed a cooperation agreement in the presence of a lawyer, just waiting for the foundation to be officially registered and begin operations. I never thought that, by a strange twist of fate, the Tinjin City Stray Cat Protection Association would actually come true. Roger was feeling a bit emotional when he suddenly saw a cat's shadow, like a gray lightning bolt, flash past his feet. "Bandit, stop, stop." Roger stopped the tabby cat, who was trying to go through the wall to bother the Moretti family next door, and picked him up onto the table. "I'm going to and beyond our gathering with Mr. Vincent later, so I can't take you. You stay home and honestly study the word cards I made for you. Don't run around. I'll test you when I get back later." He stared at the tabby cat, who had already gained a noticeable amount of weight and had round, big eyes, and solemnly instructed him. After thoroughly digesting the show-off potion, Roger also began to consider the digestion of Bandit's apprentice potion. Compared to Susie, who had consumed the spectator potion, Getting a cat to digest the apprentice potion through the acting method was not just doubly difficult, it was absurd. Making a cat an apprentice, no one would believe it if you told them. Considering that Bandit's current intelligence couldn't learn any complex knowledge, Roger could only make him some simple Loanese vocabulary cards, letting him try to understand and memorize them first. Just as he was about to properly consider the planning for the Stray Animal Protection Foundation, the wall clock upstairs chimed. Dong, dong, dong. Oh, it's almost 3 o'clock without me noticing. Roger, sitting at his workbench, was muttering to himself when he suddenly saw crimson and illusory light erupting simultaneously from all around him and from within his body. When he came to his senses, he was already in a magnificent temple, resembling the dwelling of a giant king. Grey fog permeated everywhere, and before Roger was a long bronze table. Around this long table were 22 tall chairs, and he was currently sitting in one of them. At the head of the bronze long table was an illusory figure. This is... Roger immediately reacted. He had been pulled into the Sapphire Castle by the fool, Klein. And the person at the head of the bronze long table was undoubtedly the latter. It was not in vain that Roger had gone to such lengths to contact Klein, establish a connection, and pique his interest. Joining the Tarot Club was one of his core objectives in Tingen. This is... Who are you? He feigned confusion, trembling, and showed undisguised fear. You can call me fool. And this is a confirmation. The figure at the head of the long table let out a soft chuckle, seemingly completely unconcerned by Roger's reaction. Confirmation? What confirmation? And where is this place? Roger pressed with a barrage of questions. This is the Tarot Club, a place for exchanging knowledge, insights, and information. You can obtain what you desire here. But I need to confirm your situation beforehand and tell you the taboos here. The fool, Klein, replied. Gathering, and beyonder gathering? Roger tried to calm himself and asked tentatively. You can understand it that way. The mysterious existence at the head of the bronze long table gave Roger an affirmative reply. Mr. Fool, may I ask what taboos I should be aware of? Roger asked respectfully, his tone now almost devoid of panic, completely adopting the posture of someone facing a superior. And the fool, Klein, could even see a hint of excitement from him. He looks very expectant. Besides that, there's no other abnormality I can continue to observe. Klein secretly evaluated him, made up his mind, and then continued to Roger. First, you must not disclose the existence of this place or the content of the transactions to outsiders, not even to your closest relatives. Second, you must not attempt to contact other members of the Tarot Club outside of the gathering. Third, you must not reveal my name to outsiders unless I permit it. These were all clauses for safety considerations. According to Old Neil, many secret organizations had similar regulations. Roger took a deep breath. No problem, Mr. Fool, please rest assured. Very good. Now you need to close your eyes and pray, entering a state of silence. The other attendees will arrive shortly. Mr. Fool nodded with satisfaction, and after confirming that Roger complied, he summoned the 2 red stars representing the Hanged Man and Justice. As soon as the two appeared, they noticed a strange figure sitting on the chair to the Hanged Man's right. Who is this? A new member? They both made uncertain guesses in their minds. Audrey's gaze lingered for only a moment before turning back to the head of the long table. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. She called out in a cheerful tone, then turned to the opposite side and spoke in the same manner. Good afternoon, Mr. Hanged Man. After greeting both of them, Audrey then turned to Roger, who was next to Alger, and asked in an uncertain tone. Excuse me, who is this? A new member. The fool at the head of the bronze table lightly tapped the long table with his index finger, calmly looking at Roger, whose expression was somewhat flustered. Indeed, Alger confirmed his thoughts. This newcomer. Mr. or Madam, I am Justice. May I ask what your codename is? Audrey asked politely, somewhat uncertainly. Codename? A tarot card? Roger's tone showed clear confusion. Yes, according to Mr. Fool's instructions, this young lady and I have chosen Hanged Man and Justice from the major arcana as our codenames respectively. Alger explained, then glanced at the Fool again, asking in a deferential tone. Mr. Fool, should this new gentleman also choose a codename, like Miss Justice and I? Yes. The Fool nodded gently. After receiving confirmation, Roger quickly surveyed his surroundings, then asked in a reverent tone. So, besides the Fool, Justice, and the Hanged Man, I can choose any other card as my codename? Yes. This time Alger answered on behalf of the Fool. Then, Roger took a deep breath and stated his choice. I choose Wheel of Fortune. There's one more update tonight. Hashtag 14 Mr. Wheel of Fortune's Intelligence. Chapter 14, Information from Mr. Wheel of Fortune. Wheel of Fortune. Audrey and Alger both silently repeated the major arcana card Roger had chosen. Given Roger's low-key and cautious personality, he had originally intended to choose a card with a higher sequence number and no owner in the original work. But the more he thought this way, the more he realized that these guys under Mr. Fool seemed to have some inexplicable problems. The cards they chose were one after another, all with higher sequence numbers. What with the three celestial body fools of Sun, Moon, and Star, Temperance, Judgment, even the World, the card with the highest sequence number, became Klein's alt account. Although this was just a coincidence, considering that in his previous life, many people had called Klein, the leader of the Tarot Club, a coward god, it was hard for Roger not to grumble inwardly. In contrast, the most laid-back Ms. Magician became the one with the lowest sequence number, which perhaps also explained why she became Mr. Fool's personally appointed angel. Aside from the Tower, which he disliked, and Death and the Devil, which sounded somewhat evil, Wheel of Fortune, the 10th card in the sequence, became Roger's best choice. After all, this card in the world of Beyonders was synonymous with good luck. Hearing Roger's choice, the Fool at the head of the bronze long table nodded slightly, seemingly acknowledging this codename. The meeting officially began. As agreed upon in the previous gathering, Audrey and Alger provided Mr. Fool with a total of 3 of Emperor Rozel's diaries as a reward for the knowledge of the acting method. Mr. Fool, can you understand those strange symbols of Emperor Rozel? Watching Audrey and Alger write notes in the grey mist, Roger curiously asked. Upon hearing this, Klein almost couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. Is he pretending not to understand? Or is he really not a transmigrator? At this moment, he desperately wanted to become a spectator to carefully ponder Roger's true thoughts. Klein subtly tapped his glabella twice and looked at Roger with his spirit vision. Filled with eager and restless emotions, he must be very eager to know the contents of the diary. But with only this bit of information, he couldn't discern anything, and Klein immediately felt a little disappointed. After all, whether a transmigrator or a local native, there were reasons to want to read Rozel's diary. Roger had long known that Klein would scrutinize him with spirit vision, so he had used his stirring stick ability in advance to self-suggest an eager state. This was a new ability gained after completely digesting the show-off potion. According to Roger's guess, this ability should symbolize that he was spiritually prepared to accept the transformation of the Sequence 8 Brawler potion. Yes. Mr. Fool above the grey mist nodded slightly and began to read Rozel's diary. After a while, Klein put down the 3 papers, still feeling a bit unsatisfied. While there was a lot of valuable information in the diary, what interested him more were the romantic escapades of Rozel, his senior transmigrator. There's an old saying on Earth, it's hard to learn to be good, but easy to go astray. Klein secretly warned himself to learn from history and never cause a fool's reputation collapse incident. Seeing that Mr. Fool had finished reading the diaries, Audrey inquired about more details regarding the acting method. Although Roger knew all the relevant knowledge, he still listened patiently to the explanation. During this process, he consciously relaxed himself, making gestures such as leaning forward and resting his chin on one hand. This time Audrey successfully caught Roger's subtle movements. Having already been impacted by the details of the acting method, she couldn't help but fall into new doubts. From Mr. Wheel of Fortune's actions, he seems to know the acting method? Who exactly is he? One must know that even Mr. Hanged Man, a Beyonder senior who was at least sequence 8, or even sequence 7, didn't know these secrets. How could Wheel of Fortune, a newly joined member, know them? As Audrey thought of this, she couldn't help but develop a strong interest in Roger. Soon, as the meeting's topic progressed to the information-sharing stage, Roger, who had been listening in, suddenly spoke. I have 2 things I'd like to share. Hearing the newly joined Wheel of Fortune proactively bring up a topic, Audrey and Alger both looked at him curiously. First, the Aurora Order recently gathered over 100 ordinary citizens near a dock by the Tassoc River, but they didn't kill them. Does anyone know what's going on? Every single word, every single phrase, every single detail, was carefully checked. Roger deliberately blurred the location to prevent Alger and the others from inferring his whereabouts. Klein was also quite interested in this matter. Since his security clearance was insufficient and he couldn't know the inside story, he was now praising Roger greatly in his heart while also listening attentively. Alger nodded upon hearing this and took the initiative to speak. To my knowledge, the Aurora Order has done 2 such things before. One of them was unsuccessful, stopped by official forces. In the other, all the victims perished and suffered severe mutations, and the culprits are still at large. I don't know anything else. Mutation. It seems to be related to either the true creator or the secret supplicant pathway. Could it be for some sort of advancement ritual? Roger mused, then nodded and spoke of the second matter. The second matter concerns the Demonist sect. Demonist sect? What's that? Klein's interest was also piqued. At this moment, he was very interested in information about such secret organizations. He really hadn't expected his neighbor to know such intelligence. Alger and Audrey also leaned forward slightly, adopting curious postures. An instigator has arrived in Lone. He was recruited by the secret organization, the Demonist sect, advanced to a witch, and became involved in a major operation in Backland. Roger said calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. However, this sentence caused collective shock among the other 3, as they all noticed the shift in the third-person pronoun in Roger's narration. Although the gender of nouns in Loanese is not as widespread as in Intis, the gender of the discussed object can still be identified through the third-person pronouns he and she. The word which in almost any culture on the North Continent refers to a female. The conversion from he to she, if not a slip of the tongue, revealed an immense amount of information. As an official Beyonder of the Storm Church, Alger almost instantly understood many things that had previously puzzled him. Chapter 15-2 Supplementary Materials. Roger smiled as he watched Audrey, due to her surprised reaction, detach from her spectator state of detached observation. At this moment, the noble young lady, newly introduced to the world of mysticism, was curious about everything. Mr. Wheel of Fortune, is it just my imagination, or were you implying just now that certain sequence pathways can cause a person's gender to change? Audrey asked, a little uncertainly. Yes, and more than one pathway, Roger nodded. What? Alger almost couldn't hold back, nearly standing up on the spot. If the transformation of an instigator into a witch was barely within his scope of intelligence, he was completely unaware of any other pathways that could lead to gender change. This was understandable, as the gender changes for Beyonders of the hunter, planter, and apothecary pathways generally occurred only after the middle sequences, so it was normal for Alger not to know. Klein tried hard to maintain his calm demeanor, but his vibrating gaze involuntarily drifted towards Roger. My neighbor threw out so much explosive information on his first meeting. If this continues, I don't know how I'm going to maintain my persona. Although he grumbled internally, Klein still hoped Roger would say more. It greatly satisfied his curiosity and sounded no less interesting than reading Roselle's diary. Besides, instigator, what other pathways lead to gender transformation? Audrey once again acted as Mr. Fool's mouthpiece. In fact, Roger's discussion of gender transformation successfully placed both Audrey and Klein into a dilemma of suspicion. Will my own pathway cause my gender to change? I won't turn into a man/woman, will I? As for Alger, he didn't have many concerns in this regard. This could be seen from the male supremacist cultural style of the Church of the Lord of Storms. This information is not free, it requires a certain compensation. Roger leaned forward, hands clasped over his lips, silently gazing at Audrey opposite him. In the Tarot Club, transactions and resource exchange were a very important part. No problem, what compensation do you require? Audrey breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that the Wheel of Fortune took the initiative to state his demands, meaning he was not averse to sharing more knowledge. I need 10 milliliters of red mandrake juice and 2 pieces of elf dark leaf. Roger stated the 2 auxiliary materials missing from the brawler potion. Upon hearing this, Audrey, relying on her excellent memory as a spectator, recalled for a moment and quickly nodded. Mr. Wheel of Fortune, there should be red mandrake juice and elf dark leaf in my family's warehouse. But if I'm not mistaken, there's only 1 piece of elf dark leaf. I wonder if that's enough to pay for your compensation? In fact, this little rich woman also thought about buying another piece of elf dark leaf for Roger, but she currently lacked the connections of Beyonders, so she did not rashly promise. That's fine, once the items are ready, please mail them to the Blazing Dragon Bar in Pritz Harbor. This was a relatively confidential information and material transfer point for the Abraham family. Roger had met their boss twice, and their relationship was quite familiar. Seeing the problem initially resolved, Roger's joy naturally arose, and his tone became a few shades lighter. He had originally been worried that he wouldn't be able to purchase these items from Haynes Vincent's circle, but now Ms. Justice had greatly alleviated his pressure. In Beyonder gatherings, information and knowledge were almost equivalent to value itself, not to mention an organization like the Tarot Club, which could be said to be almost absolutely safe. Klein couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. This meant he wouldn't know the subsequent information until next week at the earliest. No problem. Oh, by the way, you mentioned earlier that the Demonist sect had a major operation in Backland. What was that referring to? After Roger had deliberately elevated his persona twice, Audrey now realized that the matter he brought up was by no means simple. I'm afraid I cannot say too much about this matter. I can only say that things won't get too bad until the noble lords of Backland stop treating the missing people in the populace as cold, hard numbers. In the grey fog, the Wheel of Fortune chuckled with a hint of mockery. He was naturally referring to the human trafficking activities the Demonist sect was engaged in. This matter involved the arrangements of a series of great existences, even including the one for whom whatever is spoken will be known. This game could be said to be linked one after another, not only causing war and the mass deaths of civilians but ultimately also prompting Klein to embark on the path of confronting destiny. Roger, a good Chinese youth who knew the future, naturally also hoped to do something to help his fellow countrymen. Audrey repeatedly savored Roger's words, finally nodding solemnly. Remember, try to use others and don't leave any traces related to yourself. Although Roger knew Audrey was very smart and wouldn't easily expose herself, he still cautioned her. Thank you, I will be careful. Audrey responded, then suddenly remembered something else. Oh, I have another question. If, and I mean if, an ordinary animal drank a Sequence 9 potion, what would happen? Alger immediately fell silent upon hearing this, and Mr. Fool also lightly tapped his brow. Roger tried hard to control his facial muscles to prevent himself from accidentally laughing out loud. If this animal doesn't die or collapse on the spot, it should be able to become an extraordinary creature, and might even become smarter. After some deliberation, Alger answered cautiously. Yes, and it might even learn to speak human language, Roger added in a teasing tone. As soon as he said this, the other 3 immediately looked at him in unison. Just kidding, Roger quickly waved his hand. Okay, I have no other questions. Audrey let out a silent sigh. At the end of the meeting, the Fool, Klein, proactively proposed that the 3 attendees test a dream-related ritual magic using the Fool's honorific name, which contained a 3-part structure, before Wednesday. Once successful, everyone would be able to request leave in advance if they encountered any temporary trouble in the future. Of course, he had included some personal touches in this ritual, replacing the 4 black breads with white bread, Fainapotter bread, paella, and Dixie pie. Justice, Hanged Man, and Wheel of Fortune all fell silent upon hearing about this ritual. Unlike the other two, who were shocked by the implied status of Mr. Fool's honorific name, Roger's mind was filled with the urge to complain. He decided that once he earned some money, he would take his fellow countrymen out to eat something good more often. There's another update later. Hashtag 16 Mr. C. Chapter 16 Mr. C. As the Crimson Star's light rapidly receded, Roger regained consciousness. He was still in his underground workshop, everything as usual, and even Bandit hadn't left yet. That card is for you to learn to read, not for you to squat on. Roger's mouth twitched as he lifted Bandit, who had almost turned into a cuboid, off the card. It's already 4 o'clock without realizing it, I need to go see Vincent. Earlier, Roger had proactively sought out Haynes Vincent, expressing his desire to join a Beyonder gathering through his connections. Of course, this was almost a direct admission of his identity as a Beyonder. For Roger, it didn't matter, he wasn't afraid of potential contamination, as his goal was to join the Aurora Order anyway. But he didn't know how Haynes Vincent's mind worked. After learning about this, he seemed to think Roger was showing sincerity, becoming even more enthusiastic towards the latter, even saying he would introduce him to some friends. Roger said nothing, agreeing to it, as his top priority now was to obtain the last piece of Elf Dark Leaf. The show-off's main effect was in the emotional domain, with little direct combat power improvement, which left Roger with a subtle anxiety. As long as he could complete the Brawler Potion, his strength would definitely increase significantly. Roger put on his newly bought coat, a new grey wide-brimmed fedora, and left the house carrying a leather bag and a silver unadorned cane. Because Haynes Vincent had told him that this Beyonder gathering required masks, Roger also temporarily replaced these personal items with distinct styles. Ever since he made a splash at the previous banquet, Roger had suddenly become famous in Tingen. Many people came to the Divination Club to ask him for divination, and some even publicly expressed willingness to bid. As Angelica said, 8 sols is simply limiting the imagination of these rich people. Fame brings trouble. Anyway, Roger had already paid off his debt to the Divination Club, so he planned to lie low for a while. On the other hand, he also didn't want to raise his divination prices too high, as that might seem like he was undercutting Haynes Vincent and Klein. Especially since the latter urgently needed to digest the seer potion, Roger didn't want to delay Mr. Fool's path to godhood. Yo, Klein, today is truly a good day. Seeing Klein right at the door, Roger greeted him warmly. Meters, it's good to see you. Why didn't you bring Bandit today? Klein glanced at Roger's empty shoulder and asked with a smile. I'm going to have dinner with a friend, that restaurant doesn't allow pets. Roger casually made up a lie. It seemed to be influenced by the previous tarot club. This time, when Klein mentioned Bandit, there was a clear sense of amusement in his tone. By the way, Meters. Klein changed the subject. Thanks for the business you introduced earlier. I'd like to invite you to dinner at my place tomorrow night. I'll cook myself. The honor is mine. Roger took off his fedora, held it to his chest, and bowed slightly. After bidding farewell to Klein, Roger boarded a public carriage and headed towards the suburbs. It seemed that to avoid scrutiny from the Nighthawks, Machinery Hivemind, and Punishers, this gathering was deliberately arranged in a less densely populated area near the University District. Of course, this also perfectly aligned with the Aurora Order's modus operandi. Around 4:50 p.m., Roger arrived at the designated location. Following the memories in his mind, he twisted and turned, proceeding along an underground passage, finally meeting Haynes Vincent, who was wearing a classic black robe and had heavy dark circles under his eyes. Good afternoon, Mr. Vincent. After Roger greeted him, he followed the latter's guidance and continued deeper underground from an inconspicuous secret door. On the way, both of them took out a mask and put it on. Roger wore a brown owl mask, while Haynes Vincent put on a fox mask. This passage seemed to have originally been some kind of abandoned underground construction in Tingen, and it was quite dim. After passing several intersections and walking for about 5 minutes, their vision suddenly cleared. Before them was a spacious circular room, with several bright gas lamps on the walls, and many men and women wearing various masks were already seated inside. Many of them were chatting in low voices, while others remained silent. Within a few seconds of entering the room, Roger clearly felt many gazes bypass Haynes Vincent and fall upon himself. Most people, after a brief distraction, returned to their discussions, but a few of them lingered exceptionally long, seemingly scrutinizing something. Among them was also a tall person wearing a goat mask, seated at the head of the table. He knew these must be members of the Aurora Order. As for the goat mask, Roger judged him to be the organizer of this gathering. But he remained unmoved, finding empty seats with Vincent and sitting down. Through the L mask, Roger squinted at a blackboard on the wall with many words written in white chalk, and next to it stood a thin figure in a gray suit wearing a puppet mask. Every single detail was examined. The blackboard was filled with information about demands for spiritual materials, potion formulas, and other rare items, as well as corresponding sales information. And among them, Roger even found a demand for the Sequence 8 Trickmaster potion formula from the Apprentice Pathway. If there's anything you want to buy, or anything you want to sell, you can register it. Vincent coughed lightly, which attracted the attention of the attendant wearing the puppet mask. The latter came forward and handed Roger and Vincent paper and pens, asking them to write down their requests. Demand: 1 elf dark leaf. For sale. Sequence 9 Apprentice Potion Formula, £250. Sequence 8 Trickmaster Potion Formula, £450. Actually, Roger originally didn't want to sell potion formulas, but considering he wanted to buy a magical item as well, he decided to exchange some cash first. He just didn't know if the Beyonder who wanted the Trickmaster Potion Formula would be willing to pay that price. Roger handed the paper in his hand to the attendant wearing the puppet mask, and Vincent also wrote something and handed it to him. After a while, the attendant returned again and leaned into Roger's ear. "Sir, someone wants your Trickmaster Potion Formula and agrees to your asking price." "No one wants the Apprentice Formula?" Although Roger was a little disappointed, being able to cash in £450 right now was also a good thing. He nodded, truthfully wrote down the Trickmaster's formula, and handed it to the attendant. Soon after, the other party returned, bringing £450 in cash. "It's good to have money, isn't it?" Haynes Vincent teased. He hadn't expected Roger to earn 450 gold pounds right from the start. Roger chuckled and said nothing more. After a while, Roger suddenly saw the person wearing the goat mask call the attendant over and say a few words, and then the attendant walked straight over without seeming to avoid anyone. "Sir, the organizer of the meeting, Mr. C, can provide elf dark leaf. You only need to pay 10 gold pounds." "Mr. C?" Roger was slightly taken aback when he heard this name. Could this be the divine emissary of Awa County? Chapter 17, The Scholar's Ring. As a secret organization with networks across various nations, the Aurora Order possesses 5 saints and 22 messengers, all of whom use an initial plus an honorific as their codename. For example, Mr. A, Mr. Z, Ms. D, and so on. Basically, each messenger is an Beyonder of at least Sequence 7, individually responsible for the Aurora Order's affairs coordination and personnel management in a significant area. For instance, Mr. A is responsible for Backland, and Mr. Z is permanently stationed in Nmap Port. These messengers are fanatic believers of the true Creator, influenced by this fallen evil god, causing chaos everywhere and leading hostile actions against the Orthodox Church. Considering the importance of Awa County, Roger had always speculated that there was a messenger in charge locally, and today his guess was validated. I just don't know what relationship this one has with Mr. Z? And what role did he play in the true Creator's son's descent incident? Although he couldn't figure it out immediately, Roger clearly understood that the other party was extending an olive branch. He wasn't sure of the market price for elf dark leaf, but considering its grade, Roger judged that it should be worth at least 30 to 50 gold pounds. However, Mr. C only asked him to symbolically pay 10 gold pounds, which anyone could tell was an act of currying favor. Although the implication was very obvious, he was not averse to it. the elf dark leaf was an auxiliary material he urgently needed, directly related to his advancement to Sequence 8. He unhesitatingly pulled out 10 gold pounds and handed them to the attendant. The attendant took the money, then pulled out another piece of paper and handed it to Roger. "Sir, this is detailed information on all registered items for sale at this gathering. You can see if there's anything that meets your needs." Roger took the paper and saw that most of it was what had been mentioned on the blackboard, only with more detailed descriptions. In addition, there were some goods not registered on the blackboard, seemingly from off-site channels. Haynes Vincent also received such a paper, but Roger looked up and saw that not everyone had such treatment. Is it a special privilege for internal members or candidates under review by the Aurora Order? Roger secretly speculated, quickly browsing the contents of the paper. There was nothing suitable in materials and formulas, so he turned to the magical items section. Malicious pendant can grant the wearer the ability to use 3 types of demon-related spells, depending on the wearer. Price, 330 gold pounds. Side effect, each time a spell is used, the wearer loses some conscience and compassion. This loss is irreversible, and if the user does not exercise restraint, they will eventually be completely corrupted by evil desires and become cruel and ruthless. Spirit Communication Board can manifest surrounding spirits to answer one's questions, or hire them to complete tasks within their capabilities for a specific reward. Price, 620 gold pounds. Side effect, single-use time cannot exceed 10 minutes. After use, it must be sealed in a silver or gold container at least 5 centimeters thick, otherwise it will subtly affect those who come into contact with it, causing their minds to become abnormal and unable to distinguish between the living and the dead. Besides magical items with specific uses, there were also some amulets or accessories that could improve luck, making Roger a bit dazzled for a moment. Scholar's Ring, wearing it can temporarily gain a silent focus personality, reducing unnecessary emotional activity and sensations, improving memory, learning ability, and the power of ritual magic. Side effect, single wearing time cannot exceed 1 hour, otherwise it will be unable to produce normal emotions or even touch within 12 to 24 hours. Price, 400 gold pounds? Roger gently stroked his chin, showing an interested expression. Could it be a magical item condensed from the Beyonder characteristic of the reader pathway? Very likely. Compared to other magical items, the side effects of the Scholar's Ring were almost negligible, but in stark contrast, this item was very suitable for Roger at the moment. Although the show-off potion granted him the ability to use ritual magic, it also came with the debuff of reduced probability of receiving a response. Although not all ritual magic receives a response, Beyonder individuals of the Gehrman Sparrow pathway, known as the Big Alarm Clock, seem to emit a certain vibration at the astral body level that displeases deities, which further reduced the already not-so-high success rate of ritual magic. After reading the description of the Scholar's Ring, Roger immediately realized that the silent characteristic of this item would simultaneously act on the wearer's mind-body and astral body, which would be of great benefit to him in reducing internal noise and improving his shortcomings in performing ritual magic. After all, Roger would still need to seek help from Mr. Fool and even other deities later, and he didn't want to disturb or even anger these existences from afar due to his own characteristics. In addition, this Scholar's Ring had an additional function. That was to help the not-so-bright bandit with his apprentice acting, allowing him to quickly digest the potion and better assist with his work. What, did you find something you like? Haynes Vincent noticed Roger's change in posture and asked with a smile. Every word, every sentence, every detail, every content, all in one go. Yes, Mr. Vincent, I want this Scholar's Ring. Roger did not hide it. To prevent anyone from getting ahead of him, he immediately called an attendant, stating that he was willing to pay the corresponding price to purchase this magical item. Seeing that his 450 gold pounds, which he hadn't even warmed up yet, were now only 40 gold pounds, Roger inevitably felt a little pained. But considering it more deeply, these were all valuable investments, so he no longer dwelled on it. Then came a long wait. After about another 40 minutes, the attendant finally stood up and clapped his hands softly. Esteemed guests, the time for this gathering has arrived. Please await further notice for the time of the next gathering. The previously lively discussions abruptly ceased. Some attendees clearly felt unsatisfied, but seemingly under pressure from Mr. C, they had to temporarily stop and continue later. Roger also received a simple silver ring and a silver translucent leaf with deep red patterns. He put the ring on his hand and immediately felt his mind seem to sink into a tranquil lake. Not only did his observation and thinking abilities improve significantly, but even a subtle restlessness that had originally existed deep within him subsided considerably. My pain perception also decreased. Roger pinched his thigh hard, but felt almost nothing. This made him very satisfied. He took off the ring and put it in his pocket. The Beyonder gatherings I host have strict requirements for the authenticity of goods. Anyone who dares to deceive others here will be severely punished. Just as Roger was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a very pleasant and appealing male voice coming from behind him. He turned around curiously and found that the person wearing the goat mask had appeared behind him at some point. There's another update later. If anyone has spare monthly votes or anything, you can cast them to help this book improve its ranking. Thank you all for your support. #18 Aurora Society Membership Tasks. Chapter 18, The Aurora Society's Initiation Mission. Nice to meet you, Mr. Bonwy. I am Mr. C, the Aurora Order's messenger in Awa County. By this time, most of the people who had attended the Beyonder gathering had already dispersed, leaving only a handful of figures. These voices were unfazed by Mr. C's words, clearly having known about it beforehand. Of course, this included Haynes Vincent, who was wearing a fox mask. As expected. Roger thought to himself, but on the surface, he appeared a bit surprised. Aurora Order? You may have heard the name of our organization, and you may have heard those bad rumors. Mr. C chuckled, but those are all deliberate slanders by the so-called Orthodox Church. They only propagate what is great, glorious, and righteous, while turning a blind eye to the true dark side of history. In fact, throughout the history of the major churches, there have also been countless hidden disgraces and unspeakable things. This is the darkness of human nature, and even the world itself. As a wise man, instead of denying it, it is better to understand these truths. Facing this grand discourse, Roger listened almost, oh no, he was lost in thought. He asked in a daze. Then, according to you, how should we seek these truths? Mr. C, seeing this, couldn't help but nod in approval, seemingly highly recognizing Roger's comprehension. Of course, by following the true Creator, whom our Aurora Order believes in. He bore all the sins of the world, only to point out a path to salvation for us. Lord? Upon hearing this title, Roger immediately thought of the sequence 0 true God of the secret supplicant pathway, who hung himself in the forsaken land of the gods, incessantly muttering to his believers, and was jokingly referred to as the true rap lord by many netizens in his previous life. Completely unaware of Roger's blasphemous thoughts, Mr. C simply nodded slightly and said to himself, yes, he is the Lord who created everything, the ruler behind the veil of shadows, the fallen self-nature of all living beings. Created everything? Then the gods proclaimed by the church. Roger showed an expression of disbelief, which was very consistent with the reaction an ordinary lone citizen, educated in the Orthodox Church, should have. Because in the creation myth of the first epoch, all gods were transformed from the Creator who awoke from chaos. In this way, all true gods could find the legitimacy of their existence in such stories. For example, the Evernight goddess, widely worshipped in the Lone Kingdom, was one of the eyes of the original Creator. It must be said that the Aurora Order's doctrine did have some merit. After ordinary people heard the honored name of the true Creator, they would easily associate it with the original Creator, thus causing their faith to waver. Yes. It was He who created this world. He is omnipresent, existing within every living being. All things possess divinity. As long as our spirit is strong enough to withstand trials again and again, we can accumulate abundant divinity and ultimately become angels serving our Lord. So, are you willing to embark on this sacred path? Roger's eyes flickered, and he tried hard to suppress the urge to put on the scholar's ring and suppress his laughter. He gritted his teeth and remained silent for a long time before saying, Am I worthy? Of course, as long as you are willing to join us. Mr. C nodded slightly. To be honest, after listening to your words today, I feel it surpasses reading books for a full 10 years. Roger nodded, quoting a classic saying of Emperor Roselle, and then said, I am willing. I can feel that this is the truth I have been desperately seeking. Mr. C, thank you for telling me today. During the past period, Roger had been purposefully and repeatedly conveying similar ideas to Haynes Vincent, so it was not out of the question that the Aurora Order had already observed and vetted him. What seemed like an impromptu sermon today was actually just a natural progression. Mr. C was quite satisfied. He glanced at Haynes Vincent, who was pretending to be calm and collected, then pulled out a beautifully bound black booklet from within his robe and handed it to Roger. Very good. This contains some myths about our Lord and related knowledge. You can study it. Meters, you are a wise young man, but your courage and determination still need to be tested. To join the Aurora Order, you also need to complete a mission as a test from the organization. He said softly to Roger, even changing his address to a more intimate form, as if they were long-acquainted companions. What mission? Roger asked, taking the booklet. That depends on what sequence of Beyonder you are. Only then can I arrange a suitable mission. I am a Sequence 9 apprentice, Roger replied. Everything was flawless, from beginning to end. In reality, this should have been an obvious conclusion, as Roger had previously attempted to sell the potion formulas for Apprentice and Trickmaster consecutively. As a low-sequence Beyonder, this was likely his only asset. As for why he hadn't advanced to Sequence 8, there could be too many possible reasons, such as not being ready yet, or not having gathered all the materials. Perfect. Recently, the Enforcers of Night and Storm destroyed one of our preaching points. They not only brutally imprisoned those lost lambs who were willing to submit to our Lord, but also took away a precious holy relic. Your mission is to go to the Night Church's stronghold in Tingen and retrieve it. Of course, as a newcomer, I won't let you go alone. The specific time and place will be communicated to you by your companions. You can wait patiently these next few days. Mr. C was not surprised. His implied meaning was for Roger to use his door-opening ability to break through some sealed areas and retrieve the so-called holy relic. As for what that thing actually was, Roger initially judged it to be some magical item, most likely belonging to the secret supplicant pathway. On the other hand, combining various details, the preaching point mentioned by the other party was likely the warehouse at the dock earlier. If Mr. C knew that I even participated in the reporting of that encirclement operation, would he be unable to resist hurting me on the spot? Roger couldn't help but grumble inwardly, but he still agreed verbally. In fact, he also wanted to know the inside story of the dock incident. Roger had a hunch that as long as he participated in this mission, he would likely be able to follow the clues and uncover more truths. Then, good luck to you. After speaking, Mr. C, along with several other Aurora Order members nearby, chanted in unison some obscure prayers revering the true Creator. Roger had not learned these things. He simply listened quietly, and then, using the tone commonly used by the Orthodox Church, said, "Praise the great true Creator. Praise the great true Creator." The people around seemed to want to encourage Roger's faith, or perhaps they were influenced by him, as they all spoke the latter's impromptu praise in unison. This immediately made Roger feel that he had the potential to be the leader of a cult. Today's work is done. Chapter 19 Reporting to Amon. After leaving Mr. C's underground Beyonder gathering spot, Roger returned to the surface. But he didn't rush to take a public carriage home or go for a meal. Instead, he followed his memory, traversed several blocks, and arrived at a small post office that hadn't closed yet. "Sir, we're about to close. If you need to mail a package, you'll have to wait until tomorrow." The black-haired, black-eyed male employee on duty saw the bag in Roger's hand, which contained the scholar's ring and elven dark leaf, and subconsciously assumed he needed to send goods. You've misunderstood. I just need to send a registered letter. Can a first-class one still be sent now? A first-class registered letter was an expedited version, transported by water. Compared to the 1 week to 1 month delivery time for regular mail, these expensive letters could reach anywhere in the Lone Kingdom, including remote areas, within a maximum of 3 days. And for cities with docks along the Tassoc River, they could arrive in as little as 1 day. Yes, where do you want to send it? The employee turned to retrieve a form and a clean white envelope marked first class, placing them on the counter. Pritz Harbor, right in the dock area. After Roger left the Abraham family's residence, he hadn't yet informed the Flaming Dragon bar owner of his new address. To prevent the other party from reflexively sending the supplementary materials provided by Audrey to the original address, Roger felt it necessary to send a registered letter to inform him, otherwise, he would have to make another trip for these materials. This way, he would have a chance to complete his Sequence 8 advancement before the Aurora Orders mission was issued. We happen to have one more boat leaving tonight, and it will reach Pritz Harbor by noon tomorrow at the latest. The implication was for Roger to hurry. He nodded, quickly filled out the envelope and form, and paid for the letter, stamps, and the expedited fee for the first-class registered letter. After doing all this, he called out to the busy employee nearby again, and when the latter came to collect the letter, he casually inquired. "Oh, by the way, is there a family tavern on this street?" "Ah, yes, it's at." The black-haired youth was about to tell Roger the tavern's location but suddenly fell into a state of amnesia. Where was it? I remember it seemed to be. Strange, why can't I remember? He leaned on the counter, rubbing his temples, his expression one of extreme pain. Never mind. Just as Roger was about to give up and turn to leave, the other party suddenly looked up at him, his previously bewildered expression becoming clear again. The next moment, the youth pulled out a delicate monocle from his pocket and placed it over his right eye. The crystal lens reflected the light, revealing indifferent eyes tinged with a hint of playfulness. "Turn left when you go out, walk 10 meters, turn left again when you see the green sign for the grain and oil store, and you'll be there. F asterisk 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 F asterisk 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 F asterisk 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 F asterisk 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 F asterisk asterisk asterisk." Roger's expression immediately changed drastically, and he cursed inwardly, while instinctively activating Yog-Sothoth's ability, poised and ready. No wonder this person looked a bit familiar before. Although I already understood Amon's abilities, seeing it with my own eyes is still too mind-blowing. If he wasn't mistaken, at least half of this street should have been affected by Amon. There were no normal people left. Roger quickly used the power of Unifier of all things as fragments to confirm twice that he would not be affected by Amon's power in the past and next few days, then put on a smile. "I'm here to report my work to their boss. Speaking of which, I can report to you too, right?" In his opinion, since it was Amon anyway, it made no difference who he spoke to, even a low-sequence Amon. "I don't understand what you're saying. I am me, and he is he." The Amon at the post office took the letter, which Roger had also checked several times, and placed it into the collection slot behind him. "He's really getting into character, isn't he?" Roger complained inwardly but thanked him verbally. He suppressed his urge to run back to Daffodil Street, gritting his teeth and walking towards the family tavern. The frosted glass embedded in the bar door radiated warm gaslight, and faint sounds of mixed conversations and violin music could be heard. From the outside, it looked perfectly normal, a typical Lone-style small tavern. However, as the ding-dong of the opening door sounded, Roger immediately felt more than 20 glass lenses reflecting the gaslight pointing at him. The previously noisy conversation ceased abruptly, and even the youth playing the violin in the corner stopped drawing his bow. "Everyone, drink up, don't mind me." Roger raised both hands and chuckled dryly. "Not a single one is wrong, not a single one is out of place, not a single one is off, not a single one is out of order. What a family tavern. So your family monopolizes all the business on this street, huh?" Upon hearing this, the almonds returned to their conversations, and the violin resumed playing. Roger breathed a sigh of relief. He walked straight to the bar and looked at the Amon behind it, dressed in a bartender's uniform, shaking a cocktail shaker with his back to him. Through spirit vision observation, he determined that this was the highest-ranking Amon among all those nearby, likely reaching the Sequence 7 level. You don't need to be too wary of me. Although I really want to have a good time with you, Tingen City has a lot of trouble lately, and the main body doesn't allow us to make too many moves. Amon sensed Roger observing him and spoke with what seemed like a hint of regret. A lot of trouble? Roger savored the meaning of this sentence while nodding. Understood, big brother. As per your instructions, I managed to contact a member of the Aurora Order and met Mr. C through his introduction. Facing Amon, Roger did not hide anything, fully recounting his interactions with the Aurora Order. Amon said he wouldn't act against him, but that didn't mean he didn't have other informants within the Aurora Order, so it was better to lay everything bare. After all, one should love their profession, and if a double agent who juggled 3 factions wanted to survive, it was all about being serious, meticulous, and loyal in attitude. I didn't expect you to meet Mr. C so quickly. Amon seemed a little surprised. He chuckled. It's no wonder. The Church's intelligence network has secret files on many members of the Aurora Order. He needs a new face to help him with things. After all, what the Nighthawks took involves his advancement ritual. No one would just let it go. Advancement ritual? Roger was somewhat enlightened for a moment. Although he had already speculated about this, he didn't expect the confirmation to come so quickly. Rituals often appeared when Beyonders advanced to Sequence 5 and beyond. If Amon's words were true, then Mr. C should be at least a Sequence 6 Beyonder. Although he had previously guessed that the other party was a Shepherd, or a Rose Bishop, considering that there were other Beyonders of different sequences like Mr. X within the Aurora Order, he couldn't be entirely certain. Of course, since you have already agreed to help him retrieve that item, just go for it. I can even provide you with some interesting help. I really look forward to seeing how that goathead reacts. Amon smiled and handed Roger a freshly mixed cocktail with beautiful bubbles, placing it on the bar counter. There's one more update later. #20 Mr. Fool's Ritual. Chapter 20, Mr. Fool's Ritual. Interesting help. Roger's mouth twitched at the words. For ordinary people, interesting is a commendatory term in most cases, but if Amon said it, it could often be equated with tragedy. Therefore, he desperately didn't want to know what this interesting help was, he just wanted to go home early now. But he still patiently drank the cocktail Amon gave him to the bottom, and unexpectedly found that Amon's bartending skills were surprisingly good. Thinking about it again, this angel of time had been active in human society for so many years and was once a great noble, so mixing a drink would certainly be effortless for him. Another glass. Roger's eyes lit up. 1 gold pound. The bartender Amon glanced at him through his monocle. Farewell. Roger felt somewhat helpless. He refused his boss's extortionate behavior, put on his wide-brimmed top hat, and turned to walk out of the family bar. Along the way, Roger bought a bottle of Intis red wine at Harrod's department store, then packed 2 servings of paella, 1 each of white bread, Potter noodles, and Dixie pie, before arriving home and eating one of the paella servings. Seeing Bandit sound asleep, he quietly went to the underground storage room, cleaned his workbench, put on his scholar's ring, and entered his silent-focused personality. Roger first placed 4 brand-new sandalwood-scented candles at the 4 corners of the workbench, and then placed 4 main dishes respectively. Then, with the help of coarse salt, clear water, and Hermes's incantations, he sanctified a small silver knife and used it to create a sealed, spiritual wall around himself. Taking a deep breath, Roger dripped 1 drop of essential oil, which had been premixed and distilled from moonflower, golden mint, deep sleep flower, golden bergamot, and rock rose, onto each candle. A pleasant fragrance instantly wafted up, making Roger's already calm mind even more relaxed. Fool that does not belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above grey mist, you are the king of yellow and black who controls good luck. I beg for your help. I beg for your favor. I beg for you to grant me a good dream. Deep sleep flower. After a period of low chanting, Roger immediately felt a breeze blowing within the spiritual wall, and at the same time, there was a faint, deep red starlight swirling in the position of his right hand. But suddenly, this crimson light underwent an unexpected change, an almost imperceptible rust color inexplicably mixed into it. At the same time, gray mist rapidly spread at Roger's feet. Inside Blackthorn Security Company, Klein, who was on overtime duty guarding the armory, suddenly felt dizzy and almost fell, quickly supporting himself with his hand on the table. His forehead throbbed wildly, and the uncontrollable pain deep in his brain made him gasp, and he quickly rubbed his temples. What's wrong? Klein? Are you all right? Hearing Klein's voice, old Neil, who happened to be nearby, hurried over and asked with some concern from the doorway. No, I'm fine. Klein straightened up and let out a long breath, because he saw the 4 small black dots, like natural moles, that had appeared on the back of his right hand, originating from the luck transfer ritual. This made him realize that a tarot club member was performing the ritual magic to appeal to the fool, which they had previously agreed upon. What is this? This wasn't here before? Klein suddenly noticed that in the middle of those 4 black dots, a blurry, tiny, almost imperceptible rust-colored circular pattern had appeared. And he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he seemed to feel a gaze from within that circular pattern, watching him. He quickly rubbed his eyes, but found that the circular pattern had already disappeared, and the 4 black dots also faded quickly. Could it be that something went wrong with that ritual magic? Does it need improvement? Klein felt a bit uneasy in his heart, because the circular pattern that seemed to hide a gaze reminded him, for no reason, of the illusory eye he had seen behind old Neil when he had just gained his spirit vision earlier. He decided to go above gray mist later to check what exactly went wrong. Roger, who was almost completely engulfed, quickly pricked the spiritual wall with his silver dagger, ending the ritual. The moment he did so, the gray mist vanished without a trace in an instant. Panting heavily, Roger muttered, I remember the Fool's Prayer ritual wasn't like this. In his memory, as long as a deep red starlight appeared, it meant that the practitioner of the ritual magic had successfully left their plea above Sapphira Castle, and then it was a normal release ritual, waiting for Mr. Fool's reply. But just now, some kind of anomaly seemed to have occurred. The gray mist unique to Sapphira Castle had actually spread within his spiritual wall. This gave Roger a very bad premonition, and he quickly stopped the ritual. Could it be that Star of Judgment and Sapphira Castle interacted in some way? This made Roger shiver slightly. This kind of matter was too high level. He decided not to easily pray to Mr. Fool again until he understood the whole story. It was just a weekly meeting, and Roger was confident he could ensure his attendance. Of course, if he really had something urgent, he would go next door and subtly hint to Klein that he was very busy, so Mr. Fool would naturally know the relevant situation. After all, he and the head of his secret organization were neighbors. It would be a waste not to use this connection. The next day, 3 in the afternoon. Perhaps it was because the first ritual magic consumed too much spirituality, or perhaps the prayer to Mr. Fool had an effect. Roger only woke up at this time. He yawned while washing up, then tied a simple cat collar made of string and a scholar's ring around Bandit's neck and tossed him into the scattered word cards on the floor. Watching the kitten enter a focused state, diligently reading the cards, he nodded with satisfaction and walked into the kitchen. Bang bang bang. Just as Roger was frying an egg in a pan, preparing to eat something simple, his front door was suddenly knocked upon. This early? Didn't Klein say we were eating in the evening? With doubt in his heart, Roger still went forward and opened the door. Standing at the door was a young man with black hair and black eyes, carrying a backpack. Seeing such a color scheme, Roger was startled at first, but quickly calmed down. If the other party didn't have very peculiar natural curls, he probably would have instinctively closed the door. Excuse me, are you Mr. Roger Abraham? The young man bowed slightly, speaking with some uncertainty. Roger was about to say yes when he suddenly realized something was wrong. Because in Tingen, he was Meters Bonwy, not Roger Abraham. I'm not. Who are you? He counter-questioned. Seeing this, the young man quickly waved his hand and replied. You don't need to be nervous. My name is Ethan Weissman, and I'm from the Fiery Dragon Bar in Pritz Harbor. Chapter 21 The Noisy One. Weissman? Roger only reacted to the name after hearing it, because the owner of the Fiery Dragon Bar shared the same surname. Old Weissman, the owner, was a student and peripheral member of the Abraham family, already 45 years old this year. In Roger's impression, he was a Sequence 8 trickmaster of the apprentice pathway a few years ago, and Roger wasn't sure if he had been promoted in the past 2 years. Considering that the young man in front of him resembled him by at least 5 parts, Roger immediately guessed that the two were either father and son or uncle and nephew. Welcome, come in and sit. Roger stepped aside, inviting Ethan in, and then closed the door. Ethan's attitude was respectful. He nodded politely and walked into the living room to sit down. Have you eaten? I have, Mr. Roger. My father received your urgent letter earlier today and guessed that you urgently needed these 2 items, so he specifically had me buy a train ticket from Pritz Harbor to Tingen to deliver them to you. As steam technology and basic industry entered a period of rapid development in recent years, the operating weight of articulated steam trains had generally exceeded 300 tons, with a maximum speed of about 100 kilometers per hour. The distance between Pritz Harbor and Tingen City was not far, and it only took a little over 3 hours to arrive by the fastest train, which was quite convenient. After Ethan finished speaking, he took off his backpack and pulled out a small bottle containing dark red liquid and a piece of elven dark leaf. These were precisely the 2 auxiliary materials Roger had exchanged with Audrey earlier. Roger quickly took them, looking at the milliliter markings on the small bottle and the translucent leaf wrapped in exquisite sealing paper. He couldn't help but picture Ms. Justice's serious face as she carefully packed these items herself. You've gone to a lot of trouble, he said gratefully. You're too kind, Mr. Roger. I'll take my leave now. The shop is short-staffed today, so I need to go back and help. Ethan stood up, preparing to leave immediately. Wait a moment. Roger looked around, retrieved an unopened bottle of Intis red wine he had bought at the department store yesterday, and handed it to Ethan. Please send my regards to your father. I know he likes local draft beer, but he might occasionally enjoy some foreign red wine. Mr. Roger. Ethan was a little overwhelmed. Although the red wine wasn't too expensive, considering the subordinate relationship between the Abraham family and old Weissman, it was quite uncommon for them to receive gifts for running errands. Don't be polite. The Weissman family is an old friend of the Abraham family. I'm very grateful that you could make a special trip. Seeing Roger insist, Ethan could only nod, put the red wine into his bag, and politely bid farewell. Click. Roger turned his back and closed the door, letting out a long breath and revealing an expression of pure delight. He had originally thought he wouldn't receive Audrey's package until tomorrow at the earliest, but he got it so quickly. This way, he could advance to Brawler today and become a Sequence 8 Beyonder. Considering that he couldn't meditate on an empty stomach, Roger quickly returned to the kitchen, reheated the half-cooked, already semi-cold eggs, poured them onto a plate, ate them with pickled ham slices, and drank a large glass of water. Feeling his stomach quite full, he then washed his hands and the plate, took the auxiliary materials Ethan had just delivered into the underground storage room, and set up the beaker and alcohol lamp. Quickly recalling the Brawler potion formula in his mind, Roger poured 80 milliliters of pure water into the beaker, then successively added 15 grams of shallow bulb grass powder, 8 grams of oak heartwood powder, 2 pieces of elven dark leaf, and 10 milliliters of red mandrake juice. Of course, to prevent overdose, Roger deliberately ignored the red liquid clinging to the beaker wall. At this point, the swirling liquid in the beaker had turned into a deep gray, turbid state. Seeing the time was right, Roger flicked his right hand, dropping a pink rhombic crystal into the beaker. This was precisely the Sequence 8 Brawler Beyonder characteristic. With its addition, the originally turbid deep gray liquid quickly turned into a light gray semi-gelatinous substance containing suspended bubbles, with beautiful red misty layers faintly appearing within it, reflecting speckles of light under the illumination. Roger took a deep breath, poured the semi-gelatinous substance into his mouth, and swallowed it. Boom! In an instant, he heard an extremely noisy sound inside his skull, as if many poorly maintained musical instruments were playing simultaneously in his ears. Although it sounded somewhat chaotic, it contained an elusive rhythm, almost completely draining his attention. This made Roger feel very uneasy. He closed his eyes and began to diligently outline his wide-brimmed top hat in his mind, trying to suppress the constantly appearing red illusory light arcs within his vision. After about 20 minutes, the noisy sounds in his ears finally gradually subsided, and even the red light arcs no longer appeared. Roger opened his eyes, felt the changes within himself, and smiled. Everything was perfectly fine. Now, he was a brawler. The brawler potion comprehensively enhanced the intensity of the stirring stick ability. Now, Roger could simultaneously stir the emotions of 20 ordinary people or 6 Beyonders of the same sequence, and even stimulate mentally weaker individuals, triggering their desire for expression and causing them to act out of line. Secondly, there was a further enhancement of spirituality, magical focus, and divination ability. Especially in terms of astrology, Roger no longer needed to rely on physical astrolabes or other mediums. He could perform mental astrolabe divination simply by knowing the necessary information, and its accuracy had significantly improved. Finally, there was a new active magic, mental boost, which was the core skill of a brawler. A brawler could use a sonic burst from their throat to attack the minds of all living beings in the vicinity, regardless of friend or foe, and cause a sustained mental penetration effect on individuals with weaker minds for a period of time. Even if the opponent plugged their ears, it would only reduce the damage received, but as long as the sound wave transmission could not be completely eliminated, the effect could not be completely isolated. Not only that, but mental boost could also temporarily suppress most types of mental pollution not exceeding sequence 8, allowing the contaminated person to return to a clear state amidst the noise, and could be used as an auxiliary means when necessary. The biggest drawback of this skill was that its propagation speed would not exceed the speed of sound, and its power would rapidly decay with distance. However, considering that at low sequence levels, there were few living beings capable of bursting out speeds exceeding 300 meters per second in an instant, mental boost could be considered a very powerful skill, especially when used at close range. Gehrman Sparrow truly lives up to his reputation as an existence even the three-pillar gods fear. He's already so powerful at just sequence 8. Roger secretly clicked his tongue. Now his direct attack capability already surpassed many sequence 7 Beyonders. Not to mention the mental astrology and pollution suppression that could play a prominent role when needed. This way, he had stronger self-preservation capabilities and did not have to worry about falling into an awkward situation in frontal combat. Roger stood up, just about to tidy the desk, when he suddenly slapped his forehead and stumbled upstairs. Because of Ethan's sudden visit, coupled with the long time spent concocting the potion and meditating, he had momentarily forgotten to remove the scholar's ring from Bandit. In the living room, the indifferent-eyed Bandit had already abandoned the literacy cards and was diligently flipping through the Honest Man's Daily from 2 days ago with his cat paws, hungrily. Roger slapped his forehead, a herd of alpacas stampeding through his mind. There's one more update later. #22 Dinner at the Moretti House. Chapter 22 Dinner at the Moretti House. Roger quickly took off the collar from Bandit's neck and put it into his pocket. Bandit seemed completely unaware of Roger's actions, not even looking up at Roger when the collar was removed, as if he didn't care what Roger was doing. Could this cat be? Roger tried to pinch Bandit's paw, but the latter remained completely still. However, it also stopped staring at the newspaper, just maintaining its previous posture and lying there quietly, lost in thought. Roger frowned, then, with a thought, tried to gently scratch Bandit's right thigh. This time, the tabby cat did react somewhat, reflexively retracting its right leg. This is a bit troublesome. As a good young man who grew up in the information age, Roger was very clear about how dangerous tactile dysfunction could be. This was because touch, especially pain, was actually a self-protective mechanism of the body. For example, being scalded by hot water or pricked by a needle would cause one to reflexively pull back their hand, avoiding further injury. What's more, tactile feedback also helps living beings maintain postural stability. Whether it's normal walking or maintaining balance, a lack of touch can lead to extremely serious consequences. According to the description, the side effect of wearing the scholar's ring for too long was the inability to normally produce emotions and tactile sensations within 12 to 24 hours, but Roger was not clear about what emotions or types of tactile sensations Bandit was missing, nor did he know if these missing items would change over time. This uncertainty was more harmful than the tactile loss itself. Fortunately, this adverse reaction would only last for 12 to 24 hours. Before Bandit regained its senses, Roger had to constantly watch over it and protect it. It seems I underestimated this thing before. I still need to be more careful when buying mystical items in the future. Considering that he had an appointment with Klein, Roger could only try to take Bandit to his house for observation, but in that case, he would need to ask for his opinion first to avoid being impolite. He put on his clothes, carefully picked up Bandit, and went to 2 Daffodil Street, freeing one hand to knock on the door. Melissa opened the door. She first greeted Roger politely, then looked at the kitten in his arms. "Oh, what happened to Bandit?" the girl immediately asked with concern. "It accidentally ate some medicine it shouldn't have at noon, and it seems to have problems with its sense of touch. I took it to the doctor, and the doctor said it was temporary, but it needs observation, and the owner cannot leave." Hearing Melissa's exclamation, Benson and Klein, who was wiping his hands on his apron, also rushed over. Roger frowned and explained Bandit's situation to the two of them again. However, Klein seemed very willing. He waved his hand. "Welcome, welcome. I can pack some food for Bandit too." Benson and Melissa also had no objections, which deeply moved Roger. What a warm family. He apologized and carried the kitten into the Moretti family's home. In the 2 days after the two families had just moved to Daffodil Street, Roger had also visited the Moretti family to call on his neighbors. But compared to then, the living room now had a few more decorations and many items full of life, while the dining table was set with some marinating meat and chopped vegetables. "Sorry, dinner will be a while." Benson glanced at Klein's busy back. He smiled apologetically and poured Roger a glass of sweet iced tea that Klein had prepared in advance, placing it on the table. "Don't be polite, I came early anyway." Roger took off his overcoat, placed it on the floor in the corner of the Moretti home, forming a stable ring, then took off his wide-brimmed fedora and placed the kitten inside. After doing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, returned to the sofa to sit down, and chatted with Benson. During this time, Melissa sat next to Bandit, watching it while gently flipping through some mechanical design sketches in her hand. "Benson, I see your sister seems to like mechanical things very much." Roger took a sip of the sweet and sour black tea, which had a faint lemon scent, and said with a smile. "Yes, Melissa has been good at these things since she was a child, and she even independently repaired the broken pocket watch left by our father." Benson said with some emotion. "Her dream is to become a steam mechanic, and she has been working hard for it." Roger nodded. According to his understanding, Melissa was indeed very interested in mechanical devices such as gears and springs. Through her own efforts, she was admitted to the Steam and Machinery Department of Tingen Technical School and even became a Sequence 9 savant. "Dinner is ready." At this time, Klein had already prepared a table full of dishes and motioned for everyone to sit down. Roger looked over, feeling it was quite abundant. Salted cod, Dixie pie, stewed fresh vegetables, lamb stew with peas, apple pie, mashed potatoes. In addition, there was a Chinese-style beef brisket stew with tomatoes and a plate of egg fried rice. These two seemed to be specially made to entertain Roger. He nodded with some relief. It seemed that the Moretti family's life had greatly improved in recent days. "You went to a lot of trouble," Roger said softly. "Draft beer or sweet iced tea?" Klein untied his apron and asked with a smile. "Draft beer, thank you," Roger replied. Klein nodded and poured a glass of draft beer for him, Benson, and himself, and a glass of sweet iced tea for Melissa. The four of them prayed devoutly to the Evernight goddess simultaneously, then clinked glasses and began to eat. Klein had clearly put a lot of thought into this meal. The taste was excellent, and everyone praised it endlessly. Especially the egg fried rice and beef brisket stew with tomatoes, which made Roger quite emotional. In this current world, it was truly not easy to still be able to eat these dishes from his hometown. After 3 rounds of drinks, the men were all a bit tipsy and began to discuss recent international affairs. Have you heard? The Fasak Empire has been very hostile towards Lone recently, but due to our latest ironclads being commissioned and our navy's strength greatly increasing, they have been hesitant to act. To be honest, I really don't want a war. Fusak and Lone are both regional powers, and once a war breaks out, it's not ruled out that it could escalate into a world war. Life has just gotten a little better recently. I hope those curly-haired baboons at the top with questionable intelligence don't act on impulse. Benson belched halfway through his complaint. Klein nodded in agreement, but Benson, you know, those guys don't care about the lives of the common people. With the rapid industrial development in recent years, many workers and even child laborers in Backland lack rest, and some have contracted unclear diseases. I also heard that people go missing almost every day among the populace, and many report it to the police, but most cases sink like stones into the sea. Following Benson's words, Klein casually steered the conversation towards the unfinished topic from the Tarot Club meeting, then glanced at Roger, seemingly expecting him to speak. Yes, that's why I've been studying hard. Because now is also an opportunity for us, an opportunity to change the future and destiny of the entire society. Benson did not notice his younger brother's actions. What he referred to in his words was naturally the upcoming civil service examination. Although not many people knew about this matter yet, he did not avoid Roger because of it. Actually, behind these abnormal phenomena lie huge conspiracies, and what we see is just the tip of the iceberg. What people think is only what certain individuals want us to think. Before the problem truly erupts, very few people will realize the seriousness of the matter. Roger pondered for a moment, then suddenly said. Meters, then in your opinion, what is the truth of the matter? Klein leaned forward, looking at Roger expectantly. Chapter 23 Hints only you will understand. Previously, when Roger contacted Mr. Fool through the prayer ritual, both parties noticed some strange occurrences. However, at first, Klein only thought it was a flaw in the ritual design. It wasn't until Audrey and Alger performed the ritual separately, a perfectly normal ritual, that he realized Roger's situation was not common. After he confirmed there was no danger through divination, he arrived at the gray mist through the luck transfer ritual, only to unexpectedly find that the deep red star representing Roger had turned into a strange, rusty color, looking particularly odd. This made Klein feel very peculiar. It was also from that moment that he truly confirmed Roger was not simply knowledgeable, but had some special quality, just like himself. During this period, under the suggestion of Captain Dunn Smith, Klein specifically studied knowledge about secret organizations with Old Neil and learned that Assassin and Instigator were the names of Sequence 9 and Sequence 8 potions controlled by the Demonist sect, respectively. And this was completely consistent with what Roger had said earlier at the Tarot Club. Coupled with Klein and Captain Dunn's collaboration in eliminating the Joker of the Secret Order and sending the Antigonus family's notebook to the cathedral, he finally became an official member of the Nighthawks. With the change in his identity and the Triss incident coming to the attention of the Nighthawks team, Klein couldn't help but ponder what was truly behind the Demonist sect's human trafficking activities in Backland, which Roger had mentioned. Facing Klein's question, Roger put down his wine glass and revealed a complex smile. You're interested in this matter after all. He sighed inwardly. The Demonist sect's activities in Backland were not merely simple human trafficking, they were also related to the apotheosis rituals of the current Lone King George III and the King of Angels Adam. Not only that, the Twilight Hermit Order, Psychology Alchemists, Secret Order, and Aurora Order were all involved, and even the True God churches had different degrees of tacit approval for this matter. It could be said that for a Sequence 8 brawler and a Sequence 9 seer, getting involved in this matter was akin to poking a hole in the sky, and most likely would not end well. Due to Adam's own characteristics, even not discussing him, just knowing of his existence, was extremely dangerous. One might be woven into his own story by this King of Angels level author. Roger himself had the contamination of Yog-Sothoth, unifier of all things, and was not afraid of Adam's prying, but others were different. Therefore, even with the protection of Sapphira Castle, when Roger brought up this matter with the Tarot Club, he always discussed it as a normal large-scale criminal event, and dared not let them know more. Even if they were insignificant low-sequence beyonders, considering the two cheats of Gehrman Sparrow and Sapphira Castle, it was best to be careful. Roger pondered for a moment and came up with a plan. Klein. He smiled. Let's do a thought experiment. What thought experiment? Hearing this, Klein immediately showed a curious expression. Let's assume there's a kind of mechanism, a system, that allows people to communicate at any time without meeting, similar to a telegraph, but faster, more convenient, with more functions, and over 100 times more powerful than a telegraph. But on the other hand, if a person doesn't want to, he can also remain undetected by others. Roger carefully chose his words. This description immediately captivated Melissa, making the girl's eyes light up. Klein, however, felt his heart skip a beat. Is Meters talking about the internet with me? But on the surface, he nodded calmly, and then? Under the protection of such a system, some people remain as they are, but others will express the evil thoughts they usually dare not show. Ultimately, driven by profit, underground human trafficking will begin, and the fate of these poor people will no longer be decided by themselves, or even by those who sell them. Who then? Benson was confused, and Melissa was also somewhat lost by Roger's jumping logic. Sorry, that story is over. Roger took a sip of wine and showed a somewhat helpless smile. After hearing the story, Klein thought for a moment and reacted. He had seen this story before he transmigrated. Some perverted people would set up secret live streams on the internet, specifically abducting people and committing violence, while viewers would give rewards, deciding the fate of others based on their own selfish desires. Audience. Klein seemed to grasp something, but Roger shook his head slightly at him. Such a fragmented story, if one had not personally experienced the 21st century, one would not be able to understand its essence at all. Its tricky part lies in the fact that it completely bypasses the cognitive system of most people in this world. Even if they hear it, they cannot establish effective contextual connections, and even logical reasoning is difficult to perform, so there will be no further understanding, let alone a significant projection in the collective subconscious world. Only transmigrators from the same era who frequently surf the internet can understand the deeper meaning within. But even so, they cannot directly realize Adam's existence, only develop a sense of precaution against beyonders of the audience pathway. I don't understand. Klein's heart was stirred, his imagination running wild, but on the surface, he let out a long sigh. Then he smiled and said, however, the new telegraph you just mentioned is indeed an interesting concept. I very much look forward to the royal scientists in Backland being able to build it. To this era. Klein raised his glass. Roger, Benson, and Melissa also raised their glasses, and the three of them drained the contents. Thanks for the hospitality, I have to go back now. Roger supported himself and stood up, picking up Bandit, who had fallen asleep. The other three also stood up to see him off, and Roger waved his hand, departing on his own. The next day at noon. Roger, who had been awake all night, watched Bandit stretch, stand up from inside his hat, and then walk steadily towards the cabinet with the cat food, passing through the door and feasting inside as if nothing had happened. Roger opened the cabinet door and observed the tabby cat for a while. After confirming that it had recovered, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wondered if it was his imagination, but Bandit's eyes were clearer than a few days ago, even showing a reminiscent expression. Did the potion digest a bit? Roger's heart stirred. He took out 2 cards and wrote the names Roger and Klein on them respectively. Seeing that Bandit had eaten his fill, he called the tabby cat over and pointed to the two cards. "What's my name?" he tentatively asked. The tabby cat thought for a moment and then pounced on the card with Roger written on it. #24 Aurora Club, these crazy people. Chapter 24, The Aurora Club, a bunch of lunatics. Roger tried writing down a few more sets of simple, recognizable words to test Bandit, and the tabby cat made the correct choices every time, without a single mistake. Amazing. Roger was delighted and gave Bandit a thumbs up with a smile. It awkwardly licked its paws, seemingly trying to hide its pride. "I wonder how Miss Justice's Susie is doing?" This scene couldn't help but remind him of that golden retriever and its nickname, Dog of Fantasies. If Klein advances to an old one with the Fool, this guy might even have a chance to become a cat of stars. Thinking of this, Roger couldn't help but laugh out loud. Now that Bandit had regained consciousness and its mind had become even smarter from digesting the potion, no longer as reckless as before, Roger could finally rest assured and go to sleep. Because he had just advanced to Sequence 8 the day before, and had stayed up all night worrying about Bandit, Roger was extremely tired at this moment. He returned to his bedroom, hid the scholar's ring in a concealed spot, then pulled up the covers and fell into a deep sleep. During this sleep, Roger had many fragmented dreams that left him feeling agitated. Finally, he saw a distorted and blurry figure standing in the deepest part of the gray-misted temple, its deep, crimson eyes swirling, seemingly watching him. The moment Roger saw that figure, his mind inexplicably relaxed, everything returned to peace, and the dream abruptly ended. When he woke up again, it was already the morning of the next day. Outside the living room, there was a thump, thump, thump knocking sound, and Roger could vaguely hear someone calling out, "Mr. Banway." He jolted upright, confirmed he wasn't dreaming, then quickly put on his clothes and pants, tidied his hair, and finally went to open the door. Standing outside the door was a middle-aged man of short stature, wearing narrow-rimmed glasses, dressed in a sharp suit, with his hair neatly combed back, holding a briefcase and looking at Roger with concern. Seeing Roger's somewhat disheveled appearance, he lightly coughed and said, "Sorry to disturb your rest." "It's all right, may I ask who you are?" Roger asked, puzzled. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself." The middle-aged man opposite took out a business card and handed it to Roger. "I am Leo Francois from Huntington Law Firm. I was entrusted by Mr. Willis to have some documents for you to sign." Upon hearing this, Roger finally realized. Mr. Willis had mentioned this to him before, saying that an attorney would soon come to him to sign the procedural documents for the establishment of the Tingen City Stray Animal Protection Foundation. "Please come in." He invited Attorney Francois into the living room, and the latter didn't stand on ceremony, walking straight in. But after looking around and taking in Roger's simple living environment, he was utterly stunned. "You truly are a philanthropist of noble character." Attorney Francois couldn't help but exclaim. He had seen many successful people, including Mr. Willis, who lived in luxurious mansions or detached villas. But someone like Roger, who lived simply in an improved townhouse and had hardly done any interior decoration, was a first for him. "What philanthropist?" "I also want to live in a big house, but I don't have the means." Roger pouted, forcing out a noble smile. "You flatter me." "The documents?" Francois sat at the table and pulled out a stack of agreements and documents from his briefcase. Roger reviewed the documents one by one, which included not only the appointment letter for the executive director, a list of cooperating organizations, a fund utilization plan, and personnel arrangements, but even a land deed contract for renting an office in the West District. These were all suggestions Roger had made, referencing the Animal Rescue Association systems he had seen in his previous life, and they were highly feasible. Annual rent of 50 gold pounds. Truly rich and powerful. Roger felt a bit emotional. Mr. Willis, who previously lacked understanding of animal rescue, had considered renting an office in the bustling Golden Banyan district, but Roger had considered that there were hardly any stray animals to rescue there. Finally, after negotiations between both parties, the plan to set up an office in the West District was reached. If they had truly followed Mr. Willis's suggestion and rented an office in the Golden Banyan district at the time, the annual rent would have been at least £70 or more. With that money, it would be better to buy more vaccines and food, and do something practical. I have no issues. Your professionalism is commendable. Roger quickly signed all the agreements, and finally escorted Attorney Francois to the door. They shook hands, and Roger watched him leave, then finally let out a sigh of relief. I should take a shower. There's almost no food left at home, so I'll have to buy some later. Just as Roger was about to enter the bathroom, he suddenly heard a knock at the door again. Oh my God, is there no end to this? He frowned and opened the door again. But strangely, this time, there was no one outside. Just as Roger was wondering, a furry sensation suddenly came from below his pant leg. He looked down and saw Bandit preparing to lie down on a white square envelope. Cats are good, cats are literate, but cats can't stop nesting. He grumbled, picked up the envelope, looked around again, then went inside and closed the door. Roger opened the envelope and saw an address on Red Moon Street and a time of 10:30 p.m. written on it. Below was a dark inverted cross emblem, which he had seen in the black grimoire obtained from the previous Beyonder gathering. This was one of the symbols commonly used by the Aurora Order. Red Moon Street sounds a bit familiar. Tonight, does that mean I have a mission tonight? Seriously, can't they let me not stay up late? As Roger was silently complaining, he suddenly saw the letter paper and envelope in his hand simultaneously ignite with a dark red flame that had no temperature. The flame seemed to cause no harm to the human body, but it instantly burned the paper to ashes, leaving not even a trace. What kind of confidentiality method is this? A magical item? Roger pouted. He temporarily put off showering and instead ran straight back to his bedroom, taking out the Tingen City map he had prepared earlier. Following the address in his mind, his index finger quickly slid across the map, soon pointing to Red Moon Street. And at this moment, he finally understood why that street name sounded familiar to him. Because St. Selena's Church, belonging to the Church of the Evernight Goddess, was located on this street. The most critical thing was that St. Selena's Church was not far from the address given by the Aurora Order. Roger slid his finger a little further along the line connecting the two, and it pointed to Blackthorn Security Company. He narrowed his eyes, and a somewhat crazy guess surfaced in his mind. Damn it, these lunatics from the Aurora Order, they wouldn't be trying to drag me into a forced assault on Cheney Skate, would they? Chapter 25, The Dangerous Cheney Skate. The name Cheney Skate originates from Archbishop Cheney's, the founder of the Church of the Evernight Goddess's modern Nighthawk system, and its purpose is to seal mystical items collected by the Church of the Evernight Goddess. Among those Roger explicitly knew were 2-105 Vessel Thief, 2-078 Door of Death, 2-030 Everlasting Poison, and 3-0625 Bad Luck Puppet. Taiwan Novel Network has a large collection of books, read at any time. Not to mention, it also contained the ashes of Saint Selena, a saint of the Church of the Evernight Goddess, which was the core of the seal. Precisely because of this, in every sense, it was one of the most dangerous places in Tingen City. The Aurora Order can scheme for such a place. It seems Mr. C truly desires that so-called holy relic. Roger's thoughts raced. He felt it was necessary to subtly remind Klein about this. I can't go directly to Klein, because the Aurora Order just came and used secrecy measures, so it's not impossible they're monitoring my actions. He thought it over and over, then a sudden idea struck him. He walked into the living room and woke Bandit, who was sleeping on the sofa. The awakened tabby cat looked at him with some resentment. Roger gave an apologetic smile. Bandit, go next door and help me lure Klein over. Remember to open the door from the kitchen. Because the townhouses shared structural parts, Bandit passing through the wall to Klein's house would not alert the Aurora Order. In a corner of Klein's house was a cabinet, located on the same horizontal plane as Roger's kitchen. As long as Bandit emerged from there, he could pretend to have slipped in through a window. Bandit blinked, clearly understanding Roger's words, and reluctantly jumped off the sofa, running towards the kitchen. Roger waited for a while, but then saw Bandit return from the kitchen the way he came. "Did you find Klein?" he asked, puzzled. The tabby cat ran to the living room, rummaged through the test word cards Roger had written earlier, and pulled out a card that read no. Right, Klein mentioned during dinner that day that he's on duty every Thursday. Roger then remembered, but immediately an unbidden thought appeared in his mind. Speaking of this duty, could it be at Cheney's Gate? The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed, but considering the anomaly he encountered during his last prayer to Mr. Fool, Roger dared not try to hint at Klein through such a pathway again. Mr. C had said earlier that he would send other members of the Aurora Order to carry out the mission with Roger. Because the apprentice pathway is not good at combat, there would definitely be combat-oriented types among those accompanying him. This also meant that Klein would very likely have to fight head-on. Not yet a clown, he would find it difficult to gain an advantage in such a duel. In that case, even if I don't want to participate in this mission, I have to. Roger had a headache. For Klein's sake, he had to be prepared. He glanced at Bandit, deciding not to bring this easily recognizable tabby cat. Instead, he went to the cabinet and pulled out the pile of items he had brought from the Abraham family's residence. Not this one, nor that one. Following his memory, Roger quickly pulled out a glove from the items scattered on the floor. The glove was made of pure cotton, entirely black, and looked somewhat fuzzy. His heart stirred. He put the glove on his left hand, then let his spirituality wrap around his 5 fingers, and then reached straight towards the cabinet door beside him. Without any obstruction, his hand passed through, and then took out a bow tie from inside. "You're the one," he smiled. This was a relic of Roger's grandfather, Benjamin Abraham, Benjamin's gloves. This Sequence 7 astrologer had accidentally spilled a potion on his cotton gloves during his first attempt to become an apprentice, unexpectedly creating this item. Benjamin's gloves can, by feeding it with spirituality, exhibit abilities similar to an apprentice, but the side effect is that if used too many times in one day, the user will fall completely into etherealization, and the recovery time is uncertain. For Roger, who needed to pretend to be an apprentice, this was a good substitute. He showered, ate lunch, and then, while thinking about his future plans, flipped through the Taysok newspaper to pass the time. When night fell, Roger changed into an unworn overcoat, put on Benjamin's gloves, and folded the leather owl mask he had worn earlier, placing it inside his overcoat. He specifically instructed Bandit to stay home and behave, then left to take a public carriage and arrived at Red Moon Street. Taking a public carriage to engage in secret criminal activities, this scene looks strange no matter how you look at it. By then, there were noticeably fewer pedestrians on the street. Roger checked the time, it was still not even 10 o'clock. He had no choice but to go to a nearby coffee shop that was still open and bought a small cup of Dixie coffee. He sat behind the window, waiting, and casually observed the towering church of the Evernight Goddess across the street. Not a single mistake, one by one, all content in one glance. After about another 20 minutes, Roger noticed a refined young man wearing glasses and a white shirt with a gray vest, and another tall, neatly dressed, beautiful curly-haired lady converging from different directions, standing at the same spot on the street corner. His heart stirred. He drank his coffee in one gulp, pushed open the door, and walked towards the two. "Meters?" The curly-haired woman spoke, her tone gentle. Roger nodded, and then the three walked together towards a dark spot on the street corner, soon seeing a large door locked from the inside. This was a side hall of St. Selena's Church, not usually open to worshippers. "Meters, you open the door." After the young man spoke, his figure rapidly faded, quickly merging into the surrounding shadows and disappearing. A Sequence 7 of the Secret Supplicant Pathway, a shadow ascetic? Roger was slightly surprised by this sight. He hadn't expected the Aurora Order to send a Sequence 7 Beyonder for this mission. One should know that this sequence level was already enough to become a divine envoy of the Aurora Order. If not for the presence of Mr. C in Alwa County, this young man should also have had hopes of becoming a divine envoy. Roger's heart tightened. He immediately put on his mask, then infused his spirituality into Benjamin's gloves, and passed through the wall into the side hall of St. Selena's Church, which was illuminated by the moonlight from the other side of the street, casting mottled red light on the floor. No one. He looked around, relieved to confirm there were no bishops or priests on duty, then unlatched the door from the inside. Vaguely, a tall figure wearing a clown mask entered, and at the same time, a faint breeze swept past Roger, heading towards the deepest part of the church. A clown mask? The Aurora Order and the Secret Order are cooperating? Roger frowned immediately upon seeing this. There will be another update later. Hashtag 26 Confrontation. Chapter 26 Confrontation. The thought popped into Roger's mind, and he immediately narrowed his eyes, observing the back of the tall, curly-haired woman. Her footsteps are steady and silent, and her muscles are extremely well controlled. This indeed matches the characteristics of a Joker. An apprentice, a shadow ascetic with stealth and various strange abilities, and a seer with sequence 8 level combat power. It must be said that this was indeed a well-thought-out combination. Earlier, the Nighthawks team, with the help of sealed artifact 2-049, had killed Riel Bieber, a descendant of the Antigonus family, and another Secret Order Sequence 7 magician, and recovered the Antigonus family's notes. It was during that operation that Klein learned that the Sequence 8 of the Seer pathway was the Joker and also gained the qualification to become a full member of the Nighthawks. Could it be that the Secret Order still doesn't know that the Antigonus family's notes have been sent to the Night Church Cathedral and they've come to Tingeon City to try their luck behind Cheney's Gate? If they knew that the Aurora Order was involved in the loss of the Antigonus family's notes, would they still cooperate? Roger pondered as he closed the side door of the church, gently drawing the bolt. It was at this moment that he suddenly heard 2 muffled groans from deeper within the darkness, followed by the sound of heavy bodies falling. Roger hurried over to the main hall of the church, just in time to see the bespectacled young man's figure quickly outlined by the red moonlight, while 2 priests in black robes lay at his feet. The young man took off his glasses and wiped them, his face slightly pale. Through the slight rise and fall of the priests' chests, Roger immediately determined that both were only stunned, not directly killed. It seems this guy isn't as crazy as I imagined. His goal is very clear. St. Selena's Church is the headquarters of the Church of the Evernight Goddess in Tingeon City. If he were to kill people indiscriminately here, the red gloves of the cathedral would most likely uproot the Aurora Order in Owa County. Roger breathed a sigh of relief, but then he muttered to himself. Perhaps this is also why he hasn't become a divine messenger. But in any case, to be able to guard the important St. Selena's Church at night, these 2 priests likely also had Beyonder identities or special items, yet they were instantly knocked down by this shadow ascetic, which shows the young man's considerable combat power. The female Joker quickly searched the 2 priests, found a bronze key with a distinct Night Church style, then pulled out a pendulum and used the key as a medium to perform a divination. The pendulum was very calm at first, but soon began to swing slowly in a fixed direction. That was the direction of the confessional. Seeing this, the bespectacled young man searched around and soon found a hidden door there. He pushed the door open, and Roger and the Joker followed closely, entering a dark, narrow corridor. This path was a relatively hidden secret passage that led to Cheney's Gate and Blackthorn Security Company, where various sealed artifacts were stored. As they walked, they soon saw 4 guards in clerical uniforms. The guards were greatly alarmed to see strangers appear and prepared to act. But before they could react, the bespectacled young man once again vanished into the shadows. Within a few breaths, the 4 guards successively clutched their ears and fell to the ground, their expressions twisted in pain, as if they had heard something extremely terrifying and horrifying. The bespectacled young man emerged from behind them, his lips moving slightly, clearly muttering some foul secret words. Mental pollution, huh? I didn't expect a Sequence 7 shadow ascetic to be so strong. He truly lives up to captain-level strength. Roger thought to himself, gaining a deeper understanding of the young man's abilities. He had heard that Beyonders of the Secret Supplicant pathway, upon reaching the Sequence 8 listener stage, would exhibit various special and distorted abilities based on the whispers they received. This scene before him seemed to be one of them. As for others, Roger suspected they might be related to initial abilities concerning flesh and blood, as the subsequent Rose Bishop perfected this aspect. Considering that these two might still possess magical items they hadn't displayed, if there were no Sequence 7 Nighthawks at Blackthorn Security Company today, Cheney's gate would indeed be at risk of being stolen. As the Joker opened a secret door with the key she had obtained earlier, a downward stone staircase appeared before the three of them, illuminated by the elegant gaslight. The three descended the stairs and soon reached the colder stone floor deeper down, with a crossroads not far away. The female Joker once again performed a divination with the pendulum. Unlike before, this time the pendulum swung widely from side to side. But compared to the smooth movement to the left, the pendulum showed a slight tremor when it swung to the right. Cheney's gate is to the left, and there are guards to the right, with considerable combat power. She thought for a moment and came to a conclusion. Most likely Nighthawks. However, according to the revelation we obtained beforehand, their captain is on rotation today, so they should be Sequence 9 or Sequence 8 Beyonders. The shadow ascetic analyzed the situation, then said to the Joker, "No big deal. You go handle it, at least hold them back." "I say, are you trying to send me away to monopolize what's inside Cheney's gate?" Hearing the shadow ascetic's suggestion, the female Joker immediately showed her displeasure. "Don't forget, we have an agreement." The shadow ascetic shrugged and looked at the Joker as if she were an idiot, saying, "Mr. C has already made a promise to you, you will receive the necessary compensation after this operation is over. We only want to retrieve our item. As for other things inside Cheney's gate, neither of us should even think about them. Without the protection of seals, we would most likely die before even leaving St. Selena's church." The Joker lowered her head and thought for a moment, cursed under her breath, and walked to the right. The shadow ascetic chuckled, took a pistol from his waist and handed it to Roger, then gestured with his head towards the closed, heavy door with the dark holy emblem on the left, indicating for him to go. "Meters, you go in and open the door from the inside. Take this gun, if you encounter anyone, shoot immediately, don't hesitate." "Is he using me as bait?" Roger thought to himself, but outwardly he calmly took the pistol and walked towards Cheney's gate. He infused his spirituality into Benjamin's gloves, then flashed forward, attempting to break into the door. But at that instant, Roger suddenly felt a kind of obstruction, an extremely strong and death-filled premonition of danger. That seemed to be a destructive defensive mechanism of Cheney's gate. In his haste, he activated Yog-Sothoth's ability without thinking, suppressing the obstruction and successfully entering behind the door. Inside the secret room of Cheney's gate, a bored Klein was sitting at a table, reading a stack of newspapers old Neil had bought, by the faint blue gaslight. But his spiritual intuition suddenly stirred. He looked up and saw a person wearing an owl mask, about 1.85 meters tall, burst in. He subconsciously pulled out his revolver loaded with demon-hunting bullets, but the other party's gun was also cocked at that moment. The two of them thus aimed at each other simultaneously. Chapter 27, Battle on Two Fronts. Although Klein had always known about the sensitivity of the Cheney's gate, he never expected to encounter an attack during his very first guard duty there. Seeing that the intruder wearing an owl mask was also holding a firearm, Klein didn't even think before opening fire on him. Logically, at such close range, the bullets should have easily hit the target, but the enemy seemed to have anticipated the trajectory of the bullets, dodging the shots 3 times with agility. So agile. What pathway is this? Before Klein could figure it out, he felt a nameless irritability rise from the depths of his heart, instantly filling his mind, causing even his thoughts to stagnate. Roger, who had used the stirring stick ability, saw Klein's movements slow down. He immediately seized the opportunity to rush up, tackle the latter, and disarm him. The two rolled together to a place very close to the deeper part of the room, where a large number of sealed artifacts were stored. In the opposite direction of the Cheney's gate, at the Blackthorn Security Company, Leonard Mitchell, holding a silver revolver, hid behind a massive desk, looking with some worry at Fry, the corpse collector, who had a thin, blade-like black and white little king playing card stuck in his shoulder, his face paler than usual. Ever since becoming a Nighthawk, he had dealt with countless Beyonder incidents alongside companions like Dunn Smith, but never had it been as dangerous as it was now. After all, no one had ever dared to directly attack the Nighthawk's base before. The enemy, wearing a clown mask and clearly female in build, possessed extremely agile movements and combat skills that were not inferior to his own. Judging from the enemy's fighting style, it was very similar to the clown from the secret order that the Nighthawks had encountered before. "Are you okay, Fry?" "I've already called for reinforcements, and they should arrive soon, provided there are no ambushes outside Zoatland Street," Leonard said in a low voice. Fry shook his head, gritted his teeth, and pulled the playing card from his shoulder, successfully stopping the bleeding through the special constitution of a corpse collector. Then the two looked at each other and rolled out from both sides of the desk simultaneously. Whenever the sun sinks in the west, dew drapes the collar of the twilight. She is pale-faced, like the moonlight. Or like the star accompanying the moon. Leonard immediately activated his Midnight Poet special ability, chanting a poem to suit the spirit in a distant, ethereal tone. Seeing the clowness movements visibly slow down, Fry seized the opportunity and fired 2 shots at the opponent's heart. One of the 2 shots missed, but the other, a hunter bullet, hit the clown in the chest, instantly splashing bright red blood. The clown groaned, clutched her chest, and staggered forward, falling to her knees. Hit! Leonard and Fry were both overjoyed. The two raised their pistols, approached the clown using specific tactical steps according to the Nighthawk's combat regulations, and flipped her over. The clothes on the clowness chest were soaked with blood, her eyes closed, and she had no breath. Fry breathed a sigh of relief and was just about to snatch the playing card held in the opponent's hand when he suddenly saw the clowness mouth curl up, her eyes open, and she gave them the middle finger with a playful expression. And the fatal gunshot wound on her chest had somehow moved to her right hand, presenting an irregular bloody hole. "Damn, so hard to kill?" Leonard reacted quickly, cursing in his heart, and fired at the clowness head again. However, unlike before, the opponent's head was not blown off. Instead, the whole person rapidly shriveled up, turning into a humanoid paper figure in an instant. The paper figure quickly ignited into flames, and at the same time, Leonard and Fry heard the sound of fingers snapping behind them. Sigh. A long sigh echoed in Leonard's ear, and the next moment, all the gas lamps in the Blackthorn Security Company went out at the same time. Outside the Cheney's gate. Hearing the continuous gunfire, the anxiously waiting shadow ascetic suddenly heard the sound of a heavy door opening. His heart stirred, and he looked at the pitch-black room in front of him. "Come in." This was Roger's voice. The shadow ascetic felt relieved and stepped inside. "So dark. I can't even see clearly." Originally, the shadow ascetic could rely on his connection with shadows to gain superior dark vision. But for some reason, the darkness behind the Cheney's gate was extremely pure, and even he, a Sequence 7, felt his vision was restricted. "Maybe it's the Nighthawk setup. Fortunately, I brought these detective glasses." The shadow ascetic adjusted his glasses, and all spiritual existences in the secret room vaguely appeared in his eyes with glowing traces of different colors. These traces did not appear at the visual level, but rather like perception at the etheric body level, including those sealed artifacts with various color auras. At this moment, the glow representing Meters Bonwi was not far from him, and in the deeper part, there was a figure lying on the ground, motionless. Needless to say, that was the Nighthawks member on duty at the Cheney's gate today. "Well done. After going back, I will apply for a reward for you from Mr. C. The shadow ascetic nodded, stepped in, and began to search for his target with the guidance of the glasses. Soon, he took out a heart about half the size of a palm from a sealed metal box. This heart was pitch black, had a cold touch, and was beating irregularly in the darkness. "This is it, Shepherd's evil heart." The shadow ascetic muttered to himself. This was the sacred relic of the Aurora Order that Mr. C was looking for. Calling it a sacred relic was just an embellishment used by Mr. C to make his subordinates pay attention. It didn't actually reach the saint level. It belonged to the Sequence 5 Shepherd level of the Secret Supplicant pathway, and was the carrier of the Beyonder characteristic needed for this messenger of the Awa County to advance. With this thing, the Shadow Ascetic could go back and report. However, before he could turn around, he suddenly heard the sound of 2 revolvers being cocked. Unlike the Shadow Ascetic who lost most of his vision in the darkness, Roger and Klein could see very clearly at this time. Feeling the cold touch on the back of his head and back, the Shadow Ascetic laughed dumbly. "Meters, you don't really think you and a Sequence 9 Nighthawk can take me down, do you?" As a Sequence 7 powerhouse, he was not afraid of the scene in front of him at all. Roger and Klein were too lazy to talk nonsense with him and fired at the same time. However, the bullets seemed to have hit a mass of indefinite black mist, and the Shadow Ascetic disappeared into the darkness again in an instant. "Careful!" Just after hearing Roger's warning, Klein heard filthy whispers in his ear and showed a look of pain. Roger was about to go up to help him, but felt something sharp piercing through the air towards his head. At the critical moment, Roger's mouth suddenly opened wide. His throat vibrated rapidly, and a sharp, explosive sound echoed repeatedly in the narrow secret room, weaving into a dense web of sound. Mental boost. This explosive sound immediately woke Klein up, and at the same time caused the Shadow Ascetic who had escaped into the darkness to groan and break out of his hidden state. He held his forehead with his left hand, gasping in pain, and even the shepherd's evil heart fell to the ground. The Shadow Ascetic's right arm was completely unrecognizable, turning into a sharp thorn made of twisted flesh and bone. This guy had just wanted to use this thorn to pierce Roger. There will be another update later. #28 The Coming of Amon. Chapter 28, Amon's Arrival seeking follow-up reading. In fact, Roger had a question a long time ago. That is, in the original work, the Night Watchers occasionally had some management oversights, including in guarding Cheney's Gate. Considering that there are many sealed artifacts corresponding to Sequence 6 and even Sequence 5 inside the gate, if Beyonders of the middle sequence from an evil organization were to act together and premeditatedly snatch these sealed artifacts, even with a captain-level figure guarding them, there would still be a possibility of them being stolen. But when Roger entered Cheney's Gate, he knew the answer. That is, Cheney's Gate and the core of the seal behind it formed a powerful defensive restriction. If one did not open it directly from the inside, but instead forced their way in through abilities such as an apprentice's etherealization, they would be directly obliterated by the core. Saint-level defense, this is Cheney's Gate's greatest reliance. Even if there are problems with the peripheral guards, this mechanism is sufficient to protect the sealed artifacts inside. On the other hand, the power of the seal's core reaches its peak at night, not only affecting the senses of the guards but also slowly eroding their bodies and minds. To counteract this effect as much as possible, the Night Church seemed to have made special arrangements with the lighting, thereby minimizing the impact on the Night Watchers. When Roger realized this, he immediately turned off the gas lamp valve, revealed his identity to Klein, and then used the power of Unifier of all things to temporarily isolate him from the radiation of Saint Selena's ashes. Klein was naturally surprised when he learned that the masked man was Roger. But considering that the other party had not harmed him, he temporarily did not make a sound. After all, there was still a Sequence 7 Beyonder outside. To prevent the other party from turning around and joining forces with the Joker to attack Blackthorn Security Company, he had to try his best to use the special nature of Cheney's Gate to resolve him here. But compared to Klein's caution, Roger seemed at ease. From the beginning, he wasn't really trying to help the Aurora Order steal some holy relic, he was worried about Klein, fearing that this future Lord of Mysteries would waste a Sapphira Castle resurrection opportunity too early. On the other hand, he also wanted to take the opportunity to visit the area behind Cheney's Gate and satisfy his curiosity. The Shadow Ascetic gasped for a few breaths, forcibly calming himself and suppressing the tendency of the potion to lose control. He had completely not expected that the original sequence meter's Bonwi would actually use that strange sharp burst, displaying strength not much inferior to Sequence 7. I really capsized in a ditch. The Shadow Ascetic had the idea of retreating and had just turned into a black mist, But he was vibrated back to his original form by a burst of sound waves from Roger and flew backward. This time, Roger successfully caused him spiritual penetration. The shadow ascetic watched as his flesh began to rapidly proliferate and decay, showing signs of losing control. But soon, these abnormalities stopped and quickly returned to normal. Even his originally restless mind calmed down. What's going on? The shadow ascetic was a bit confused, but when he clearly saw the silver urn with mysterious patterns enshrined on the high platform beside him, he immediately understood. I didn't expect to be saved by Saint Selena's ashes. This heretic even felt a bit absurd. If he moved too far from the urn, he would be injured by Roger's strange burst and lose control, but if he stuck to the urn, he would eventually be caught in a trap by the Night Watcher's reinforcing forces. Although he knew that there were still members of the Aurora Order providing support on Zoatland Street, if the Night Watchers were determined to break in, they probably wouldn't be able to do anything. So after much thought, he still had to run. The shadow ascetic was about to take out a magical item he carried with him, but he heard Roger let out a somewhat playful laugh. I've played for almost 3 minutes, and my new ability has been tested enough. Now, game over. It's just a pity that this shepherd's evil heart isn't a sequence 4 item. Although it's not unexpected, it's a bit of a loss. WH. The shadow ascetic was about to speak when he heard someone clap in the darkness. The next moment, starting from his feet, his flesh began to decompose from bottom to top, turning into illusory foam. My lord. The shadow ascetic desperately called out the true creator's honorific name in his heart, trying to hear that incredibly familiar whisper. But to his surprise, the true creator's usual noisy voice fell into a deathly silence, as if he had been cut off from this hidden existence in all time, space, and all dimensions. This mysterious feeling first brought extreme fear, but soon transformed into a kind of transcendence. He vaguely saw a figure composed purely of colorful bubbles and illusory tentacles in an unrestrained, magnificent space, casting a 1 in a millionth wisp of attention upon him. So this is... At the last moment, the shadow ascetic was immersed in a feeling of sudden realization. His body, soul, and all his thoughts completely turned into nothingness. Even the shepherd's evil heart, which had been faintly pulsating on the ground, stopped beating at this moment, and its dark luster quickly faded. Klein. Klein. Every single word and detail is here. From the flagstone path outside Cheney's gate came 2 somewhat faint shouts, which were precisely the voices of Leonard and Fry. Just now, facing the female magician disguised as a joker, Fry had originally prepared to die in battle, but he suddenly felt an indescribable abnormality. When he came to his senses, Leonard had somehow already killed the magician, shattering her into pieces with no intact parts. Although he was confused, he thought that Klein inside Cheney's gate must have encountered danger, so he didn't bother to ask and could only urge Leonard to rush to Cheney's gate together. Klein was also shaken. He had completely not expected that Roger would kill a Beyonder who was clearly not weaker than Captain Dunsmith, no, perhaps even stronger than him, with a single move. Could it be that Meters is the legendary high-sequence Beyonder? As he hesitated, he also heard Leonard and Fry's voices from outside. Can we run? Klein subconsciously asked. Roger heard this and smiled suddenly. Yog-Sothoth's power had receded. Considering the restrictions within the secret chamber of Cheney's gate, he most likely couldn't escape Leonard and Fry's encirclement. But at this moment, the voices outside suddenly stopped, and even the worried-looking Klein ceased his movements. The surroundings were extremely quiet, as if time had completely frozen. Inside the secret chamber of Cheney's gate, all the gas lamp flames silently relit, which made Roger suddenly feel something. He turned his head with difficulty to the left and saw a handsome young man with black hair and black eyes, wearing a classical black robe, and a crystal monocle over his right eye, sitting in what was originally Klein's seat. The supreme authority over time and space, the power of the starry sky, how interesting. Amon smiled, stood up, and walked towards him step by step. Be big brother, what do you want to do? Hearing Amon's words, Roger was scared stiff. At this moment, Yog-Sothoth's ability had entered cooldown. If Amon really wanted to kill him, it would be as simple as slicing a melon. Nothing. Just to repay you for pleasing me, I want to give you some small gifts. The next moment, Amon pinched Roger's jaw with one hand and picked up the still unrevived shepherd's evil heart with the other, directly stuffing it into Roger's mouth. Chapter 29. I'll let you go this time. Ugh. Roger's body instinctively resisted the foreign object invading his throat, letting out dry retches. But it seemed Amon had used some special method, or perhaps it was the slippery texture of the black heart itself, as it slid down Roger's esophagus with almost no resistance. Soon, the shepherd's evil heart reached the bottom of Roger's esophagus and was tightly enveloped by his stomach. You truly are fine. Amon squinted slightly, observing Roger's reaction, but his expression wasn't too surprised. Then, he said in a teasing tone. It seems that last move really scared that one. Perhaps this is what they call karmic retribution? If an ordinary Sequence 8 Beyonder were to directly swallow a Beyonder characteristic from a non-adjacent Sequence 5 pathway, there would be a high probability of complete collapse or loss of control, turning into a monster. Even those who were extremely lucky would fall into a twisted state of madness. However, Roger only had the urge to vomit. There were no other signs of physical or mental abnormality. Not only that, his body seemed to be merging with the shepherd's evil heart. At this moment, Roger was cursing Amon in his mind. Normally, Gehrman Sparrow's pathway exclusivity would cause him to expel the shepherd's evil heart's Beyonder characteristic from his body immediately. But considering the hidden connection between the true creator and secret supplicant pathway Beyonders, the descent of Yog-Sothoth's power projection likely impacted the true creator. Even a very small conduit would be enough to cause considerable shock to this evil god. And the fluctuations of this influence clearly also affected the shepherd's evil heart near the Aurora Order's shadow ascetic, completely suppressing its attached power and even its living characteristics. As a result, Roger was like someone who had swallowed a somewhat special piece of protein, which neither caused his body to reject it nor prevented him from slowly digesting it. Of course, this digestion does not refer to the digestion of ordinary potions, but rather the medical sense of the word. It looks like a kind of alternative deception. Although the entire process wasn't very uncomfortable for Roger, it was extremely disgusting, both psychologically and physically. How is it? Any changes? Amon stared intently at Roger, his face full of curiosity, as if he were looking at a new toy. No. Huh? Roger, who had been frowning, suddenly felt an unusual surge, as if an extremely tiny, never before felt energy began to spread outwards from his stomach. You feel it, right? Amon smiled. This Hanged Man pathway Beyonder characteristic will release its abilities very slowly within your body. You are now like a temporarily sealed Beyonder item. But like a Beyonder item, you cannot continue to advance on this pathway, at most reaching the Sequence 5 level, unless something similar to what just happened occurs. From that, it sounds like you're somewhat looking forward to it? Roger muttered in his heart. At this moment, he felt a bit better and propped himself up to stand. Pales. Amon suddenly spoke loudly towards the door. I didn't expect you to dare to take action right under my nose, risking exposure. You have a lot of guts. However, given that I've discovered something more interesting, I'll let you off today. You can't escape anyway. With that, he adjusted his monocle, and his body vanished instantly. Take me with you. Roger had just roared when he immediately felt an unusual distortion in the surrounding space. When he came to his senses again, he was already standing in an uninhabited alley near Zotland Street, while Amon had vanished without a trace. Roger looked around, and only after confirming that no one was following him did he take off his mask and quickly walk deeper into the alley. Inside Cheney's gate, Klein regained his ability to move. It seems Meters has left. He let out a sigh of relief. With a heart full of doubts, Klein opened the door and smiled at the dusty Leonard and Fry outside. At this moment, Dunn Smith, Kenley White, and other Nighthawks had arrived one after another, all bearing traces of battle. How is it? Are you all right? Dunn asked anxiously. I'm fine, but someone used an unknown method to break into Cheney's gate, knocked me down, and stole the shepherd's evil heart. Not a single mistake, every word, every sentence, every detail, all in one go. Captain, Klein's face showed a look of guilt. But in reality, every word he said was true. Indeed, someone wearing an owl mask, using an unknown method, bypassed the Cheney's gate blockade and took the shepherd's evil heart. Considering Roger's possible Earthling identity, unknown strength level, and the friendly behavior he displayed throughout the night, he decided to find an opportunity to contact the other party again and see what was going on. After all, Klein knew that Emperor Roselle, another transmigrator and powerful individual who knew many secrets, had already fallen, so he did not wish to casually break ties with Roger. Dunsmith was stunned by the words, but after a quick thought, he merely patted the dust off Klein's body, then glanced at the equally disheveled Leonard and Fry, and offered words of comfort. It's good that you're all right. To be safe, don't go home tonight. Then, verbally report the incident, and Kenley will record and summarize it. Regarding the loss of the shepherd's evil heart, I will report it to the Holy Cathedral. These damned Aurora Order members. Klein temporarily breathed a sigh of relief and walked with Leonard and Fry towards the Blackthorn Security Company. Lenivus, having completed all preparations, intended to use his tricked fiancée, Magos, as a vessel to conceive the true creator's offspring. But for some reason, Mr. C's original plan to advance to Secret's Supplicant Sequence 5 Shepherd went awry. The Nighthawks and Punishers jointly rescued the ordinary people secretly abducted by the Aurora Order, who were intended as ritual sacrifices, and at the same time seized the mystical item Shepherd's Evil Heart, which contained the Shepherd Beyonder characteristic. This incident greatly enraged Mr. C. He suspected that there was an internal mole in the Aurora Order's branch in Awa County and began a secret investigation. Many people connected to Mr. Z were investigated, which indirectly affected Lenivus's plan. On another front, Mr. C dispatched the Sequence 7 Shadow Ascetic, Samuel Schmidt, and at the same time, at the cost of 2 Seer Pathway mystical items, borrowed the Sequence 7 Magician, Charlotte Green, from a secret order leader who had been punished due to the Ensangwil incident. They united with another Beyonder preparing to join the Aurora Order and went together to Cheney's Gate, intending to steal back the Shepherd's evil heart. But their plan seemed to be unsuccessful. Not only did Charlotte Green die, but an unknown power descended and obliterated Samuel Schmidt. This incident also affected all Beyonders of the Secret's Supplicant Pathway, which caused Ensangwil's originally smooth plan to be disturbed like never before. At this moment, in an unknown corner of Tingen City, a pale figure in a double-breasted pure black robe and soft hat suddenly stood up. #30 The Frightened Fanatic. Chapter 30, Frightened Fanatics. Ensangwil's facial muscles trembled slightly, and he looked at the text in front of him with his unblind eye, disbelievingly. This series of unexpected incidents, which were out of his control, would inevitably cause the Night Church to strengthen its protection of the Cheney's Gate in Tingen City, and it was not ruled out that people would be sent from Backland to assist and hinder his subsequent theft of St. Selena's ashes. What's more, the potential meaning contained in the words "all Beyonders and mystical items of the secret supplicant sequence have been affected" made him even more alarmed. Besides these, there was another matter that made this former Archbishop of the Church of the Evernight Goddess feel uncertain and surprised. He had always known that 0-08 possessed living characteristics. When it fulfilled its owner's plot arrangements, it would also create corresponding difficulties and attempt to kill its owner. But unlike before, 0-08 would usually reveal the names of characters and things in the plot. It had never happened before that it used extremely vague words like "another Beyonder preparing to join the Aurora Order" and "unknown power" for description. It was almost as if it had been censored for keywords. Everything seemed so strange, but as Ensangwil briefly connected the elements of the incident, he suddenly realized an important issue. By the way, the third Beyonder, besides Samuel Schmidt and Charlotte Green, didn't die? I need to find a way to figure it out. After pondering for a long time, he continued to pick up the quill and write. 2 days later, in the early morning, a tired Klein Moretti knocked on Roger's door. "Coming," Roger, who was brushing his teeth, spat out the water in his mouth, wiped his face with a towel, and then went to open the door. "Yo, Klein, finished cooperating with the investigation?" Roger smiled. Cough, cough. "Yo, your head." Klein cursed in his heart. He couldn't understand how Roger could still live a normal life at home as if nothing had happened after causing such a big incident 2 days ago. If he wasn't afraid of Blackthorn Security Company, wasn't he afraid of the church's investigation? Either this guy's strength far exceeded his imagination, or he was confident that he wouldn't expose him. "Come in and talk. Have you had breakfast? If not, there are biscuits over there, and I'll make you some more oatmeal." Roger, however, acted quite normally, with an attitude of make yourself at home, and turned to walk into the kitchen. Klein sighed, closed the door, and sat on a chair by the table, waiting for Roger. Not long after, Roger brought out 2 bowls of oatmeal, one in front of Klein and the other in front of himself. After doing this, he took out a box of sandwich biscuits and started eating them as if no one else was there. When the oatmeal in the bowl was almost gone, Roger looked up at the dazed Klein and said, "To make a long story short, ask the key points. I'll answer what I can, but don't talk about sensitive things." His last sentence was a special reminder. Because it seemed that Amon's true body had personally descended earlier, and he had been in close contact with Klein, God knew what other tricks this king of angels had hidden when he forced the shepherd's evil heart onto him. Klein nodded upon hearing this and asked, "What sequence are you, exactly, and what pathway?" "Sequence 8. I can't tell you the pathway, but I can tell you that I have no relation to evil gods. I'd believe a ghost. What you showed was not the combat power of a Sequence 8. Klein had seen Sequence 8 Beyonders before. Leonard Mitchell and Si Jia Taong were both Sequence 8, but the strength they displayed was not even a little bit close to Roger's. He had forcefully broken into Cheney's gate, annihilated a Sequence 7 shadow ascetic, and even banished all the mystical items the opponent carried. No, Leonard also killed Charlotte Green, a Sequence 7. Thinking of this, Klein immediately felt that there were few normal people around him, including himself. He shook his head and continued to ask, "What's your relationship with the Aurora Order?" "Oh, I'm one of their core members," Roger said with a smile. "Core? Core your head?" Klein rubbed his forehead. "Didn't you just say you had no relation to evil gods?" "I don't." "Who says you have to know the boss just because you join a company?" Roger blinked. In fact, after the Cheney's gate incident, Mr. C had contacted him at the risk of exposure. This Rose Bishop seemed extremely cautious. He didn't know if it was through parasitic means or other control methods, but he found an ordinary woman Roger had never met, disguised her as a special professional, and had her come to Roger's house to ask about the whereabouts of the shepherd's evil heart. Every single detail was checked and confirmed. Roger's explanation was that Samuel had obtained the shepherd's evil heart at the time, but was besieged by the Nighthawks. In a moment of desperation, he handed the heart to Roger, who had the ability to open doors, but Roger encountered another night watcher stronger than himself after getting out. With no other choice, Roger swallowed the shepherd's evil heart, planning to rely on his mutated ability to kill that night watcher. When he woke up again, that night watcher had died inexplicably, but he himself had not shown any obvious mutation. Faced with such a bizarre story, Mr. C was initially unwilling to accept it. However, as Roger actively demonstrated some of the secret supplicant abilities after digestion, he could only reluctantly believe it. On one hand, after all, Roger had risked his life to do these things for the Aurora Order. As for why he didn't mutate and die, Mr. C could only explain it as a blessing from the true creator. On the other hand, for some reason, Mr. C found that he could no longer obtain divine revelations through whispers as he used to. After comparing the two, this fanatic of the true creator was extremely panicked. He could only praise Roger in the end and accept his membership. After all, if a Sequence 5 mystical item was lost, other plans could be made, but if he angered a god, it would not be worth the loss. On the other hand, considering that the official forces had begun a massive search for Aurora Order personnel, he also needed a reliable subordinate. So, one thing led to another, and Roger became an important member of the Aurora Order in Alwa County. Seeing that Klein was still a bit unconvinced, Roger put down the biscuit box and cleared his throat. "Klein, please believe me. Although we haven't known each other for long, you should be able to sense that I have no ill intentions, and I didn't even give the shepherd's evil heart to the Aurora Order. I will slowly tell you many things later, but compared to those, there is a more urgent matter at hand." "About what?" Klein asked back. "About Dunn Smith," Roger said calmly. Chapter 31 Acting Test on Tuesday, please read later. "Yes." Roger nodded. "You might not know this yet, but Dunn Smith consumed an excessive amount of Beyonder characteristics. Now, his strength is nominally sequence 7, but in reality, he is very close to sequence 6. Relatively, the risk of losing control is also greater. You should occasionally notice his tendency to be in a daze, especially recently." Klein was startled by the words and blurted out, "What do you mean by Captain consumed an excessive amount of Beyonder characteristics?" Even though Klein hadn't been in contact with potions for long, based on the knowledge he learned from Old Neil and Emperor Roselle's diary, he knew that consuming an excessive amount of potions was an extremely dangerous thing. Your captain is a person who values emotions deeply. He wishes to continue fighting alongside his fallen comrades. Roger sighed and explained to Klein how Dunn would consume the Beyonder characteristics extracted from teammates who died during missions. Extracted Beyonder characteristics, consumed. Klein murmured to himself. If what Roger said was true, it indeed explained Dunn Smith's frequent dazed and distracted demeanor. Not only that, but he wondered if it was his own illusion. After the captain reviewed the Antigonus family's notes during the last Rail Bieber incident, his dazed and detached feeling became even more intense. The main reason Roger told Klein this was because his arrival had greatly disrupted Nsangwil's arrangements. This was not only because the true creator's projected power was temporarily blocked, causing Magos's conception plan to be delayed. It is still unknown how long this blockage can last, but it is ultimately a hidden danger. On the other hand, with the Church of the Evernight Goddess's increased emphasis on the defense of Cheney's Gate, it will certainly bring great obstacles to Nsangwil's theft of St. Selena's ashes. Nsangwil is very likely to try to cause some other trouble during this window period, and it is not ruled out that he will try to find Roger, the culprit. After all, a thief never leaves empty-handed. For the holder of 0-08, if he does not create a favorable situation for himself, he will almost certainly face the consequence of being written to death by that quill. Roger had also considered divining Nsangwil's whereabouts and taking preemptive action. However, this cunning gatekeeper seemed to have used some method to block divination, and even seemed to be constantly changing his position to avoid being caught. In desperation, Roger could only use astral divination to deduce the vague future of Tingen City, trying to find some clues from it. Soon, he keenly noticed a significant unfavorable aspect forming between the Sun and the retrograde Uranus, and the relationship between these two celestial bodies precisely represented the Star Tarot card and the Sleepless Path. In astrology, the Sun symbolizes the position of a leader, Uranus often points to sudden events and accidents, and the retrograde phenomenon may correspond to a regression in the potion digestion process. Based on this information, Roger instinctively thought of Dunn Smith. He had a strong premonition that Ince would try to exploit this aspect. In fact, Roger had always held very complex emotions towards Dunn Smith, the Nighthawk's captain. Knowing the Tingen plot in the original work, he was well aware of Dunn's importance to Klein. Dunn's death ultimately forced Klein to go into hiding, leave his hometown, and embark on a path of pursuing Nsangwil and constantly growing stronger. But no matter what, this would become a lifelong regret for Klein. Roger could have originally used Dunn, making him a chess piece to promote Klein's growth and strength. But then he thought, what is the difference between treating good people as tools and what Nsangwil and Adam do? He didn't want to be like Adam, gradually losing his humanity after gaining divinity and being completely controlled by it. Meters, what's your suggestion? Klein sighed and looked at Roger. Combining his understanding of Dunn Smith, what the other party said was very likely true. It's simple. First, you need to find an opportunity to teach the acting method to Dunsmith as soon as possible. Second, try to avoid letting him participate in the investigation of evil god believers. Roger replied. Acting method? Klein frowned. Stop pretending. After all, we both work part-time at the Seer Club. Combined with your excellent performance, it's easy to see that you are acting. Roger did not expose Klein's identity as the fool. The first point is not a big problem. But the second point, considering the captain's personality, it might be a bit difficult, Klein said. Do your best. Roger sighed. If it was just a short-term investigation, it wouldn't matter, but over a long time, it's not impossible that Dunn would be arranged to see clear projections of the true creator or even other evil gods. By the way, your seer potion should be almost digested, right? Roger asked again. I feel it's close, but I don't know when it will be completely digested, Klein admitted honestly. You must tell Dunsmith about the acting method before advancing to sequence 8, because your digestion speed is too fast, and the Church of the Evernight Goddess will very likely make the confidentiality clause of the acting method a condition for exchanging advancement materials. Roger reminded him again. To maintain rules and order, the Church of the Evernight Goddess generally makes official beyonders who have comprehended the acting method swear an oath before a holy relic to prevent this crucial knowledge from being leaked. Although the Black Evernight Goddess is a major shareholder of the Tarot Club and Klein's secret supporter, considering that Klein is currently a Sequence 9 beyonder and far from reaching the level of being at the table, it's better not to instigate him to do anything blasphemous. As a keyboard master who had surfed the internet for many years, Klein immediately understood the implication of Roger's words. He nodded. Okay, as for the Aurora Order, I'll leave it to you. After saying this, Klein quickly drank all the oatmeal Roger made and stood up. Thanks for the hospitality. I'm leaving now. Melissa has a friend's birthday tomorrow, and I still need to prepare a gift. Roger waved his hand and didn't say much. He naturally knew that Klein was talking about Selena Wood, the girl who courted death by contacting the true creator with a magic mirror, but this time, there was a high probability that there would be no problems. However, just as Klein took 2 steps towards the door, he suddenly saw a tabby cat, seemingly having just had a full meal and licking its lips in satisfaction, inexplicably emerge from the closed wooden cabinet in the living room. This was none other than Bandit. It had clearly grown a lot compared to some time ago, even its cheeks had filled out, and its pair of round eyes were very cute. Seeing Klein, it stopped, began licking its paws, and didn't forget to let out 2 meows at him, as if saying good morning. Facing this bizarre scene, Klein's mouth twitched violently. A drug-addicted captain, a neighbor who's a core member of an evil god cult, a cat that can walk through walls. Can anything normal happen around me? He sighed deeply, feeling that his transmigration life was too difficult. Friends, today is the Tuesday assessment for Qi-Dian. The number of active readers directly determines whether this book can advance to the first round of recommendations. Therefore, please actively read up to the latest chapter. There will be another chapter later. Many thanks. #32 Tarot Club Test on Tuesday, please read later. Chapter 32 Tarot Club Test on Tuesday, please read later. You're saying that after working part-time at the Mystery Prior Club for a while, you clearly felt the tendency for the potion to lose control weaken significantly? Inside the Blackthorn Security Company office, Dunsmith rubbed his temples, seemingly deep in thought. Yes. Klein nodded. Not only that, I also heard Mr. Neal mention before that mystery priors who adhere to the motto, do as you wish, but do no harm, have a significantly lower chance of losing control. And Ms. Daly, her advancement speed is also very fast. She always refers to herself as a true spirit medium. So I speculate there's some kind of pattern. Those who pretend to be the symbol of their potion's name might deceive the potions, making them believe and join them, quickly transforming into a part of the body. Yes, just like our fingers and arms, gradually becoming our own. Klein used a somewhat vague description to explain the concept of acting method and digestion to Dunsmith. Pretend, deceive. Dunn let out a long breath. Very interesting. Klein, what you said today has greatly inspired me. And it aligns with some of my own experiences. I suspect our previous understanding of potions was somewhat flawed. Whether it's right or not, it's a line of thought. If you don't mind, you can share this knowledge with our team members. Perhaps it will save them someday. As the gray-eyed man spoke the last part, his eyes flickered slightly, as if some sad memory had been reawakened. All right, Captain. I can do it now. Klein nodded, stood up, and began to gather the Nighthawks team members. Far away at 4 Narcissa Street, Roger was stroking Bandit while flipping through the Abraham family's notes when a strange feeling suddenly arose in his heart. Huh? The brawler potion seems to have digested a little bit? This strange phenomenon made him stand up and pace around. Right, could it be because Klein explained the acting method to Dunsmith? That's right, after all, I was the one who made Klein a big mouth, telling the knowledge that the Night Church had always wanted to conceal. The word brawler doesn't just mean noise, it also includes causing trouble for those who wish to keep secrets by means of leak. Roger nodded, feeling increasingly certain that this idea was correct. He glanced at the wall clock and realized it was already past 2 in the afternoon. The Tarot Club is in half an hour, I hope Klein makes it in time. Roger chuckled. He went to get a piece of oat bread and brewed a cup of black tea, which became his simple lunch. 3 o'clock sharp, Blackthorn Security Company, in the washroom. Klein, who had finally escaped the meeting, silently recited the celestial worthy's title and walked 4 steps counterclockwise, arriving above the gray mist in the next moment. He looked at the 2 deep red stars that had a clear connection to him, and another very special rust-colored star, hesitated for a moment, and then pointed from a distance. Fortunately, nothing abnormal happened. The 3 rays of light fell onto the seats as they did last time, stretching and twisting into 3 illusory figures. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. It's a pity there's no fine wine here, otherwise, we could toast to your successful attempt. MS. Justice stood up and bowed, smiling faintly. Your power far exceeds our imagination, Hangman Algiers also praised. What these 2 said, of course, was about the ritual magic. Your power inspires our reverence. Roger also placed his hand on his chest and bowed, but a strange phenomenon from the previous ritual magic inexplicably appeared in his mind. Above the gray mist, Fool Klein spoke in a normal tone. Very good, this indicates that we are on a fruitful path. In the future, if you have a temporary matter and cannot attend the meeting, you can perform the ritual in advance and change "pray for a good dream" to a specific reason. Next, Audrey provided a page from Emperor Rozel's diary, while Alger stated that he had gone out to sea and had no opportunity to obtain a diary page. Seeing this, Roger felt a bit out of place and immediately spoke. Respected Mr. Fool, if I also find Emperor Rozel's diary in the future, can I exchange necessary knowledge with you? His idea was that he could use the shielding above the gray mist to handwrite some information in Chinese characters and pass it to Klein as Emperor Rozel's diary. Anyway, Audrey and Alger also needed to handwrite again, so there would be no difference in handwriting, and Klein wouldn't notice for a while. You're exchanging a ghost. At the head of the bronze long table, considering the mysterious knowledge of unknown origin that Roger possessed, Fool Klein only felt immense pressure. If he could, he wanted to exchange knowledge with this Mr. Wheel of Fortune. But Klein still nodded calmly, ensuring his sense of mystery was not compromised. You may. After that, he began to read this time's Rozel's diary. The content of this diary was not much, mainly recording some of Emperor Rozel's curiosity about the blasphemy slate, his meeting with Zeradol, and the latter's further explanation regarding the digestion period of the acting method. Every single word and sentence was carefully examined. Finally, it was Emperor Rozel's famous quote, written in helplessness when faced with Zeradol's cryptic behavior of smiling without speaking. To hell with smiling without speaking. When I become a high-sequence beyonder, I'll beat up every seer I see. Klein suppressed the urge to laugh and looked at Ms. Justice, the Hanged Man, and the Wheel of Fortune. "I've kept you waiting," he said. "It's our honor," Audrey said, flustered. Then the noble young lady looked towards the Wheel of Fortune in the grey mist. "Mr. Wheel of Fortune, I wonder if you received the elven dark leaf and red mandrake juice I sent." "Of course, madam. Your efficiency impresses me," Roger praised sincerely. According to Ethan Weissman, within 12 hours of the Tarot Club ending, these two crucial auxiliary materials were delivered to Pritz Harbor without delay. The benefits of money are evident in any era. As compensation, I will reveal 3 other sequence pathways that can cause Beyonders to undergo gender transformation. Upon hearing this, Alger unconsciously sat up straight, afraid that the Wheel of Fortune would ask Mr. Fool to secretly relay the information. But Roger didn't seem to have such intentions. He spoke to Audrey. They are respectively the Iron-Blooded Knight of the Hunter pathway, the Barren Mother of the Planter pathway, the Goddess of Beauty of the Apothecary pathway. By their names, you should be able to easily distinguish their corresponding genders. But it's worth mentioning that, unlike the Assassin pathway where gender changes to witch at sequence 7, these 3 pathways only undergo transformation at least at the demigod level. The Wheel of Fortune spoke casually, as if talking about a trivial, ordinary matter. "Friends, today is the Starting Points Tuesday assessment. The number of continuous reads directly determines whether this book can advance to the first round of recommendations. So please actively follow the latest chapters. Thank you very much." Chapter 33 about Demigods. Demigod. Audrey, in the grey fog, widened her beautiful eyes, her cherry lips slightly parted, her expression filled with shock. She hadn't expected to hear such explosive information on only her 3rd time attending the Tarot Club. Alger, too, was lost in thought. As a member of the Storm Church, he had previously come across information related to this, but it was always fragmented, vague clues, never forming a complete system. If he wasn't mistaken, Roger had just mentioned the names of 3 demigod-level or higher sequence potions, and his tone sounded very certain. Having heard the title of demigod and being able to accurately state the names of the sequences are not the same concept. Not to mention, there was more than one pathway. This Wheel of Fortune has a very unusual background. Unlike Ms. Justice's distinct noble accent and elegant demeanor, the Wheel of Fortune had not displayed any clear clues about his own characteristics from beginning to end. Alger could only roughly make out that his accent was from the Greater Backland area, and that he was male. Alger couldn't help but wildly speculate about the relationship between the Wheel of Fortune and Mr. Fool, but he quickly shook his head, driving the intrusive thought out of his mind. After all, having witnessed Mr. Fool's series of methods earlier, he had subconsciously come to regard this master above the grey fog as a god. Having been involved with the Storm Church for so long, Alger deeply understood one principle. That is, casually prying into a god will never end well, even if his image appears righteous and gentle. However, what Alger didn't know was that his unfounded random guess had indeed hit upon a large part of the truth. The Fool, the Wheel of Fortune's neighbor, lightly tapped the long bronze table, not even looking up, appearing extremely calm. But his eyes lifted again, wanting to see through the grey fog to Roger himself. "Say more, why did you stop?" Mr. Fool, who had been listening with great interest, was inevitably a little anxious. However, just then, Ms. Justice spoke again. "Demigod? From what you're saying, this is a title for higher sequence Beyonders. Could you please elaborate? I'd be happy to pay for the relevant information, if I can afford it." "Well done, Ms. Justice." Klein looked at Audrey with some relief. He deeply felt that this noble young lady was practically another him in the world. "Payment?" Roger lowered his head and pondered for a moment. Currently, he didn't need anything. He respectfully looked at Mr. Fool at the head of the long bronze table and tentatively asked. "Respected Mr. Fool, may I disclose this knowledge here?" Upon hearing Roger's question, Alger's heart instantly tensed. Yes, secrets involving gods, even demigods, discussing them casually in front of a god is absolutely disrespectful. Compared to Justice, who dared to ask anything, he inevitably thought more. This was equivalent to checking a god's background in front of them, and a god's silence was already considered an act of grace. Some extremely irritable ones might even use his loving hand to let the questioner experience what it means for a god to love the world. After all, the legendary stone tablet that revealed divine secrets had long been branded with the words blasphemy. Alger suddenly felt that, setting aside strength and just talking about actions, the Wheel of Fortune seemed to be a kindred spirit, and he couldn't help but develop a little more goodwill towards him. "You may." The fool spoke in a deep voice, seemingly unconcerned. The Wheel of Fortune let out a sigh of relief. "Praise be to you, Mr. Fool." Immediately, he looked at Audrey and Alger again. "I don't need any help right now. But if you two wish to hear this knowledge, you can owe me a favor for now, and repay it when I have a request. Of course, it won't be an unreasonable demand." These words were not only for Audrey but also for Alger. "All right." The two agreed simultaneously, without objection. The Wheel of Fortune nodded gently. "You may already know that there are currently 22 confirmed Beyonder pathways. These pathways each have their own characteristics and specialties. Some excel in knowledge, some in insight or divination, and some in deception. If purely in terms of strength, that is, the ability to contend against other Beyonders, some pathways will show an advantage earlier, while others will only undergo a qualitative change after the middle sequences. For example, the Seer, Klein thought to himself as he listened to Roger's explanation. The combat power displayed by the Secret Order Sequence 7 Beyonder he had encountered earlier had left a deep impression on him. Seeing that no one had any questions, the Wheel of Fortune continued. But no matter what they specialize in, by Sequence 5, the basic ability attributes of most pathways will be fully integrated, reaching an important node. Every detail is worth looking at. For example, the spectator pathway you belong to, Ms. Justice, at Sequence 5, can invade others' dreams, using the astral body as an entry point to infect the target's spiritual body, thereby leaving subconscious imprints at the mental body level, subtly influencing others, and modifying their personalities and behavioral patterns. Not only that, a Sequence 5 spectator can even use dreams to achieve spatial leaps between two intelligent beings, accomplishing a physical flash. Our spectator is that strong? It seems my choice was very wise. Audrey herself was startled upon hearing the Wheel of Fortune's description. And Mr. Fool, Klein, also frowned deeply. Meters had already hinted at things about the spectator to me earlier, and now the spectator is mentioned again. He seems very afraid of this pathway. But the Wheel of Fortune did not continue discussing the spectator issue. Instead, he continued. The changes at Sequence 5 signify that all aspects of a Beyonder's abilities and state have been harmonized to a relatively appropriate level, like a well-tuned instrument, capable of playing the symphony of divinity. Your meaning is, the biggest change for high sequences to be high sequences is divinity? Alger keenly caught the logical connection in Roger's words. Yes, from Sequence 4 onwards is the realm of demigods. Due to the acquisition of divinity, a Beyonder's power will undergo a breakthrough qualitative change, exhibiting characteristics of mythical creatures. For example, a Sequence 4 demigod of the Sailor pathway can initially control natural forces, actively triggering fissures, volcanic eruptions, tsunamis, and terrifying tornadoes that pierce the sky, possessing immense power with every move. How about it, isn't it just like those soothsayers and saints in mythical stories? The Wheel of Fortune asked with a light chuckle. But Mr. Fool, Klein, and Justice, Audrey, could not smile. Their hearts were stirred like raging waves, just as Roger described, making it difficult to digest this information all at once. As for the hanged man, Alger, he was even less calm. Because the Wheel of Fortune's description reminded him of a rumor he had once heard about a Punisher's senior deacon. The cardinal and true ruler of the Lord of Storms Church in Byam, Aaron Courtman. There's one more update coming. Hashtag 30 for the cost of growth. Chapter 30 for the price of growth. For Alger, compared to His Excellency Cardinal Ace Snake, the mysterious god singer of the Church of the Lord of Storms in the Backland Diocese, Jan Courtman, who has managed the Rasta archipelago waters for many years and left numerous legends on the sea, clearly captivated him more. According to rumors, His Excellency the Archbishop could trigger earthquakes, hurricanes, and tsunamis, which was exactly what Mr. Wheel of Fortune had just said. It seems His Excellency Courtman is also a demigod. Alger mused inwardly, but soon he couldn't help but sigh silently. When will I, Alger Wilson, be able to become a demigod? Justice Audrey tried to snap out of her surprise and then spoke again. Mr. Wheel of Fortune, I have another question. Please speak, Roger responded with a smile from within the grey fog. If one progresses along these specific, divine pathways, will a gender change definitely occur? Generally, yes, but there are some exceptions, Roger replied. What exceptions? Knowledge in that area is too profound, we'll discuss it later. Roger found an excuse to gloss over it. He didn't want to bring up the matter of high-sequence pathway switching at this stage. On one hand, he was afraid of saying too much at once, revealing all his cards too early, and perhaps it wouldn't be a good thing for Audrey and Alger. On the other hand, he also needed to leave some room for Klein to shine. Good employees should be good at performing and providing necessary value, but they shouldn't completely steal their boss's thunder. Although Audrey was still somewhat unsatisfied, she politely responded. Thank you, Mr. Wheel of Fortune, I have one last matter here. Regarding the missing persons incident you mentioned earlier, I discreetly reached out through my channels to some individuals holding important positions in Backland to hear their opinions. To my surprise, many of them had received the news long ago. Some in the parliament even wanted to use this incident as leverage to attack the cabinet, attempting to put pressure on them, but they ultimately encountered inexplicable obstacles and did not succeed. Audrey's tone became a bit low at this point, seemingly very disappointed. Mr. Wheel of Fortune, what you said last time was very true. Perhaps for them, the lives of common people are truly just cold numbers and tools for struggle. The cost of growth. Roger sighed silently. He first nodded, but then quickly shook his head and offered comfort. It's good to recognize reality, but we must believe that there are always good people in this world, and officials and nobles are not all heartless. For example, there are still kind young ladies like you. There is only one heroism in the world, and that is to love life after recognizing its truth. Upon hearing Roger's words, Audrey was first taken aback. She savored them repeatedly, and her mood consequently brightened. Yes. Audrey, there are still people like you. Ms. Justice bowed slightly to Roger. Thank you, you are truly a wise gentleman like Emperor Roselle. Another Roselle quote, huh? Roger's mouth twitched. He continued. This matter can end here for now, there's no need to delve deeper. But as I said last time, this matter involves the Demonist sect. I am very concerned about them, so you can still use your convenience as a spectator to observe suspicious movements of relevant individuals and report back to me weekly. But remember not to guide them, that would be too dangerous for you. With that, Roger seemed to give a hint, looking up at Mr. Fool at the head of the bronze-long table, then turned back to Audrey and said. This can serve as compensation for the knowledge I just conveyed. All right, Audrey replied cheerfully. Seeing that the intelligence exchange with Mr. Wheel of Fortune had ended, she turned to Hanged Man Algiers and began to inquire about the whereabouts of the psychology alchemists. Ms. Justice, I do not know their whereabouts. Compared to pursuing the psychology alchemists, I think you should focus more on digesting the spectator potion at your current stage. Alger replied. Of course, I only asked this question hoping to make preparations early. By the way, is there any standard for judging the complete digestion of a potion? Audrey nodded, continuing to press. Alger, however, shook his head. To be honest, I've only just started with the acting method, so my previous experiences might not be very relevant. According to those methods, it would take at least 3 years. But with the acting method, it might not take that long. He then looked at the fool at the head of the bronze table and the Wheel of Fortune beside him. I know this one. Seeing that Mr. Wheel of Fortune had no intention of speaking and instead looked at him, Mr. Fool felt relieved. He gently tapped the edge of the bronze-long table. This clear gesture of response made both Justice and Hanged Man immediately sit up straight, looking at him. At low sequences, as long as one strictly acts, it can be completely digested in a minimum of 1 month and a maximum of half a year. Upon hearing this answer, Justice and Hanged Man visibly relaxed, especially the former, who seemed to unconsciously reveal joy. Seeing that Mr. Fool had fallen silent once again, Hanged Man proactively spoke. I heard that, for some unknown reason, many listeners of the Aurora Order have recently collectively fallen into a kind of panic. They are trying to find the true creator's whereabouts, which is what the Aurora Order claims to be the sanctuary. True creator? What is that? Audrey asked, puzzled. Ms. Justice, you're asking the wrong person. The core member of the Aurora Order next to Mr. Hanged Man is the expert on such questions. Klein silently grumbled, looking at the unmoving Roger. Mr. Hanged Man tried to describe the various images and legends of the true creator circulating in the Beyonder circles based on his observations, but then he heard Mr. Fool let out a soft laugh. Alger and Audrey immediately looked with reverence at the head of the bronze-long table, and even the previously calm Mr. Wheel of Fortune did the same. I prefer to call him the fallen creator. Seeing that the atmosphere was set, Klein had a flash of inspiration and replied. This mysterious, almost equal tone immediately made Hanged Man ponder repeatedly, his heart surging with emotion. In the Tarot Club, there was not only Mr. Fool, who rivaled deities, but also Mr. Wheel of Fortune, who knew many secrets. The knowledge gained here was a wealth unimaginable to Beyonders in the outside world. While he was apprehensive, he also felt fortunate to be chosen by Mr. Fool. Perhaps it truly is luck beyond what ordinary people can imagine. Chapter 35 Invitation. Finally, Audrey proactively requested Hanged Man Algiers to share some of his experiences with secret organizations, for which she was willing to pay 1,000 gold pounds as compensation. Driven by money, Algiers naturally put in a great effort, meticulously recounting knowledge about secret organizations such as the Moses Ascetic Order, the Secret Order, the Spirit World Church, and the Psychology Alchemists. He even described rumors about the revival of the Hidden Sage. When Algiers mentioned that all high-ranking members of the Demonist sect were female, Audrey and Klein, combining the knowledge shared by Wheel of Fortune, naturally connected it to the witch potion, rather than believing the seemingly very rational explanation from legends that the Demonist sect kills the fathers of children and abandons male infants. This once again reminded them, the truth of the Beyonder world is likely absurd and bizarre, and one must never take things for granted using the conventional thinking of ordinary people, otherwise, one might very likely arrive at completely wrong conclusions. This gathering left everyone satisfied, as everyone obtained what they wanted. Fool Klein, seeing that it was about time, announced the end of the meeting. As you command. Justice, Hanged Man, and Wheel of Fortune rose, spoke in unison, and then simultaneously vanished, transforming into stars in the sky. Klein gazed at the crimson stars filling the sky, just about to log off, when he suddenly felt a plea emanating from one of the stars. After a brief thought, he extended his spirituality and gently touched that mass of crimson. So tired. Roger stood up, stretched, and looked at Bandit, the tabby cat, who was reading a newspaper. With the further digestion of the apprentice potion, its reading ability had recently improved, allowing it to understand simple stories in popular newspapers and magazines without the aid of the scholar's ring. Only when reading more complex articles and reports involving specific nouns would Roger give it the ring to help with comprehension. This learning was not merely about completing a task, but more like the natural curiosity that arises in a child after learning to read. Roger, of course, was delighted by this and always responded to its requests. Although he was not an excellent student in his previous life, this did not hinder Roger's recognition of the importance of knowledge. Even if he had to take a step back, in this world, knowledge could bring tangible benefits. Seeing Roger stand up, Bandit looked up at him, then nudged a white envelope next to it with its right paw. A letter? Did you get it from the mailbox? Roger was slightly taken aback. After the incident where Armand forced the shepherd's evil heart on him last time, he now felt a tension similar to PTSD whenever he saw an envelope. But seeing Bandit nod, he still bit the bullet, picked up the envelope, and turned it over. Huntingdon Law Firm. Seeing this stamp, Roger let out a long sigh of relief, then tore open the envelope. Dear Mr. Meters Bonwy, we cordially invite you as a standing director to participate in the inaugural ceremony of the Tinjin City Stray Animal Protection Association this Wednesday at 2 p.m. and to preside over the ribbon cutting. Should any of your relatives or friends wish to attend this event, they may accompany you or gain entry with a certificate or invitation letter bearing your handwritten signature. The sender was Leo Francois, a partner lawyer at Huntingdon Law Firm. Lawyer Francois is quite efficient, Roger murmured to himself. The documents he had signed earlier included a general announcement about the inaugural ceremony, but he hadn't expected it to be so soon. I don't have many friends in Tinjin City. I can invite Klein, Benson, and Melissa, the family of 3. Oh, and I can also invite Haynes Vincent to maintain collegial relations. He shouldn't have died like in the original story by now. Although he was unsure if Vincent would dare to attend given the current high-pressure environment where the Nighthawks were cracking down on illegal organizations, as a nominal key member of the Aurora Order, it was necessary for him to consider Mr. C's feelings. So Roger retrieved some stationery and quickly wrote 4 invitation letters. He then put one invitation letter into an envelope, affixed a 1-pence stamp, and dropped it into the mailbox at the street corner. Then he strode towards Daffodil Street No. 2 and knocked on the door. Melissa opened the door, and upon seeing Roger, she immediately smiled. Because of Klein, the young girl had a very good impression of this upright neighbor. Good afternoon, Mr. Bonwy. Oh, please come in and sit. I'll make you some tea. Good afternoon, Melissa. You can just call me Meters. I won't bother you today. Are Klein and Benson home? Roger did not enter, but took off his wide-brimmed hat and asked politely. Klein should be back soon. Benson has been quite busy lately. Are you looking for them for something? Yes, in a couple of days, there's an inaugural ceremony for the Tinjin City Stray Animal Protection Association. Since Klein was my first sponsor, I wanted to invite you all to grace the occasion. Roger handed the invitation letter to Melissa. The young girl curiously unfolded the letter, which stated the time and place, as well as the signature of Meters Bonwy, standing director, at the bottom. Standing director. How impressive. Melissa immediately felt a newfound respect for Roger. She had never imagined that this young gentleman, who lived in the improved house next door, whom she saw every day, and who lived a low-key life, was actually in charge of a city-level charitable organization. Oh, you just said Klein was your first sponsor? Melissa's attention quickly shifted to another key point. This did not fit her stereotype of her brother at all. Yes, thanks to Klein's generous donation, Bandit, the stray cat, had its first full meal. Roger said sincerely, half truthfully and half falsely, fabricating the story. Every word, every sentence, every detail, every piece of content, was perfectly consistent. Ah. I see. Melissa now had a more three-dimensional understanding of how Klein had previously described meeting Meters. I don't have classes on Wednesday afternoon, and Klein should also be on rotation leave. As for Benson, he's preparing for an exam recently. I can ask him if he has time. The young girl said with some uncertainty. Then I'll leave it to you. Roger bowed slightly, thanked her, and turned to leave. Time quickly came to evening. Benson and Klein returned home from work and found Melissa preparing dinner. Melissa, how was your day? Benson asked with a smile. I'm fine. Oh, Meters visited today, and he invited us to attend the inaugural ceremony of a charity organization. I accepted on behalf of Klein, but I'm not sure if you have time. Melissa pointed to the 3 letters on the table. Hearing his sister say this, both Klein and Benson curiously opened the letters. Tinjin City Stray Animal Protection Association. Klein was greatly shocked. After this period of in-depth contact with Roger, he had actually implicitly assumed that Roger's so-called Stray Cat Protection Association was a scam. But seeing this letter, and the signature of standing director, he couldn't help but feel some of his perceptions being refreshed. A key member of the Aurora Order, and also a protector of stray cats and dogs, how does that sound inexplicably reasonable? Although he felt a strong sense of incongruity internally, he was very curious and wanted to see the so-called inaugural ceremony. Standardized protection and shelter for stray animals, this is a good thing. Nowadays, there really aren't many people like Meters who are genuinely willing to contribute money and effort to public welfare. Of course, Sir Devila also counts, if we don't talk about his difficult-to-achieve demands. Benson's smile first turned into an admiring sigh, and then he said seriously, "Of course I have to go to such an event." #36 A Premonition of Danger. Chapter 36, Dangerous Premonition. Time flew by, and it was already Wednesday afternoon. In a 3-story detached building in the West District of Tianjin City, nearly 100 men and women gathered in the banquet hall on the first floor, their laughter and discussions filling the air. They were almost all formally dressed and well-groomed, and among them, the figures of several Tianjin City officials could vaguely be seen. "Mr. Hannibal, have you heard?" The executive director of the Stray Animal Protection Association, which is being established today, is Mr. Meters Bonwy, the seer whom Mr. Willis brought earlier. A young lady with long, straight brown hair and a green dress lowered her voice, speaking somewhat mysteriously to a few people around her. "Really? Is that true?" The middle-aged man named Hannibal was clearly stunned by the news. "I've heard of Mr. Meters Bonwy's great name and visited him several times at the Tianjin Divination Club, hoping he could advise me on stock investments. But Mr. Meters Bonwy seemed to have mysteriously disappeared and never showed up. In the end, I had to ask another seer who had recently become famous at the Divination Club, and only then did I avoid unnecessary losses." "Really? What's that gentleman's name?" A young lady nearby immediately asked eagerly, seeking information. Because the story of Mr. Willis finding young James through the Divination Club spread widely among the prominent circles in Tianjin City, it indirectly sparked a wave of interest in divination. "That gentleman's name is Klein. Mr. Moretti." Hannibal's tone suddenly rose in the latter half of his sentence, and at the same time, he waved towards the direction of the banquet hall entrance, as if greeting someone. Everyone's gaze immediately turned in the direction he was looking, and they saw a young man approaching, dressed in a formal suit, wearing a semi-tall silk top hat, with black hair and brown eyes, of medium build, and possessing a clear scholarly aura. Following behind him were a youthful girl in a long dress and another older gentleman who bore at least a 5-point resemblance to him, clearly indicating a brotherly relationship. "Mr. Moretti, I didn't expect to meet you here." Hannibal proactively stepped forward and shook Klein's hand warmly. "This is all the guidance of fate." Klein smiled and replied in the profound and enigmatic tone of a charlatan. "Friends, please allow me to introduce you to Mr. Klein Moretti, the seer I just mentioned." Hannibal took the initiative to introduce Klein to everyone present, then looked curiously at the two people behind Klein. "May I ask how this gentleman and young lady are called?" "This is my elder brother Benson, and this is our younger sister Melissa." Klein introduced the two, and Benson immediately, with seasoned ease, went up and shook hands with the gentlemen and ladies present. And Melissa also received greetings from two young ladies who approached her. She was initially a bit reserved, but then she remembered her mission to expand her social circle and find a girlfriend for Benson, so she made an effort to chat with them. Seeing that all the guests had arrived and the atmosphere reached a critical point, a waiter in a tuxedo accompanied Mr. Willis onto the stage. As Mr. Willis clapped his hands, the venue immediately quieted down, and everyone looked at this successful coal and steel merchant from Constant City, Intis County. "Gentlemen, ladies, friends. Thank you all very much for gracing us with your presence today at the inauguration ceremony of the Tianjin City Stray Animal Protection Association. I am William Willis, from Constant, Intis County." Mr. Willis first briefly introduced his background and his company's business, and then shifted the topic to the original intention and purpose of establishing the Tianjin City Stray Animal Protection Association. Next, let us welcome with applause my close friend, the executive director, initiator, and founder of the association, Mr. Meters Bonwi, to introduce the association's operational model and personnel arrangements. Following Mr. Willis's gaze, the hundreds of people from all walks of life present all turned their heads to the right. It was a tall young gentleman dressed in a brown formal jacket, matching trousers, black pointed leather shoes, and a black waistcoat underneath. His wide-brimmed hat of a different color seemed a bit abrupt at first glance, but upon closer inspection, it had an inexplicable coordination with his entire outfit. This is said to be that famous seer. Seeing is believing. I didn't expect him to be such a young gentleman, truly a promising youth. So handsome. Roger's appearance immediately captured everyone's attention. Many people showed far more enthusiasm than when they had seen Mr. Willis earlier, and began to whisper. Vincent didn't come. Roger quickly scanned the audience, drew a conclusion in his mind, and then spoke with a smile on his face. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence today. My name is Meters Bonwi, and next, please allow me to introduce the various regulations of the Tianjin City Stray Animal Protection Association in detail. Due to taking the potion, Roger's memory far surpassed that of ordinary people. He spoke in meticulous detail about all the notable features and highlights of the association, as well as its contributions to public welfare. These were all derived from the mature systems of the Internet information age, so many well-informed business people and even government officials present listened intently, nodding slightly and frequently pondering. The show-off quality, coupled with Roger's meticulous planning and excellent eloquence, made the atmosphere very lively. From time to time, people applauded and cheered, and some even expressed their intention to donate to the association on the spot. Even Benson, Klein, and Melissa listened intently. I didn't expect Meters to be so amazing, Melissa whispered. Yes. Klein also sighed, but halfway through his sentence, a strange feeling suddenly welled up in his heart. It was an inexplicable palpitation. For a true seer like him, it was almost impossible to have groundless intuitive premonitions. Could it be a spiritual warning? Thinking of this, Klein's expression immediately became serious. What's wrong, Klein? Noticing the change in her brother's expression, Melissa asked somewhat strangely. No, nothing. I suddenly feel very hungry and need to get some biscuits. Klein nodded to his sister, turned, and pretended to walk towards the tea and snack table. There's danger here, there's danger here. Klein walked while silently chanting, and at the same time, subtly pulled out a 1-penny coin and tossed it into the air. Clap. Klein clapped his hands together, caught the coin, and opened them to look. King's head, obverse. His nerves immediately tensed. He quickly rounded the tea table, grabbed a biscuit at random, but his eyes rapidly scanned the scene. Next, Mr. Willis and I will jointly cut the ribbon for the association's inauguration. As a golden, oversized, specially made brass scissor was presented to Roger and Mr. Willis, the atmosphere reached its climax. People were cheering and applauding, completely unaware that on one side, at the back of the crowd, a man with his hat brim pulled low and wearing a gray coat pulled out a pistol from his pocket and aimed it at Roger. Oh no! Klein's heart jolted, and he immediately rushed towards the man. Chapter 37 Cooperating with the Investigation. The brass scissors held jointly by Roger and Mr. Willis were now cutting the ribbon symbolizing the association's establishment, and everyone below the stage held their breath, ready to applaud. But just then, Roger saw Klein, who had been nonchalant by the tea break counter, lift his leg and sprint towards a corner of the stage, simultaneously drawing his revolver. Bang! Bang! In a flash, 2 gunshots rang out one after another. It was Klein who fired first. His demon-hunting bullet struck the gray-clothed man's shoulder a moment before the latter fired. The bullet's penetrating power made the gray-clothed man's wrist go limp, causing him to miss his shot. The spinning bullet stirred the air, flew past Roger, and instantly shattered a gas lamp high above. The gunshots and the explosion of the gas lamp startled the audience, and screams and panicked chatter immediately erupted in the crowd, with some even beginning to flee towards the entrance. Is the danger resolved? Klein quickly stepped forward, using the combat techniques he had recently learned from Blackthorn Security Company to control the gunman and disarm him, while somewhat nervously continuing to scan the chaotic crowd. However, just then, he saw two more people reach inside their coats, making movements to approach the high platform. These two's drawing stances were distinctly different from the previous gray-clothed man's, appearing calmer and more composed, seemingly wanting to launch another attack amidst the chaos. Two waves of people? Or accomplices? Klein immediately found himself in a difficult position, as shooting from his current location was not safe. It was very easy to hit fleeing innocent spectators. But just then, many of the previously panicked attendees simultaneously stopped, revealing expressions of pain or hesitation. The next second, many of them began to uncontrollably shout, and some even suddenly attacked passers-by, no longer retaining their former elegance and politeness. Panic, curses, screams, and muffled groans of pain combined, immediately creating a chemical reaction that made the already tumultuous scene even more chaotic. Even the two gunmen were affected, their movements visibly slowing down. One of them was even struck in the left eye by Mr. Hannibal's punch, causing him to stumble back repeatedly and gasp. As for Roger, he had already embraced Mr. Willis and pulled him down to the ground in a prone position the moment the first gunshot rang out. "Klein," he shouted. Upon seeing Klein fire earlier, Roger, who had been focused on the ribbon cutting, immediately realized that someone was going to attack him or Mr. Willis. Although the first gunman was subdued, his intuition told Roger that the danger had not yet passed. So he immediately used his Sequence 8 stirring stick ability, according to the distribution of people below the stage, to uniformly and randomly ignite the irrational emotions of many attendees, thereby interfering with the assassin's movements. Klein received Roger's signal and immediately approached quickly with his gun, incapacitating the other two delayed gunmen one by one, rendering them unable to attack. Phew. Klein, somewhat astonished, scanned the fighting crowd, then tossed a coin again, receiving a tails response, which allowed him to temporarily relax. While comforting Mr. Willis and telling him that Klein was a police officer, Roger activated his spirit vision and quickly scanned the three gunmen. Not beyonders, all ordinary people, interesting. After the Cheney's Gate incident, Roger had expected Nsangwil to cause him some trouble, and had even considered a situation where beyonders would besiege him. But he was not afraid of these things. As long as he didn't lose all consciousness immediately, the brawler's skills combined with the newly absorbed low-sequence shepherd's evil heart ability were enough to handle most dangerous situations. If the situation was truly difficult, he would make a bigger move and directly use Unifier of all things' ability to wipe out all invading enemies. But what was the meaning of sending ordinary gunmen? Were they gambling on a single fatal shot? What a joke. Considering that the first gunman who fired was over 10 meters away from him, and combining that with the accuracy of pistols in this era, this possibility was simply too low. Even Klein, who had recently undergone extensive shooting training, knew to get closer to the target before shooting. Didn't these gunmen know that? As long as they didn't succeed with one strike, Roger could wipe them out. This kind of attack was practically like playing a game. "What now?" he asked Klein, who was comforting Melissa. "The staff should have already called the police, they'll be here soon," Klein replied. He had almost grown accustomed to trouble following Roger, so he was much calmer than before. Upon hearing this, Roger could only nod and try his best to assist in guiding the order of the scene, which had been thrown into chaos by his own ability. Not long after, 6 officers from the Ahova County Police Department arrived at the scene. Perhaps because Klein was present, these 6 police officers also included Dunn Smith, the captain of the Special Operations Department's 7th Team, also known as the Nighthawk Squad, and Leonard Mitchell. "What happened, Klein?" Dunn looked at the 3 moaning criminals beside Klein and asked with some concern. Leonard, on the other hand, appeared much more relaxed, curiously scanning the ordinary people on the scene, some still shaken, others bruised and battered. Because the police had controlled the area, no one could leave before being questioned. But when Leonard saw Roger, he paused slightly, involuntarily revealing a thoughtful, playful expression. My brother, sister, and I were invited by Mr. Meters Bonwy to attend the inauguration ceremony of the Tinjin City Stray Animal Protection Association. But suddenly, someone shot at Mr. Meters Bonwy and the association's sponsor, Mr. Willis. Klein described what had happened earlier. Upon hearing this, Dunn nodded subtly to Leonard, then walked over to the three gunmen and began to examine them one by one. Leonard, understanding, joined the police's questioning, especially targeting those who had actively attacked others in the venue. After nearly an hour, Leonard returned and whispered to Dunn Smith. Captain, there seem to be supernatural factors involved in this incident. It seems so. Dunn nodded. This also matched his examination results. He stood up and turned to Roger and Mr. Willis. Gentlemen, the nature of this matter is somewhat special. To ascertain the truth, we hope you can accompany us back to the police department for investigation. Finally, he added, of course, this is also for your personal safety. Officer, what exactly is going on? I don't remember offending anyone? Mr. Willis, still shaken, spoke with a trembling voice. These days, there are all sorts of lunatics. We never know when we might step on someone's interests. Roger shrugged helplessly, then nodded to Dunn and Leonard. No problem, officer, I am willing to cooperate with the investigation. May I ask your names? There's one more chapter later. #38 Leonard's question. Chapter 38 Leonard's question. I am Dunn Smith, and this is my colleague, Leonard Mitchell. Seeing that Mr. Willis's attitude seemed to contain a hint of distrust, Dunn added, don't worry, once we confirm it's safe, we'll let you leave as soon as possible. Seeing Dunn's kind attitude and his assurance, plus his police identity, Mr. Willis finally had no objections and got into the carriage with Roger. Even Klein, who was originally on vacation, volunteered to join the investigation and came with them to the Ahova County Police Department. In the current matter, Roger and Mr. Willis are the victims, and the gunmen who fired were not beyonder. Therefore, the investigation into them was superficially conducted as an ordinary case, it was just that the questioners were Nighthawks. Previously, when Leonard conducted inquiries in the banquet hall of the Tinjin City Stray Animal Protection Association, many people reported information such as suddenly losing their minds and suddenly disliking everyone around them. There were clear signs of beyonder abilities at play, and at first glance, it greatly resembled the mass disturbances and panic incidents caused by the psychology alchemists in some places. However, compared to Backland, Tinjin was by no means a severely affected area for psychology alchemists' activities, at least, according to the information Nighthawks had, the number of alchemists here was pitifully small, and the few who were occasionally discovered would be controlled or monitored. More importantly, there was no connection whatsoever between them and Roger, Mr. Willis, and the other people in charge of the Tinjin City Stray Animal Protection Association, making it difficult to establish a clear social link. This was very strange. On the other hand, while on the way, Dunn had already briefly told Leonard and Klein about his discoveries through his nightmare ability. Just as Klein had observed earlier, the first gunman and the other two gunmen were not part of the same group. The latter two assassins, who drew their guns simultaneously but failed to shoot, belonged to a criminal underworld assassin organization. A few days ago, they received a commission to kill Meters Bonwy and William Willis at a banquet. Because the price for this job was not low, and the client even helped them devise an escape plan, which seemed easy, the two took on the business. Both were well-trained assassins. If it weren't for Klein and the first assassin's interference, they might have already succeeded. Let's go back to the first grey-clad assassin. If the previously mentioned commission could be explained by the establishment of the Tinjin City Stray Animal Protection Association infringing on certain people's interests in areas such as medicine, animal vaccines, or other aspects, then the origin of this grey-clad gunman seemed exceptionally bizarre. In fact, he was not a professional assassin but a gambler who gambled at the docks and owed money to the casino. Constantly hounded by debt collectors, One day he met a man outside a small bar who initiated a conversation with him and even bought him a drink. After drinking, the gambler opened up and rambled on about his life. The man listened to these stories and offered him an opportunity. That was, the other party would pay the gambler a large sum of money to help him repay his debts, as long as he shot and killed a person named Meters Bonwy at a banquet. Now it seems this matter was completely without rhyme or reason. The other party didn't even tell him what to do after the murder, but the gambler vaguely agreed. If it were just that, it would be fine, but the key was that Dunn Smith did not see the client's face in the gambler's dream. It seemed as if that person had never actually appeared, but was merely a figment of the gambler's imagination. This was very unusual, because even after drinking, a person's subconscious can retain a lot of useful information, and not leave no trace at all. This also had very obvious signs of beyond or power involvement, so it was not surprising that the night watchers suspected that Meters Bonwy or Mr. Willis had been drawn into a mystical event. Upon arriving at the police department, Roger was taken to an interrogation room alone. The person responsible for speaking with him was Leonard Mitchell, not Klein Moretti, with whom he had a close relationship. "Mr. Meters Bonwy, right?" The latter quickly flipped through Roger's file, then looked up and asked. "Yes, Officer Mitchell." Roger nodded, then asked with some concern, "What was that all about just now? I don't remember having any enemies. Why would someone shoot at me? Perhaps there's something special about you?" Leonard smiled, noncommittally. Originally, Dunn wanted to talk to Roger himself, but Leonard had received a reminder from the old man in his mind just as he entered the banquet hall. Pale said very little, seeming to have some reservations, but he still showed interest in Roger and reminded Leonard to have a good talk with him. "What could be special about me? I'm just an ordinary person. If it weren't for Mr. Willis's kindness, I'd probably remain unknown forever." Roger pursed his lips, showing clear disagreement. "By the way, speaking of Mr. Willis, I must ask about how you two met." Leonard quickly flipped through the papers in his hand and looked up at Roger. "The information I have shows that you originally didn't know Mr. Willis, but rather came into contact with him while working as a rotating diviner at the Tingen City Divination Club and agreed to help Mr. Willis resolve the disappearance case of his son, James Willis. I'm very curious, as an ordinary person, how could you boast and promise to help others solve a criminal case?" Leonard narrowed his eyes and leaned slightly forward, seemingly trying to put pressure on Roger in this way. "Oh, Officer Mitchell, do you understand astrolabe divination?" "Astrolabe divination?" Leonard frowned, then shook his head. "I don't understand, but some of our colleagues are interested in that area." Roger's expression remained unchanged. He gently nodded, then continued to speak fluently. "Then you probably don't know that an astrolabe can reveal a person's fate and their current predicament, and can even pinpoint their location. Mr. Willis, because the police had not given an effective response after receiving the report, was desperate and came to me. With the help of the astrolabe, I divined that James Willis was in mortal danger. So, Mr. Willis, out of his deep love for his son, offered to pay me 50 gold pounds to help him find his son. Faced with the temptation of money, I couldn't resist and agreed to give it a try." Knowing Leonard's true identity, Roger couldn't guarantee whether there were any magical items he hadn't noticed on site that could detect lies, so he chose not to lie. At the same time, in his description, he subtly shifted the responsibility to the police, thereby strengthening the rationality of the entire matter. However, upon hearing this, Leonard seemed not to notice the sting in Roger's words. Instead, he showed a puzzled expression. Chapter 39, Strange Figure. "Then what? What did you do after you got the money?" Leonard thought for a moment and continued to press. "Based on astrological analysis, I found a warehouse in the northern district, and I did discover suspicious individuals entering and exiting. Subsequent pendulum divination also indicated that James was inside. But before I could make a move, I saw a group of people who looked like police officers appear together and rescue the victims. Oh, right, I also saw Klein at that time, which was very unexpected." Roger did not mention that Klein had taken money from him, only speaking the truth in a way that downplayed the important details. Even the last sentence was true, because at that time, Klein had not yet passed the official qualification assessment for the Nighthawks, so his appearance there was indeed largely coincidental. So you then went to Mr. Willis and claimed that you were the one who managed to rescue James? Leonard frowned again. Yes. Roger nodded, looking a bit embarrassed. Damn it. Hearing these words, Leonard was cursing in his mind. You take private jobs and make us Nighthawks do the work? And we don't even get a single penny? By the way, Klein and this guy have a close relationship. Did he take all the credit for himself? Although he wanted to complain and was full of doubts, he didn't ask much aloud. Although the Nighthawks of Tingen City usually earned extra money through security-related commissions, they were essentially an official Beyonder organization, part of the police department responsible for maintaining urban public order. Investigating illegal Beyonder activities was their duty, so they couldn't openly discuss taking money. Similarly, Leonard couldn't ask if Klein had benefited from this. Although he knew Klein had some secrets, Leonard himself also had the cheat-like old man, so in a sense, both sides were werewolves who couldn't reveal themselves. Furthermore, he had a good impression of Klein, so there was no need to embarrass him or let outsiders think there were signs of disunity within the Nighthawks. Roger naturally knew this, so he intentionally tried to lead Leonard into a preset trap. Have you discussed this matter with Klein Moretti? Leonard asked in a different way. Yes, because Klein and I are neighbors and very close. Plus, I coincidentally met Klein at the divination club that day, so I treated him to afternoon tea and also mentioned the strange aspects of this matter. Roger wove a watertight truth. Klein was already a night watcher, and it was reasonable for him to report this matter to Dunn Smith after hearing about it. A young man who understood divination, appeared morally upright on the surface but secretly coveted money. Such an image largely matched Roger's consistent persona, with a touch of human-like contrast. It sounds like there's no problem. But the old man reminded me to pay attention to meters, which means there must be something unusual. But no matter how much he pressed, Pallas maintained an attitude of rather dying than giving another hint, as if he feared something. Leonard exhaled and then spoke again. Last 2 questions. Your accent doesn't sound like someone from Alwa County. Where are you from? Why did you come to Tingen? I'm from Pritz Harbor, a small town near Backlund. Recently, due to an accident, my family all passed away, so I wanted to come to Tingen for a change of life, Roger answered truthfully. I'm sorry to hear that news. Leonard nodded, then stood up. Anyway, thank you for your cooperation, Mr. Banway. You're welcome, Officer Mitchell. Can I go home now? Roger looked up and asked with some anticipation. Not yet. You cannot leave the Ahova County Police Department until we are sure you are safe. Leonard shook his head and said with a businesslike attitude. Are you treating me as a suspect? Roger raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, showing dissatisfaction. Such a big incident happened with the association. I still need to go back and appease investors and partner organizations. If I can't appear in time, interested parties outside will definitely guess and spread groundless rumors. Towards the end, his tone became increasingly agitated, and he even slapped the table with his hand. Mr. Banway, please calm down. How about this, I'll call Klein over and let him explain to you. Leonard replied helplessly. According to Lone law, unless the police have evidence of conviction, there are time limits for questioning law-abiding citizens. If special protection or house arrest is required, it generally revolves around the person's residence. If it were an ordinary person, it would be fine, but Roger was now a prominent figure in Tingen. Taking such procedurally non-compliant measures against him could easily lead to criticism later. But the current situation made it difficult for Leonard. Although the Holy Cathedral had additionally dispatched 3 Nighthawks to take turns guarding Cheney's Gate these past few days, the local Nighthawks in Tingen City also needed to cooperate with shift changes. If they rashly diverted personnel to protect Roger and Willis near their residences, it was not ruled out that Beyonders from evil organizations might exploit the loophole. Anyway, the first round of questioning was over, so it would be better to let Klein calm Meters down and prevent him from doing anything out of line. After Leonard left, Klein quickly entered and winked at Roger. Roger nodded, realizing that Klein was telling him not to speak carelessly, which he had been doing all along. Klein, Officer Mitchell just said I can't leave yet. You know, those things at the association can't be without me. He complained to Klein like he had found a savior, grumbling and expressing his wish to go home. Meters. Klein pulled a chair and sat in front of him, saying softly, I understand how you feel, but the mastermind hasn't been caught yet. If we rashly let you and Mr. Willis leave, I'm afraid you might be in danger. He paused briefly before the words Mr. Willis, implying that just because he was fine didn't mean Mr. Willis was. But I just talked to the captain, and the police are currently investigating the forces behind that killer organization. Once we identify the client and get them under control, you can go home. How many days will it take for you to investigate the case? Roger asked with a somewhat disappointed tone. At most 4 or 5 days, at fastest 1 or 2 days. If there are no leads before 7 p.m. tonight, we will pay to temporarily accommodate you in the hotel across from the police department, which will make protecting you much easier. Believe me, that hotel is very high class, and the food should be decent too. Klein smiled and squeezed his eyes, then added. If needed, I can make time to help take care of Bandit. No need to take care of him, Bandit is very smart. Roger waved his hand somewhat weakly, making a gesture of compromise, but his mood had already improved a lot. As long as he wasn't forced to stay in the police department suffering, and they arranged hotel accommodation and even provided meals, it wasn't unacceptable. After all, he had never really tasted the Dixie pie and Fainapotter noodles given by the goddess. Seeing this, Klein nodded, patted Roger's shoulder, and stood up to leave. About an hour later, a beautiful policewoman in uniform pushed open the door and brought Roger, who was reading a magazine, a plate of fried cod with fries and black tea as his dinner for the day. Roger naturally didn't stand on ceremony. He dipped the fries in mayonnaise and began to eat. However, just as he was pondering his next plan, he suddenly felt the temperature in the entire interrogation room inexplicably drop by 2 degrees. ? Roger noticed the anomaly, quickly looked up, and scanned his surroundings. Soon, his intuition locked onto an inconspicuous spot in the corner of the wall. He silently activated his spirit vision and immediately saw a void, indistinct figure with incomplete facial features, radiating a dull white light, standing there. #40 Mr. C's information. Chapter 40 Mr. C's message. A ghost? Roger didn't feel scared, because although he had long known of the existence of such things in the mysterious world, seeing them with his own eyes was still somewhat novel. The pale white figure appeared to be female, and at this moment, her lips suddenly began to move slightly. The next moment, a soft, feminine voice appeared in Roger's ear. Don't make a sound, listen to me. This voice was not transmitted through sound waves, but rather seemed like the language of the dead that Roger had seen in some online legends from his previous life, communicating directly on a spiritual level. His heart tightened slightly, but his expression remained unchanged as he discreetly tore off a piece of golden fried cod, coated in breadcrumbs, and put it into his mouth. I am Mr. C. I heard you were arrested by the Nighthawks. Are you doing well now? Mr. C? Arrested? And this ghost, is it the effect of some magical item? Roger subtly frowned. He hadn't expected this divine envoy of the Aurora Order to contact him at such a critical moment, and he didn't know where the other party had received the unofficial news. While this carried great risk, it also meant that the other party had something important to say. Thinking of this, he blinked his eyes hard, as an alternative to nodding. According to the information I have, someone wants your life, and it's not just one party. I already know these things. What then? Hiss. Roger accidentally scalded his hand with the innermost piece of cod. He vigorously shook his fingers, then picked up the fried fish from the table again, dipped it in some ketchup to help it cool down. But you don't need to worry. A saint of the Aurora Order has already traveled from Backland and arrived in Tingen. This saint specifically named you and wants to see you. Mr. C's voice, half fearful and half excited, reassured him. Upon hearing this, Roger almost couldn't help but spray the mouthful of fish and ketchup he had just put into his mouth onto the wall. What in the world is this? He was just a Sequence 8 nobody. How did he attract the attention of an Aurora Order saint? One should know that a saint is at least a Sequence 4 demigod in strength. Without other saints intervening, it would not be difficult for them to wipe out all the official Beyonder forces in Tingen. There are only 5 such existences in the entire Aurora Order, and now one has come to Tingen. This is basically 1/5 of the top combat power of the Aurora Order, a transnational secret organization. First, Amon's true body arrived, and now a saint has traveled a long distance. This gave Roger a headache. I didn't use the power of that one this time. He couldn't help but recall the entire process of summoning Amon last time, and then his movements paused slightly, as if he realized something. Could it be the lingering effects of the Cheney's Gate incident? In that operation, Roger used Unifier of all things as projection ability to forcibly banish the Aurora Order's shadow ascetic, Samuel Schmidt. This act not only suppressed the shepherd's evil heart closest to him, stripping it of its living characteristics, but also, due to the mystical connection between the listener and the true creator, Roger temporarily blocked the constant defiling whispers these people had been receiving. Because Roger's target of banishment was merely a Sequence 7 Beyonder, he could not be sure how strong the sealing influence was or how long it would last. However, referring to what Mr. C said when he came to him earlier, Roger could confirm that at least Sequence 6 Secret Supplicant Pathway Beyonders could not hear the true Creator's oracle at all. As for whether the same applied to saints, Roger had no evidence to judge, but he could be 100% certain that if low sequence listeners continuously failed to receive whispers, their level of madness would gradually decrease, eventually making the Aurora Order's team increasingly difficult to manage. Could it be that Mr. C told the saints about me absorbing the shepherd's evil heart? Roger speculated in his mind, then heard the ghost controlled by Mr. C continue. You don't need to worry, the saint has given important instructions for us to rescue you from the police station. What kind of drinks did they have to get like this? Roger almost laughed in anger. At that moment, he felt that the Aurora Order's sanity recovery problem wasn't that serious yet. The previous attack on Cheney's Gate was already risky enough. Are they going to make an even bigger mess this time? I haven't been arrested. Don't come. He strenuously moved his eyeballs left and right, trying to convey to Mr. C not to be impulsive through this method. One should know that currently, the strongest combat power of the Aurora Order in Tingen City is Mr. C. Even with him, or even with a few more Sequence 7 Beyonders, trying to directly confront the Nighthawks is wishful thinking. No errors, no omissions, no extra content. Not to mention whether the one on Leonard would cover for them, just the personnel from the cathedral would be enough to give these overconfident guys a hard time. As for the possibility of a saint directly intervening, Roger wasn't worried, such a thing was basically impossible. Matters involving low to mid-sequence Beyonders are simple enough, but if disputes involve the demigod level, it's not out of the question that the Church of the Evernight Goddess would dispatch the Red Gloves high-ranking deacon team as an equivalent countermeasure, letting the Aurora Order taste what a heavy blow feels like. Are you afraid we'll be in mortal danger? You don't need to worry, this time we'll get you out through normal means. As if sensing Roger's thoughts, Mr. C quickly added. Normal means? It seems the Aurora Order's problems are indeed pressing. I don't care about your lives being in danger, but don't get involved with me at this critical juncture when the police are investigating me. And don't delay my stay in a free high-end hotel. Roger, sitting in the Ahova County Police Department, looked as if he had put on a mask of pain. He now only wanted to call the police and have the night watchers come and drive away this crazy female ghost. As if sensing Roger's plea, the spirit medium, Daily Simone, who was outside chatting with Dunn, sneezed. Because of the arrival of people from the cathedral, Daily Simone had been coming to work on time recently. Today, she was also temporarily called to the police department by Dunn Smith to help. What's wrong? Do you have a cold? Dunn immediately asked, his eyes full of concern. No. It's a bit strange. Daly extended her right hand, signaling Dunn not to speak, then closed her eyes and quietly began to sense. There's an abnormal spiritual reaction inside the police department. Daly looked towards the corridor where Roger and Willis were. Dunn paused slightly at her words, then quickly reacted, gesturing to the surrounding team members. The surrounding Nighthawks understood. Luo Yao Leitang and Leonard, who was eating, both stopped what they were doing and silently followed Dunn towards the police department's main hall. Meanwhile, Klein and Fry followed the spirit medium, Daly Simone. The three of them quickly approached the interrogation room. Chapter 41, Empty Shop. For now, don't show any abnormalities. Cooperate with the official investigation, and you will soon receive news of assistance. As for the saint, Mr. C's controlled ghost was halfway through speaking when the interrogation room door suddenly opened. Roger, who was focused on listening to the other party, was also slightly startled by the sudden opening of the door, but he made no extra movements. Instead, he turned his head to look at Daly, Klein, and Fry at the door, his eyes filled with confusion. Daly said nothing and walked straight to the corner where the female ghost had appeared earlier. It was now empty, as if Mr. C had sensed someone coming and had the spirit dissipate beforehand. Fry, on the other hand, glanced at Roger's slightly pale face, then skillfully had Klein continuously rub the latter's face with his warm palm. After he did so, Roger's complexion became rosy again, looking like a completely different person. My physical state has changed. It's like a radio frequency being switched. Roger realized this and thought to himself. This feeling of switching was very subtle, yet it genuinely existed. If the current Roger was a completely normal person, then previously, a part of his astral and spiritual bodies were at a frequency capable of communicating with the deceased. It was like some people born with yin-yang eyes, or like those who are fast asleep and dragged into a nightmare by some invisible entity, temporarily transforming into a zombie spirit. While this caused no great harm to the body, prolonged immersion in such a state could turn a person into a lifeless existence similar to a corpse collector or a zombie. Roger guessed that this was most likely an inherent ability of the magical item Mr. C possessed, though he didn't rule out that it might be a special ability of the controlled female phantom herself. And when Klein, whose state was normal, rubbed his face, the two made contact on the etheric level, which corrected Roger's frequency, pulling him out of the state of communicating with the deceased. What happened? Why are you back again? Roger pretended to come to his senses, looked around, and asked Klein with a bewildered expression. It's all right now. Did you have any hallucinations? Klein didn't say much, only asking about Roger's feelings. Hallucinations? Oh, right, I think I just heard someone say something about someone wanting to kill me. He made an effort to recall. Damn it, that spirit seems to have been cleared by its summoner. I can't communicate. At this moment, Daly suddenly spoke, her tone somewhat annoyed. She dragged over the chair Leonard had previously sat on, sat down directly, and then tried to amplification her spiritual communication range, hoping to find more valuable clues. Outside the Ahova County Police Department, in the back alley, dusk was settling in the west. Just as Leonard, Dunn, and Lowe split into three groups, searching in three different directions at a three-way intersection, he suddenly heard an old voice in his mind. Don't take this path. Go back and join Dunn Smith. You finally decided to speak. Leonard thought to himself but chose to follow the suggestion, quickly turning back to catch up with Dunn Smith and calling out to him. Captain, on the way here, I saw three people acting suspiciously. Now that I think about it, there's something wrong. With that, he pointed to the fork in the road in front of Dunn. Leonard deliberately stated the number of people as 3, implying that if only one person went, the risk would be higher. Dunn frowned slightly. Although Leonard's style of doing things was sometimes as hard to describe as his singing, he was quite reliable when performing tasks. Then you come with me. If you see any suspicious individuals, tell me immediately. Leonard breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this and walked with Dunn towards the middle fork in the road, quickly arriving at a small alley. Along the way, there were many young men wearing deerstalker hats or scarves of the same color tied around their shoulders. They chatted in twos and threes, occasionally exchanging banknotes, coins, and other items. Seeing Dunn and Leonard, dressed in police uniforms and wearing epaulets, these people instinctively stopped talking. Many unconsciously leaned into the shadows, and some even began loudly discussing unrelated topics. "It's a bit chaotic here," Leonard thought to himself. Logically, this place was very close to the Ahova County Police Department and was not a transient population gathering area like Iron Cross Street, so troublesome gamblers, fraudsters, and drunkards were not common. On the other hand, due to the low-lying terrain and Lone's rainy climate, which often caused water to back up, the police usually weren't keen on patrolling this area, preferring to disperse their patrol forces to more distant places. After all, matters on their doorstep could be resolved at any time, and in case of an incident, the response would be quick. Thus, this place became one of the areas in the entire Tianjin city with a relatively sparse police presence. Some gang members and tightrope walkers seemed to have seized on this point, daring to conduct transactions and exchange information right under the police's noses. Just as Emperor Roselle once said, the truly hidden places are always in the most bustling areas. However, these matters had little to do with the Nighthawks. As long as Beyonder crimes were not involved, they wouldn't intervene. Every detail, every hair, every single piece of content, I'm carefully reviewing it. But relatively, the presence of these people also became a confounding factor, further amplification the difficulty of finding the person controlling the spirit. "Don't rush." Seeing Leonard looking around anxiously, Dunn whispered. "Recall when Ms. Daly controls spirits, she usually needs a relatively quiet environment for communicating with spirits to maintain focus, and she might also need some special spiritual materials. So, the people outside can basically be ruled out. Our focus should be on indoor locations." "Indoor locations?" Leonard pondered for a moment and replied. "This area has very few transient residents, the Goddess Church has great influence, and there haven't been any Beyonder incidents in recent years. So I think we should first check public places. And it can't be a noisy place. Spirits instinctively avoid areas with dense living people, so we should start looking in quiet places." "Makes sense." Dunn nodded, agreeing with Leonard's statement, and quickly scanned the shops on the street with his eyes. The two first ruled out noisy places like clubs and bars, finally narrowing their search to a tailor shop and a closed coffee shop. "Let's check the coffee shop." Just as Leonard had this thought, he suddenly heard Dunn speak with great certainty. "Go to the tailor shop." Did he search the coffee shop using his nightmare ability and confirm there was no one there? Leonard suddenly understood. He followed Dunn and rushed towards the tailor shop. The two pushed open the door without hindrance, and the neatly displayed ready-made clothes, canes, and ties immediately came into view under the bright gaslight. But strangely, although the tailor shop was unlocked and lit, the interior was empty. "Captain. There's a smell of blood." Leonard twitched his nose slightly, then followed the scent and began searching inside the shop. Soon, he found that beneath the last row of red display cabinets, a liquid very similar in color to red paint was slowly seeping out. There will be another chapter later. #42 explosion thanks to Tsung Xian Shani Yaku. Is it you? Reward Jidian coins. Chapter 42 explosion thanks to Tsung Xian Shani Yaku. Is that you? Reward Jidian coins. Leonard's heart tightened, and he bent down, opening the cabinet with his hand. Cough, ugh. A pungent smell of blood assailed him, and even Leonard, who had been a night watcher for a long time, almost couldn't bear the impact of the smell, nearly throwing up the sandwich he had just eaten. Dunn endured the scent, fixed his gaze, and discovered that inside the cabinet was the corpse of a young woman. The corpse's limbs were twisted backward in a grotesque manner, and her eyes were filled with terror, but her mouth, clearly torn by a sharp object, was unnaturally upturned. Not only that, the flesh in her chest area had completely vanished, replaced by a horrifying bloody hole. If Roger were here, he would surely recognize at a glance that this was the female ghost who had spoken to him earlier in the interrogation room. Dunn made a shushing gesture, pointing towards the deeper corridor of the tailor's shop, while simultaneously drawing his revolver and releasing the safety. Leonard's heart clenched, and he silently stood up, doing the same as Dunn. The two suppressed their footsteps, moving one to the left and one to the right, towards a room at the end of the corridor from which a faint light was cast. Creak. Seeing the door ajar, Dunn pushed it open. Behind the door was a very spacious studio, with 3 hand-cranked sewing machines of different specifications, and in front of the cutting table against the wall sat a white-haired person in a tailor's outfit, their back to them, oblivious to the sound of the door opening. Not only that, their hands seemed to be fiddling with something, and their shoulders occasionally twitched. "Police, put your hands above your head." Dunn spoke in a deep voice, his brow slightly furrowed. Before entering the tailor shop, he had sensed the presence of this psychic entity and tried to drag it into a dream, but failed. This made him somewhat apprehensive. Combined with the previous female corpse, this old man definitely had a big problem. The old man at the tailor's table heard Dunn's warning, paused slightly, and actually stopped his movements, raising his hands above his head. This made Leonard breathe a sigh of relief. The fact that the other party could react this way meant that he was not out of control or insane, at least there was still a possibility of communication. But even so, he still spoke very carefully, softly chanting a poem that had a calming effect. As the Midnight Poet's ability manifested, the old man's previously tense muscles visibly relaxed, indicated by a slight lowering of his shoulders and a gentle flexion of his spine. But even so, Leonard's singing did not stop, and he and Dunn carefully approached the other party, quickly seeing his appearance. He was a male elder who looked relatively normal. Aside from his somewhat pale skin, the age spots and wrinkles on his face were no different from those of an ordinary old man. If there was anything strange, it was that the whites of his eyes were much wider than those of an ordinary person, and his blue irises did not overlap with the surrounding eyelids, giving him a peculiar sense of ruthless severity. On the tailor's table in front of him, where clothes, scissors, and measuring tape should have been, there was a pencil and an 8K-sized wooden children's drawing board. On the drawing board, a female figure was crookedly drawn, along with the outline of a male figure sitting upright, with many words written on it in ancient Hermes. These words were mostly verbs and had a commanding nature, such as move, speak, connect, and the like. And at the very bottom, the large word self-destruct was written. This male outline looks a bit like meters. Is this a magical item? Leonard's heart tightened. Judging from the current situation, this seemed to be an item that could remotely control the undead, with the method of use being to draw to establish a scene and then give commands to ghosts by directly writing down words. It was no wonder he was nervous, because such items generally had very strong side effects, and even Nighthawks had to adhere to the corresponding containment conditions. Just as he was pondering, the old man raised his head, his mouth twisted into an extremely distorted upturn, and at the same time, his throat began to subtly move, and his mouth slightly opened. Dunn Smith, Leonard Mitchell. It's a pleasure to meet you too. This person knows us? These bizarre words made Leonard and Dunn simultaneously feel uneasy, and they quickly retreated backward. However, before they had taken a few steps, the old man's body began to swell bizarrely, practically exploding open in an instant. The violent shock instantly blew apart the table in front of them, and all the items on the tabletop immediately flew up, and flesh and blood, like raindrops, covered the entire room, staining the walls with horrifying fresh red and milky white. And Dunn and Leonard were also thrown backward by the explosion, landing heavily on the wooden floor, their clothes soaked with blood. So painful. Leonard's ears were ringing loudly, and at this moment, he felt as if his entire body had been smashed by an iron hammer. He tried to struggle to his feet, but a bone-chilling pain instantly shot through his right arm, causing his vision to black out, and he fainted. When he woke up again, what greeted his eyes were white walls, bright gas lamps, and white sheets. This is a hospital? Leonard struggled to turn his head to the right, but only saw a bedside table. However, as he did so, Luo Yao Leitang's voice suddenly came from his left. Leonard, you're awake? Are you all right? Footsteps followed immediately, and Leonard turned his head to the left again, just in time to see the lady with slender eyebrows, large, deep blue eyes, and hair as dark and smooth as silk, approaching him. Compared to her usual aloofness, Lo seemed very concerned now. "What happened? Where's the captain?" Leonard asked with difficulty. "The captain was injured by the explosion just like you, but thankfully, he's not seriously hurt. He's currently receiving treatment next door." This made Leonard slightly relieved, and then he heard Lo say, "After I separated from you, I didn't find any suspicious individuals. Later, I turned back to look for you, but just as I entered the alley, I heard an explosion coming from a tailor shop. I rushed in immediately and saw you and the captain lying on the ground, and the room was covered in flesh and blood debris, like a scene from those horror novels." Her tone was clearly still somewhat shaken. "You shouldn't have rushed in," Leonard said weakly. "Don't talk for now. Wait a moment, I'll call the doctor." Lo quickly went out, and soon a male doctor in a physician's uniform came in to check Leonard's physical condition, followed by Kenley and another female night watcher from the Holy Cathedral. This night watcher, about 1.65 meters tall with an ordinary appearance, was named Loretta Sabin, and she belonged to the Sleepless Pathways Sequence 7, Nightmare, just like Dunn. After Leonard finished his examination and it was confirmed that he only had a fractured right arm and a mild concussion with no other major issues, Loretta Sabin sat down in front of Leonard. "Leonard, although I really don't want to disturb your rest, I would be very grateful if you could recount the entire process of tonight's incident to me," she said cautiously. But Leonard had no objection. He carefully recounted what had happened that night, and he recalled it twice to ensure nothing was missed. "Regarding the magical item you mentioned, we have already found it near the unconscious Dunn Smith. It has now been sent behind the Cheney's gate in Tingeon City, and its specific nature still needs to be analyzed. And the person who set the trap and attacked you and Captain Dunn tonight is very likely the Rose Bishop, Sequence 6 of the Secret's Supplicant Pathway," Loretta said in a low voice. Chapter 43 Clues to the Attack thanks to Long Hai for the reward of Qijin coins. "Rose Bishop? Is it those scoundrels from the Aurora Order again?" Leonard blurted out when he heard this. Ever since the Cheney's Gate incident, many clues have pointed to the Aurora Order. The Nighthawks currently have information that the Aurora Order played a dominant role in this matter, while the Secret Order was merely a supporting character. To better deal with these guys, with the assistance of the Holy Cathedral, all Tingeon City Nighthawks, including Leonard, meticulously studied all the potion names and basic characteristics of the low and mid-sequence of the Secret's Supplicant Pathway. Therefore, as soon as Leonard heard the words Rose Bishop, he immediately knew it was another one of the Aurora Order's doing. "Yes." Loretta nodded, "and according to the intelligence we have, this person is very likely Mr. C, the divine messenger of the Aurora Order in Alwa County." "You mean that old tailor who self-detonated was Mr. C?" Leonard showed a strange expression. A divine messenger of the Aurora Order hiding right under the nose of the Ahova County Police Department, that sounded bizarre no matter how you heard it. "No." Loretta denied Leonard's guess. "If Mr. C had personally made a move, you and Dunn would most likely have already been martyred. This little girl is right. If you hadn't listened to me and gone back to find Dunn at that time, you would have died." The familiar voice in his ear startled Leonard. So that's how it was. But Loretta didn't pay attention to his change in expression, she just continued. "In fact, that old man who self-detonated had nothing to do with the tailor shop at all, and wasn't even a local of Tingeon. We suspect he was a brainwashed peripheral member of the Aurora Order, who voluntarily accepted the implantation of Mr. C's flesh and played the role of a medium to control spirits and attack you." "What about the murdered lady? Could it be?" Leonard asked halfway, then suddenly thought of something. "Yes, she was the owner of the tailor shop, or more accurately, the new owner. This tailor shop used to be her grandfather's. After her death, her soul was immediately enslaved and sent to the interrogation room where Meters Bonwi was, playing the role of a decoy." "Meters Bonwi? Why go to him?" Leonard frowned. "We don't know. Currently, we only know that his astral body was infiltrated and showed mild necromancy, but the effects have now been cleared. Although Meters' suspicion cannot be ruled out, this is likely a tactic to confuse. According to Ms. Daly Simone's feedback, the lady's soul has likely been destroyed to prevent more information from being exposed during potential scrying by the Nighthawks. At this point, Loretta sighed. These bastards. Leonard snapped out of his daze, gritting his teeth. He could now understand why these madmen from the Aurora Order would do such a thing. It was nothing more than revenge and catharsis. Previously, the Night Watchers had teamed up with other churches to launch a large-scale search and encirclement of the Aurora Order, but only a small number of Sequence 9 members were captured, and not even a single Beyonder of Sequence 8 was caught. Because the defensive strength of Cheney's gate was insufficient, they ultimately had to temporarily stop the search and focus their attention on interrogating the captured cultists. Ms. Lolota, can we apply to the Holy Cathedral for stronger support to launch a deep enforcement operation against the Aurora Order in Owa County? If this continues, we will eventually be worn down by the Aurora Order. Leonard suggested. Actually, you and I thought of the same thing. To be honest, as soon as tonight's incident occurred, I sent a telegram to Backlund. But strangely, the Holy Cathedral instructed us not to act rashly for now, and to first complete the analysis of the magical item confiscated from the tailor shop. Across from the Ahova County Police Department, Woodville Hotel. Roger, who had just been transferred from the police department not long ago, was enjoying a black pepper pan-fried veal steak and Dixie pie from the restaurant, while leisurely sipping sweet iced tea and admiring the twinkling night view of Tingen City. Don't tell me, from up high, Tingen at night is more beautiful than I imagined, much like the European towns I used to see on TV. Unlike Klein, who still didn't understand the truth of his transmigration, Roger's current mindset was to take things as they came, enjoy life, and at the same time, strive to become stronger and aim to be one of the great existences who could sit at the table and play cards before the apocalypse. Knock, knock, knock. Just as he was lost in thought, the door suddenly knocked. Who is it? Roger stood up and asked cautiously towards the outside. It's me, Klein Moretti. Klein's voice came from outside. Out of caution, Roger didn't rush to open the door. Instead, he confirmed that there were no problems by flipping a coin before opening the door for Klein. Klein looked a little tired. Roger stepped back and invited him into the room. Have you eaten? Roger asked. Eaten? Actually, I'm still a bit hungry. Klein saw the Dixie pie and sweet iced tea on the table and swallowed. After all, this was jokingly called the fool's meal. After trying it for some time, Roger had to admit that Klein's taste was indeed good, so he also included these two items in his own diet. Roger smiled. He opened the door and called out to the room service attendant passing by outside, ordering the same meal for Klein. Since the night church was paying anyway, neither Klein nor Roger had any psychological burden about eating and drinking on public expense. By the way, why did you come to see me? Roger asked, looking at the wolfing down Klein a little strangely. Oh, right, damn it. Klein suddenly reacted at this moment and slammed the table. Meters, what's going on with your Aurora Order? Didn't we agree that you would keep them in line? Hey, what are you talking about? What is the Aurora Order? I don't know. Roger heard this nonsensical remark and immediately looked around. No need to pretend, there's no problem in this room. Klein cleared his throat, then told Roger what had happened that afternoon. Of course, he didn't go into too much detail, only saying that it was likely Mr. C's people who attacked Dunn and Leonard, leading to them being hospitalized. Seeing Klein voluntarily disclose these case details, Roger no longer doubted. While quickly connecting the various clues in his mind, he replied to Klein. I communicated with Mr. C once last time and also warned him not to act rashly. His sudden relapse this time is likely due to external factors. What external factors? Klein didn't quite understand. A saint of the Aurora Order has come to Tingen. It's not ruled out that Mr. C is trying to curry favor or gain benefits through this, Roger analyzed. A saint? Klein was startled. At this moment, he suddenly understood why the Holy Cathedral had not agreed to an immediate action plan against the Aurora Order earlier. It must have been a precautionary measure taken upon receiving this news. Considering that Tianjin is a densely populated area, and coupled with the fact that the Aurora Order members are generally mentally unstable, engaging in battle with a saint here could lead to numerous civilian casualties. If that were to happen, the Knight Church's foundation of faith in the entire Awa County would be threatened. Therefore, even if the Holy Cathedral were to send high-ranking deacons of sequence 4 or above to monitor the opponent, it would have to be kept secret and not easily known by the low and mid-sequence Nighthawks. Well, let's not talk about that for now. Klein consciously changed the subject. He continued to Roger. Oh, right, regarding the person who attacked you today, we've already found some clues. Hashtag 44 Sealed Object 2351. Chapter 44 Sealed Artifact 2351. Chapter 44 Sealed Artifact 2-351. Tell me. Roger didn't expect the Night Watchers to get a clue so quickly. The first person to shoot wasn't a professional killer, but an ordinary person who owed debts. Someone exploited this weakness of his, offering him money to attack you at the association's inauguration ceremony. Roger raised his eyebrows at the words. Then he agreed? Or was there a beyonder involved? Yes, the specific pathway of influence still needs to be investigated. Klein gave an affirmative answer. As for the latter two, they were hired by Sonlian Pharmaceutical Company. Because Tianjin City Stray Animal Protection Association did not include them in the list of suppliers for animal rabies vaccines, these people took the risk. That's understandable. Roger felt no surprise. Stray animal protection and shelter is not just public welfare for animals, but a comprehensive improvement of social welfare. For example, sheltering stray animals and uniformly vaccinating them against rabies will greatly reduce the risk of human communities contracting rabies. This influence might not be apparent in the short term, but after half a year or a year, the number of human rabies cases will significantly decline. It should be noted that in this era, the commercialization of rabies vaccines had not been long, and many pharmaceutical companies hoped to make a fortune from it. However, if the number of human rabies cases in society is suppressed, then the willingness of ordinary people to pay for rabies vaccinations will certainly decrease. This leaves those pharmaceutical companies with very narrow choices: either engage in price wars, spend heavily on sponsoring research to promote policy implementation, or directly target and eliminate those who don't play by the rules. Sonlian Company clearly chose the most irrational, yet lowest cost, option. But was the truth really just that? Every cell in Roger's body refused to believe it. It should be known that Zhangwill's original plan was to use Magos, Lenivas's fiancée whom he had deceived, to interact with the true creator's projection and conceive its offspring. Then, he would send her to Blackthorn Security Company, forcing the already mentally unstable Dunn Smith to retrieve Saint Selena's ashes and use them to destroy the true creator's offspring. In this process, the power of Saint Selena's ashes would be severely damaged, which also created excellent conditions for Zhangwill to arrange the subsequent ritual to advance to Nightwatcher. To achieve this plan, a basic prerequisite had to be met: the occasional lapses conforming to human inertia in the security of Cheney's Gate had to be maintained as much as possible. However, the emergence of Roger, an unexpected factor, brought the security issues of Tianjin City's Cheney's Gate to the attention of the church in advance. They not only strengthened the guard of Cheney's Gate but also dispatched more Nighthawks from the church to assist Tianjin's Nighthawks team in defense. Therefore, for Zhangwill, the former archbishop of the Night Church, it would be easy for him to notice the only survivor in the attacking team, who was Roger Abraham, and he would certainly test Roger as a matter of course. Facing the attack at the banquet, Roger was forced to use his brawler ability, which gave Ince a lot of information. The subsequent investigation by the Nighthawks pointed to the Sonlian Pharmaceutical Company, which had strong motives, and this also perfectly aligned with the plot rationality that needed to be ensured as much as possible during the use of 0-08. In contrast, the first gambler to draw a gun seemed very out of place. Because of his existence, the entire incident was introduced to supernatural elements, causing the Nighthawks to participate again. This is unlikely to be Ince's doing, otherwise, it would be overdoing it and asking for trouble. It seems necessary to ask Amon. He might know something. Roger secretly calculated in his mind, then he asked Klein. How long are you going to keep me locked up in this hotel? As I said last time, at the earliest a day or two, at the latest 4 or 5 days, but I guess it won't exceed 3 days, because you didn't know what Mr. Willis did to the room upstairs. Klein shrugged, giving a smile. No, I can guess. Roger also smiled. Mr. Willis was already a wealthy man, and his daily expenses were alarmingly high. Now, being arranged in a high-end hotel like Woodville, Dunsmith's expense report was likely to become a major problem. After all, Mr. Willis was cooperating with the police investigation, and during his protection, business delays were inevitable, so the police should rightfully cover his expenses. Furthermore, this businessman was already dissatisfied with the Tingen City Police. If they cut corners on his expenses, he would undoubtedly use flowery language to publicize the incompetence of the Ahova County Police Department through various channels when he returned. Hearing Klein say this, Roger could only temporarily give up and make plans after returning home. Zoutland Street number 36, downstairs of Blackthorn Security Company. Daly Simone, Kenley, and 2 other Nighthawks from the church were testing the children's spirit communication board previously confiscated from the tailor shop. Can be recorded and described, yes. The test subject's appearance is an 8 Kai-sized wooden children's spirit communication board. Although it does not contain paper, all paper that comes into contact with the spirit communication board will be affected by it, and even drawing directly on the spirit communication board has an effect. Every single content is visible. The confirmed functions of the test subject include summoning spirits to answer questions, making equivalent exchanges with spirits, and having them fulfill conditions proposed by the holder. For recently deceased spirits, this object is suspected to be able to directly enslave or even destroy them, but from the scene where the object was found, it seems to require some unknown prerequisite condition to be met. The side effect of this object is that if it is out of containment for more than 10 minutes, it will begin to affect the minds of people within 10 meters, causing their cognition to become confused and unable to correctly distinguish between the dead and the living. Given that Dunn Smith and Leonard Mitchell were near the object at the scene for more than this time limit, the test group tested the former and confirmed that he showed no abnormalities. This exception may be related to Dunn Smith's coma. Leonard Mitchell's test is still pending. Kenley quickly recorded the test results on paper, then turned a page and continued to write. Containment conditions. It has been discovered that Cheney's gate can effectively seal this item. In addition, the test group has observed that pure silver containers also have a containment effect on it, but the minimum thickness of the silver cannot be less than 5 centimeters. As for whether other materials can achieve sealing and what specifications are required, it still needs to be confirmed. According to the Church of the Evernight Goddess's sealed artifact naming method, this item's number is temporarily determined to be 2 to 351, and its code name is. Kenley looked up at Ms. Daly. Ms. Daly, what should this thing be called? Daly Simone thought for a moment and replied. Let's call it the Spirit Communication Board for now. Chapter 45 The Saint's Invitation. A Spirit Communication Board? Spirit. Kenley slowly mumbled, the latter half of the phrase describing the object's appearance, while the first half explained its mystical properties. But the words spirit communication also made Kenley think of something else, the name of the spirit medium sequence that Daly Simone belonged to. He told Daly his guess, and she nodded without reservation. Yes, this item should be related to a spirit medium. I can feel a peculiar connection between myself and it, the kind of connection that makes me want to possess it. Possess it? Kenley was startled, but then he saw MS. Daly placed the spirit communication board into a brand new silver box and said gravely. First, send this back to Cheney's gate. Leonard's test needs to be conducted as soon as possible, and I will be there to assist. The so-called assistance meant she would summon a spirit and then, using various materials, aid a ritualistic magic to soothe Leonard's mind, guiding him into a semi-dazed state. The test required Leonard, in this state, to accurately state how many living people were present and the number of men and women among them. This identification would be repeated 10 times. If the subject gave an incorrect number, it would be marked as one identification error. According to Daly's suggested criteria, one identification error would be marked as needs further testing, 2 errors as suspicious and temporarily prohibit all Nighthawk's enforcement activities, and 3 errors would require isolation and observation, along with targeted psychological treatment to remove the contamination caused by the Spirit Communication Board. Dunn-Smith had made 1 error in a previous test but quickly corrected it, passing the second round of testing. "All right, Ms. Daly." Kenley took the box containing the Spirit Communication Board and nodded in response. "Can I finally go home?" Early on the 3rd day, Roger received news that his protection was lifted. "Yes." Klein stood at the guest room door, holding a long string of bills, his expression peculiar. "How much did Mr. Willis spend?" Roger asked, seeing his expression, at a very opportune moment. "A little over £400, not including accommodation." Klein sighed. This amount of money was enough to buy half a townhouse on Daffodil Street. "Look on the bright side, we don't understand the world of the rich. It's good enough that he didn't ask you for lost wages." Roger smiled, patted Klein's shoulder, and asked again. "Where is Mr. Willis?"